Dumbledore is secret keeper for the Order, you know. Nobody can find headquarters unless he tells them personally where it is. That note Moody showed you last night, that was from Dumbledore. Sirius gave a short, bark-like laugh. My parents could see the use of their house was being put to now. Well, my mother's portrait should give you some idea. He scowled for a moment and then sighed. I wouldn't mind if I could just get out occasionally and do something useful. I've asked Dumbledore whether I can escort you to your hearing as Snuffles. Obviously, so I can give you a bit of a moral support. What do you think? Harry felt as though his stomach had sunk through the dusty carpet. He had not thought about the hearing once since dinner the previous evening. In the excitement of being back with the people he liked best and hearing everything that was going on, it had completely flown his mind. At Sirius's words, however, the crushing sense of dread returned to him. He stared at Hermione and the Weasleys, all tucking into their sandwiches, and thought how he would feel if they went back to Hogwarts without him. Don't worry, Sirius said. Harry looked up and realised that Sirius had been watching him. I'm sure they'll clear you. There's definitely something in the International Statute of Secrecy about being allowed to use magic to save your own life. But if they do expel me, said Harry quietly, can I come back here and live with you? Sirius smiled sadly. We'll see. I'll feel a lot better about the hearing if I knew I didn't have to go back to the Dursleys. Harry pressed him. They must be bad if you prefer this place, said Sirius gloomily. Hurry up, you two, or there won't be any food left, Mrs. Weasley called. Sirius heaved another great sigh, cast a dark look at the tapestry, and then he and Harry went to join the others. Harry tried his best not to think about the hearing while they emptied the glass-fronted cabinets that afternoon. Fortunately for him, it was a job that required a lot of concentration, as many of the objects in there seemed very reluctant to leave their dusty shelves. Sirius sustained a bad bite from a silver snuff box. Within seconds, his bitten hand had developed an unpleasant, crusty covering like a tough brown glove. It's okay, he said, examining the hand with interest before tapping it lightly with his wand and restoring its skin to normal. Must be wart-cap powder in there. He threw the box aside into the sack where they were depositing the debris from the cabinets. Harry saw George wrap his own hand carefully in a cloth moments later and sneak the box into his already doxy-filled pocket. They found an unpleasant-looking silver instrument, something like a many-legged pair of tweezers, which scuttled up Harry's arm like a spider when he picked it up and attempted to puncture his skin. Sirius seized it and smashed it with a heavy book entitled Nature's Nobility, a Wizarding Genealogy. There was a musical box that emitted a faintly sinister, tinkling tune when wound, and they all found themselves becoming curiously weak and sleepy until Ginny had the sense to slam the lid shut. A heavy locket that none of them could open, a number of ancient seals, and in a dusty box, an Order of Merlin, first class, that had been awarded to Sirius's grandfather for services to the ministry. It means he gave them a load of gold, said Sirius contemptuously, throwing the medal into the rubbish sack. Several times Creature sidled into the room and attempted to...
It looks like you're going to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo. Have fun.
They call him at it. When Sirius wrested a large golden ring bearing the black crest from his grip, Creature actually burst into furious tears and left the room sobbing under his breath and calling Sirius names Harry had never heard before. It was my father's, said Sirius, throwing the ring into the sack. Creature wasn't quite as devoted to him as my mother, but I still caught him snogging a pair of my father's old trousers last week. Mrs. Weasley kept them all working very hard over the next few days. The drawing room took 3 days to decontaminate. Finally, the only desirable things left in it were the tapestry of the Black family tree, which resisted all their attempts to remove it from the wall, and the rattling writing desk. Moody had not dropped by headquarters yet, so they could not be sure what was inside it. They moved from the drawing room to a dining room on the ground floor where they found spiders as large as saucers lurking in the dresser. Ron left the room hurriedly to make a cup of tea and did not return for an hour and a half. The china, which bore the black crest and motto, was all thrown unceremoniously into a sack by Sirius, and the same fate met a set of old photographs in tarnished silver frames, all of whose occupants squealed shrilly as the glass covered them smashed. Snape might refer to their work as cleaning, but in Harry's opinion, they were really waging war on the house, which was putting up a very good fight, aided and abetted by Creature. The house elf kept appearing whenever they were congregated. His muttering became more and more offensive as he attempted to remove anything he could from the rubbish sacks. Sirius went as far as to threaten him with cloves, but Creature fixed him with a watery stare and said, "Master must do as master wishes," before turning away and muttering very loudly, "But master will not turn Creature away. No, because Creature knows what they are up to. Oh, yes, he is plotting against the Dark Lord, yes, with these mudbloods and traitors and scum." At which Sirius, ignoring Hermione's protests, seized Creature by the back of his loincloth and threw him bodily from the room. The doorbell rang several times a day, which was the cue for Sirius's mother to start shrieking again, and for Harry and the others to attempt to eavesdrop on the visitor. Though they gleaned very little from the brief glimpses and snatches of conversation they were able to sneak before Mrs.
Hope
Weasley
everybody's doing
tasks.
okay. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for being awesome.
Times, though to Harry's relief, they never came face to face. Harry also caught sight of his transfiguration teacher, Professor McGonagall,
demonic.
very odd in a muggle dress and coat. And
Hello, hope everything's going well.
Sometimes, however,
I've been checking up on the Thururu, and he's doing good. Did you know waffles and bagels? Did I know waffles and bagels? No, I didn't know waffles and bagels. So sad.
He developed the unpleasant habit of shooting heavy bolts at passers-by.
Are the same? No, I didn't know that. Crazy. Crazy world we live in. I didn't know they were the same.
That had tried to strangle him when he removed them from their wardrobe. Despite the fact that he was still sleeping badly, still having dreams about corridors and locked doors that made his scar prickle, Harry was managing to have fun for the first time all summer. As long as he was busy, he was happy. When the action abated, however,
hey,
he dropped his guard and lay exhausted in bed, watching blurred shadows.
It's been a while since I've seen you, Demonic. I'm glad that you're doing good enough to chill out with us. Thururu was doing good. He's playing at 7 Days to Die. I would love to see if I could play with him sometime.
Not even to Ron and Hermione, who, though he often
I was playing a little Wasteland.
I
don't know. I think the choices don't really matter. It's just how you feel about them.
Showing him a faceless ministry official who was snapping his wand in two and ordering him back to the Dursleys. But he would not go. He was determined on that. He would come back here to Grimmauld Place.
Hello, Heathen.
He felt as though a brick had dropped into his
and they're giving me too many level ups. So I don't know how many times you can level up in that game. How many times can you level up in Wasteland 3? Level 35. Okay. Level 35. It just feels like you get level up so fucking quickly.
I've ironed your best clothes for tomorrow morning, Harry.
Yeah.
Wash your hair tonight too.
I don't know.
First impression can work wonders.
I just feel weird about asking.
All stopped talking and looked over at him.
Oh, also, gotta go on here for a second. I always just feel so weird.
How am I getting there? He asked Mrs. Weasley.
I'm gonna go over here, and I'm gonna... There we go.
Said Mrs. Weasley gently. Mr. Weasley smiled encouragingly at Harry across the table. You can wait in my office until it's time for the hearing, he said. Harry looked over at Sirius, but before he could ask the question, Mrs. Weasley had answered it. Professor Dumbledore doesn't think it's a good idea for Sirius to go with him.
I gotta go. I'll be back here in a bit. That's fine.
Quite right, said Sirius through clenched teeth.
Hello, Hot. Hello, Heathen. Hello, everyone.
Harry said, staring at Sirius. He came last night. When you were in bed, said Mr. Weasley. Sirius stabbed moodily at a potato with his fork. Harry lowered his own eyes to his plate. The thought that Dumbledore had been in a house on the eve of his hearing and not asked to see him made him feel, if it were more possible, even worse. Chapter 7. The Ministry of Magic. Harry awoke at 5:30 the next morning as abruptly and completely as if somebody had yelled in his ear. For a few moments he lay immobile as the prospect of the disciplinary hearing filled every tiny particle.
Hope everything's going well, Heathen.
He leapt out of bed and put on his glasses.
How's the day?
Mrs. Weasley had laid out his freshly
also,
jeans and t-shirts.
Happy birthday to your son. I'm pretty sure it's his birthday. Happy birthday.
With his mouth wide open, fast asleep. He did not stir as Harry crossed the room, stepped out onto the landing and closed the door softly behind him. Trying not to think of the next time he would see Ron, when they might no longer be fellow students at Hogwarts, Harry walked quietly down the stairs, past the heads of Creature's ancestors, and down into the kitchen. He had expected it to be empty, but when he reached the door, he heard the soft rumble of voices on the other side. He pushed it open and saw Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Sirius, Lupin, and Tonks sitting there, almost as though they were waiting for him. All were fully dressed except Mrs. Weasley, who was wearing a quilted purple dressing gown. She leapt to her feet the moment Harry entered. "Breakfast," she said as she pulled out her wand and hurried over to the fire. Morning, Harry," yawned Tonks. Her hair was blonde and curly this morning. "Sleep all right?" "Yeah," said Harry. "I've been up all night," she said with another shuddering yawn. "Come and sit down." She drew out a chair. knocking over the one beside it in the process. What do you want, Harry?
We'll pass that on to him when he wakes.
Skippers, bacon and eggs, toast.
Happy birthday!
Just toast, thanks, said Harry. Lupin
I'm doing a logo for
What were you saying about Scrimgeour?
We need to be a bit more for Big Battle Barracks. So I have 3 designs that they want. I'm gonna do 3 designs to show them off.
Toast and marmalade in front of him. He tried to eat, but it was like chewing
because there's so many B3s already. Companies with B3 as their thing.
The creases across his shoulders. He wished she wouldn't.
Well,
and I'll have to tell Dumbledore I can't do night.
Does he have school?
Too tired. Tonks finished, yawning hugely again. I'll cover for you, said Mr. Weasley. I'm okay. I've got to report to finish anyway. Mr. Weasley was not wearing wizard's robes, but a pair of pinstriped trousers and an old bomber jacket. He turned from Tonks to Harry. How are you feeling? Harry shrugged. It'll be over soon, Mr. Weasley said bracingly. In a few hours' time you'll be cleared. Harry said nothing. The hearing's on my floor, in Amelia Bones' office. She's head of the development of magical law enforcement, and the one who'll be questioning you. Amelia Bones is okay, Harry, said Tonks earnestly. She's fair, she'll hear you out. Harry nodded, still unable to think of anything to say. Don't lose your temper, said Sirius abruptly. Be polite and stick to the facts. Harry nodded again. The law's on your side, said Lupin quietly. Even underage wizards are allowed to use magic in life-threatening situations. Something very cold trickled down the back of Harry's neck. For a moment, he thought someone was putting...
I got a barbarian-themed D20 sticker with B-Barian printed onto it.
She pressed hard on the top of his head. Doesn't it ever lie flat? She said desperately.
Oh, that's so cool.
Mr. Weasley checked his watch.
If you want, you can put that in general chat.
Now, he said. We're a bit early, but I think you'll be better off at the ministry.
How old is the little tyke? Okay, is he 11? Am I getting that right?
To his feet. You'll be all right, Harry. Said
Have I been paying attention?
Good luck, said Lupin. I'm sure it'll be fine. And if it's not, said Sirius grimly, I'll see to Amelia Bones for you. Harry smiled weakly. Mrs. Weasley hugged him. We've all got our fingers crossed, she said. Right, said Harry. Well, see you later then. He followed Mr. Weasley upstairs and along the hall. He could hear Sirius's mother grunting in her sleep behind her curtains. Mr. Weasley unbolted the door, and they stepped out into the cold grey dawn. You don't normally walk to work, do you? Harry asked him, as they set off briskly around the square. No, I usually apparate, said Mr. Weasley, but obviously you can't. I think it's best we arrive in a thoroughly non-magical fashion. Makes a better impression, given what we're being disciplined for. Mr. Weasley kept his hand inside his jacket as they walked. Harry knew it was clenched around the wand. The run-down streets were almost deserted, but when they arrived...
Yeah, he turns 11 today. Nice.
They found it already full of early morning
commuters. Yeah, just send it in to general.
When he found himself in close proximity to Muggles.
Zara promoted herself.
Mr. Weasley was hard put to contain his enthusiasm.
Barbarian. Barbarian.
Ticket machines. Wonderfully ingenious.
Nice.
They're out of order, said Harry, pointing at the side.
See.
Yes, but even so, said Mr. Weasley, beaming at them fondly. They bought their tickets and instead, from a sleepy-looking guard, Harry handled the transaction, as Mr. Weasley was not very good with Muggle money, and 5 minutes later they were boarding an underground train that rattled them off towards the centre of London. Mr. Weasley kept anxiously checking and rechecking the underground map above the windows. 4 more stops, Harry. 3 stops left now. 2 stops to go, Harry. They got off at a station in the very heart of London.
So he'll be turning that sweet number, and here will be such a wonderful day. He's got a wonderful mom, and isn't the rest of his family coming?
Already full of traffic. Where are we? Said Mr. Weasley blankly. And for one heart-stopping moment, Harry thought they'd got off at the wrong station, despite Mr. Weasley's continual references to the map. But a second later he said, "Ah yes, this way, Harry," and led him down a side road. "Sorry," he said, "but I never come by train, and it all looks rather different from a Muggle perspective. As a matter of fact, I've never even used the visitor's entrance before." The further they walked, the smaller and less imposing the buildings became, until finally they reached a street that contained several rather shabby-looking offices.
Work calls early, so have fun, Logo Boy. No!
More impressive location
no, I need the B.
Said Mr. Weasley brightly.
No, but I need the B. I need everybody's support. Just, I don't want to fucking do this. But they're insistent.
Harry stepped inside, wondering what on earth this was about. Mr. Weasley
They're
folded
insistent
himself in
about it,
beside
so
Harry
I'm
and
like,
closed the door.
fine.
It was a tight fit. Harry was jammed against the telephone apparatus,
I don't want to do it at
which
all.
was hanging crookedly from the wall, as though a vandal had tried to rip it off. Mr. Weasley reached past Harry for the receiver. Mr. Weasley, I think this might be out of order too, Harry
You got
said.
the B,
Oh, no, I'm sure
the
it's fine, said
B3.
Mr. Weasley, holding the receiver above his head.
His grandparents came over last night, and Uncle and Auntie taking him out for a meal tonight. Nice. I went to get some Logan's. It was delicious. If you don't know what Logan's is, I'm not bothered by that. I understand.
But as loudly and plainly as though an invisible woman was standing right beside them. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and business. Said Mr. Weasley, clearly uncertain whether or not he should talk into the receiver. He compromised by holding the mouthpiece to his ear. Arthur Weasley, Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, here to escort Harry Potter, who has been asked to attend a disciplinary hearing. Thank you, said the cool female voice. Visitor, please take the badge and attach it to the front of your robes. There was a click and a rattle, and Harry saw something slide out of the metal chute, where returned coins usually appeared. He picked it up. It was a square silver badge, with Harry Potter disciplinary hearing on it. He pinned it to the front of his T-shirt.
You got this, goat. I know.
Again. Visitor to the Ministry, you are required to submit to a search and present your.
Oh, how did the cleaning go? How does his room look?
The far end of the atrium. The floor of the telephone box shuddered. They were sinking slowly into the ground. Harry watched.
How does it look?
The pavement seemed to rise up past the glass windows of the telephone box until darkness closed over their heads. Then he could see nothing at all. He could hear only a dull grinding noise as the telephone box made its way down through the earth. After about a minute, though, it felt much longer to Harry. A chink of golden light illuminated his feet, and widening rose up his body until it hit him in the face, and he had to blink to stop his eyes watering. The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant day, said the woman's voice. The door of the telephone box sprang open, and Mr. Weasley stepped out of it, followed by Harry, whose mouth had fallen open. They were standing at one end of a very long and splendid hall, with a highly polished dark wood floor. The peacock blue ceiling was laid with gleaming golden symbols that kept moving and changing like some enormous heavenly notice board. The walls on each side were panelled in shiny dark wood, and had many gilded fireplaces set into them. Every few seconds a witch or wizard would emerge from one of the left-hand fireplaces with a soft whoosh. On the right-hand side, short queues were forming before each fireplace, waiting to depart. Halfway down the hall was a fountain. A group of golden statues, larger than life-size, stood in the middle of a circular pool. Tallest of them all was a noble-looking wizard with his wand pointing straight up in the air.
It's getting there, just nerd to dismantle his bed and then can start redecorating. Nice.
We're all looking adoringly up at the witch and wizard. Glittering jets of water were flying from the ends of their wands. The point of the centaur's arrow, the tip of the goblin's hat, and each of the house elves' ears, so that the tinkling hiss of falling water was added to the pops and the cracks of the apparatus.
I feel bad to ask this, but
witches and wizards, most of whom were wearing glum, early morning looks,
I spent time with my dad today. He is okay.
They joined the throng,
so
their way between the ministry workers, some of whom were carrying tottering piles of parchment, others battering briefcases. Still others
he's doing all right. We went to a Mexican restaurant. It was nice. And we hung out for a little bit.
A smudged sign beside it read, "All proceeds from the Fountain of Magical Brethren will be given to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries." If I'm not expelled from Hogwarts, I'll put in 10 galleons, Harry found himself thinking desperately. Over here, Harry, said Mr. Weasley, and they stepped out of the stream of ministry employees heading for the Golden Gates. Seated at a desk to the left, beneath a sign saying security, a badly shaven wizard in peacock blue robes looked up as they approached and put down his daily profit. I'm escorting a visitor, said Mr. Weasley, gesturing towards Harry. Step over here, said the wizard.
I saw him, and he told me about my brother.
The wizard held up a long golden rod, thin and flexible as a car aerial,
and he showed me a picture.
Wand, grunted the security wizard at Harry, putting down the golden instrument and holding out his hand. Harry produced his wand.
My nephew, getting their stuff. That was for Christmas, and it's February. I'm like, there hasn't been any time between now and February, and he's like, well, your brother,
Phoenix
is just
been in use 4 years.
he just wanted to make sure that
yes, said Harry nervously.
they weren't sick
this, said the wizard,
and they didn't get us sick.
Parchment on a small brass
I was
spike.
like,
you get this back, he added,
true, but
the wand at Harry.
You know.
Thank you. Hang on, said the wizard slowly. His eyes had darted from the silver visitor's badge.
I keep forgetting that my dad is 72.
Thank you, Eric, said Mr. Weasley firmly, and
he is very old.
He steered him.
He doesn't feel like it. He doesn't look it.
Witches, walking through the golden gates.
He doesn't look it at all.
Jostled slightly by the crowd, Harry followed Mr. Weasley through the gates into the smaller hall beyond, where at least 20 lifts stood behind wrought golden grills. Harry and Mr. Weasley joined the crowd around one of them. Nearby stood a big bearded wizard holding a large cardboard box which was emitting rasping noises. All right, Arthur, said the wizard, nodding at Mr. Weasley. What have you got there, Bob? Asked Mr. Weasley, looking at the box. We're not sure, said the wizard seriously. We thought it was a bog standard chicken until it started breathing fire. Looks like a serious breach of the ban on experimental breeding to me. With a great jangling and clattering, a lift descended in front of them. The golden grill slid back, and Harry and Mr. Weasley stepped into the lift with the rest of the crowd, and Harry found himself jammed against the back wall. Several witches and wizards were looking at
my dad only got his Christmas last night, as I haven't seen him either since before Christmas.
Slid shut,
fair enough.
And the lift
I was just like, is everything okay? Yeah.
The telephone box rang out
but
again.
I mean,
Level 7, Department of Magical Games and Sport.
His wife is a nurse and he's a lawyer. I get it. And they've got a kid.
Club and ludicrous patents office.
It's going to be difficult.
Harry glimpsed an untidy-looking corridor with
I just felt bad for my dad.
Tacked lopsidedly on the walls. One of the wizards in the lift, who was carrying an armful of broomsticks,
and they didn't even see him that long, I heard. I was like, aw.
The doors closed, the lift jutted upwards again, and the woman's voice announced, Level 6, Department of Magical Transportation, incorporating the Flu Network Authority.
I haven't been paying attention to this shit at all.
Control. The last three were all looking adoringly up at the witch and wizard. Sirius. But before he could ask the question, Mrs. Weasley had answered it. Professor Dumbledore doesn't think it's a good idea for Sirius to go with you. And I must say, I think he's quite right, said Sirius through clenched teeth. Mrs. Weasley pursed her lips. When did Dumbledore tell you that? Harry said, staring at Sirius. He came last night. When you were in bed, said Mr. Weasley. Sirius stabbed moodily at a potato with his fork. Harry lowered his own eyes to his plate. The thought that Dumbledore had been in a house on the eve of his hearing and not asked to see him made him feel, if it were more possible, even worse. Chapter 7. The Ministry of Magic. Harry awoke at 5:30 the next morning as abruptly and completely as if somebody had yelled in his ear. For a few moments he lay immobile as the prospect of the disciplinary hearing filled every tiny particle of his brain. Then, unable to bear it, he leapt out
That's
of bed.
a shame he didn't get to see them long. Yeah,
his
I mean,
laundered jeans and
they're very strict. But also heard that my nephew is 2 and he can speak both languages, Romanian and English. And whenever he asks something, he asks in both languages. So he'll ask in one language, and then he'll ask again in another if he doesn't get an immediate response.
Trying not to think of the next time he would see Ron,
so I was like,
they might no longer be fellow students at Hogwarts. Harry walked quietly
that's
down
a fun
the stairs,
quirk.
past the heads of Creature's ancestors, and down into the kitchen. He had expected it to be empty, but when he reached the door, he heard the soft rumble of voices on the other side. He pushed it open and saw Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Sirius, Lupin, and Tonks sitting there, almost as though they were waiting for him. All were fully dressed except Mrs. Weasley, who was wearing a quilted purple dressing gown. She leapt to her feet the moment Harry entered. Breakfast, she said as she pulled out her wand and hurried over to the fire. Morning, Harry, yawned Tonks. Her hair was blonde and curly this morning. Sleep all right? Yeah, said Harry. I've been up all night, she said with another shuddering yawn. Come and sit down. She drew out a chair, knocking over the one beside it in the process. What do you want, Harry? Mrs. Weasley called. Porridge, muffins, kippers, bacon and eggs, toast? Just toast, thanks, said Harry. Lupin glanced at Harry, then said to Tonks, What were you saying about Scrimgeour? Oh, yeah, well, we need to be a bit more careful. He's been asking Kingsley and me funny questions. Harry felt vaguely grateful that he was not required to join in the conversation. His insides were squirming. Mrs. Weasley placed a couple of pieces of toast and marmalade in front of him. He tried to eat, but it was like chewing carpet. Mrs. Weasley sat down on his other side and started fussing with his t-shirt, tucking in the label and smoothing out the creases across his shoulders.
What are you drawing, cutie? Oh, I'm just drawing
I'll have to tell Dumbledore.
I'm just drawing a logo for Big Battle Barracks, and I don't know. I'll send it to
again. I'll cover for you, said Mr.
I'll
Weasley.
send it.
Okay. I've got to report to finish.
This is the basics. Anyway. By the way, hey Zara, I know you're streaming right now.
Pinstripe trousers.
You know you're amazing.
Bomber jacket. He turned from Tonks to Harry. How are you feeling? Harry shrugged. It'll be over soon, Mr. Weasley said bracingly. In a few hours' time, you'll be cleared. Harry said nothing. The hearing's on my floor, in Amelia Bones' office. She's head of the development of magical law enforcement, and the one who'll be questioning you. Amelia Bones is okay, Harry, said Tonks earnestly. She's fair. She'll hear you out. Harry nodded, still unable to think of anything to say. Don't lose your temper, said Sirius abruptly. Be polite and stick to the facts. Harry nodded again. The law's on your side, said Lupin quietly. Even underage wizards are allowed to use magic in life-threatening situations. Something very cold trickled down the back of Harry's neck. For a moment, he thought someone was putting a disillusionment charm on him. Then he realized that Mrs. Weasley was attacking his hair with a wet comb. She pressed hard on the top of his head. Doesn't it ever lie flat? She said desperately. Harry shook his head. Mr. Weasley checked his watch and looked up at Harry. I think we'll go now, he said. We're a bit early, but I think you'll be better off at the Ministry than hanging around here. Okay, said Harry automatically, dropping his toast and getting to his feet.
Ooh, book 5, right, yeah. Harry, said Thomas, no, you. No, you.
Good luck, said Lupin. I'm sure it'll be fine. And if it's not, said Sirius grimly, I'll see to Amelia Bones for you. Harry smiled weakly. Mrs. Weasley hugged him. We've all got our fingers crossed, she said.
Let's see.
Harry. Well, see you later then. He followed Mr. Weasley upstairs and along the hall. He could hear Sirius's mother grunting in her sleep behind her curtains. Mr. Weasley unbolted the door, and they stepped out into the cold grey
dawn. Let's go here.
You don't normally walk
there we go.
Do you? Harry asked him, as they set off
there we go.
around the square. No, I usually apparate, said Mr. Weasley, but obviously you can't.
So that you have a viewer.
Makes a better impression.
So you have a viewer.
Being disciplined
there you go.
Mr. Weasley kept his hand inside his jacket as they walked. Harry knew it was clenched around the wand. The run-down streets were almost deserted, but when they arrived in the miserable little underground station, they found it already full of early morning commuters. As ever, when he found himself in close proximity to Muggles going about their daily business, Mr. Weasley was hard put to contain his enthusiasm. Simply fabulous, he whispered, indicating the automatic ticket machines. Wonderfully ingenious. They're out of order, said Harry, pointing at the sign. Yes, but even so, said Mr. Weasley, beaming at them fondly. They bought their tickets, and instead, from a sleepy-looking guard, Harry handled the transaction, as Mr. Weasley was not very good with Muggle money, and 5 minutes later they were boarding an underground train that rattled them off towards the centre of London. Mr. Weasley kept anxiously checking and rechecking the underground map above the windows. 4 more stops, Harry. 3 stops left now. 2 stops to go, Harry. They got off at a station in the very heart of London and were swept from the train in a tide of besooted men and women carrying briefcases. Up the escalator they went, through the ticket barrier, Mr. Weasley delighted with the way the stile swallowed his ticket, and emerged onto a broad street lined with imposing-looking buildings and already full of traffic. Where are we? Said Mr. Weasley blankly, and for one heart-stopping moment, Harry thought they got off at the wrong station, despite Mr. Weasley's continual references to the map. But a second later he said, "Ah yes, this way, Harry," and led him down a side road. "Sorry," he said, "but I never come by train, and it all looks rather different from a Muggle perspective. As a matter of fact, I've never even used the visitor's entrance before." The further they walked, the smaller and less imposing the buildings became, until finally they reached a street that contained several rather shabby-looking offices, a pub, and an overflowing skip. Harry had expected a rather more impressive location for the Ministry of Magic. "Here we are," said Mr. Weasley brightly, pointing an old red telephone box, which was missing several panes of glass and stood before a heavily gratified wall. "After you, Harry." He opened the telephone box door. Harry stepped inside, wondering what.
But you guys are too cute. You guys are too sweet. You guys are too amazing. You know that?
Harry was jammed against the telephone apparatus, which was hanging crookedly from the wall, as though a vandal had tried to rip it off. Mr. Weasley reached past Harry for the receiver. Mr. Weasley, I think this might be out of order too, Harry said. No, I'm sure it's fine, said Mr. Weasley, holding the receiver above his head and peering at the dial. Let's see, 6. He dialed the number. 2, 4.
You are good.
4.
No.
Number 2.
No.
Swerved smoothly back into place. A cool female voice sounded inside the telephone box, not from the receiver of Mr. Weasley's hand, but as loudly and plainly as though an invisible woman was standing right beside them. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and business. Said Mr. Weasley, clearly uncertain whether or not he should talk into the receiver. He compromised by holding the mouthpiece to his ear. Arthur Weasley, Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, here to escort Harry Potter, who has been asked to attend a disciplinary hearing. Thank you, said the cool female voice. Visitor, please take the badge and attach it to the front of your robes. There was a click and a rattle, and Harry saw something slide out of the metal chute, where returned coins usually appeared. He picked it up. It was a square silver badge, with Harry Potter disciplinary hearing on it. He pinned it to the front of his T-shirt, and the female voice spoke again. Visitor to the Ministry, you are required to submit to a search and present your wand for registration at the security desk, which is located at the far end of the atrium.
Lava Gal, hello.
They were sinking slowly into the ground. Harry watched
hello, Lava Gal.
Rise up past
Lava
the
Gale?
windows of the telephone
Lava
box
Gale.
until darkness closed over their
hello.
heads. Then he could see nothing at all. He could hear only a dull
hello, how are
noise as the telephone box made
you?
its way down through
How's
the earth.
every little
After
thing?
about a minute, though, it felt much longer to Harry. A chink of golden light illuminated his feet, and widening rose up his
Gale,
body until
there
it hit him in
is
the face,
an
and he had to
E.
blink to stop
Hey,
his
no
eyes
bully.
watering.
No
The
bully.
Ministry of Magic wishes you a
No
pleasant
bully
day,
here.
said a woman's voice. The door of the telephone box sprang open.
Come
and Mr.
on
Weasley
now.
stepped out of it, followed by Harry.
How are
whose mouth had
you?
fallen
Do you
open.
like
He
art?
was standing
Thank you
at
for
one end of
coming
a very
in,
long
even
and
giving me a
splendid
second
hall
of your
with a highly
time, Lava
polished dark wood floor.
Gale.
The peacock's
Thank you for
blue
being
ceiling
awesome, and
was
thank you
laid
for coming
with
in.
gleaming golden symbols that kept moving and
I'm
changing
just
like some
doing
enormous
this.
heavenly
I have
notice
been
board.
working on
The walls
this
each side
for a
were panelled in
commission,
shiny dark
and I've
wood,
been working
and
on my
had
comic
many
book.
gilded fireplaces set into them. Every
So
few
I've got
seconds,
a
witch or
okay,
wizard
looking for
would
a
emerge
quiet
from one of
place
the
to chill
left-hand
while I
fireplaces
art.
with a soft
Ah.
whoosh. On the right-hand
Well,
side, short
I-
queues were forming before
we're
each
just listening to
fireplace,
Harry
waiting to
Potter.
depart. Halfway down the hall was
So
a
if you're
fountain.
cool with
A
that,
group of golden statues, larger than life size, stood in the middle of a circular pool. Tallest of them all was a noble-looking wizard with his wand pointing straight up in the air. Grouped around him were a beautiful witch, a centaur,
Thank
a
you,
goblin, and a house
Lava.
elf. The last three were all looking adoringly
And
up at the witch
also-
and wizard. Glittering jets of water were flying from the ends of their wands, the point of the centaur's arrow, the tip of the goblin's hat, and each of the house elves' ears, so that the tinkling hiss of falling water was added to the pops and the cracks of the apparatus, and the clatter of footsteps, as hundreds of witches and wizards, most of whom were wearing glum, early morning looks,
Hello,
strode towards a
demonic.
set of golden gates
Also,
at the
Lava
far
Gale,
end of the
don't
hall.
listen to
"This
demonic.
way," said Mr. Weasley. They joined the
Not
throng.
trying to be mean to
Arranged in their lay
demonic.
between the ministry workers.
They will
Some
just
of them
try to
were
make you
carrying
believe
tottering
that
piles of
waffles and
parchment,
bagels are the
others
same
backed up
thing.
briefcases. Still
Just
others
letting you know
were reading the daily
beforehand.
prophets while they walked. As they passed the fountain, Harry saw
Yeah,
silver
they are
sickles and
adorable.
bronze nuts
They are quite
looking up at
adorable.
him from the
Who
bottom
did
of
your
the pool.
emotes?
A
They
small
look so
smudged sign
beautiful.
beside it read, "All proceeds from the Fountain of Magical Brethren will be given to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries." If I'm not expelled from Hogwarts, I'll put in 10 galleons, Harry found himself thinking desperately. "Over here, Harry," said Mr. Weasley, and they stepped out of the stream of ministry employees heading for the golden
Already
gates.
being bullied.
Seated at a desk to the left, beneath a sign saying security.
Oh,
a
demonic.
shaven wizard in
Sorry.
peacock blue
I
robes
just wanted
looked
to
up as
give
they
them a
approached and put
heads
down his
up
daily profit.
that you're a bit
"I'm escorting
chaotic
a
and
visitor,"
you're
said Mr.
wonderful.
Weasley, gesturing towards Harry. "Step over here," said the wizard in a bored voice.
My stream would not be
Harry
as
walked
amazing
closer to him,
without you.
and the wizard held up a long golden rod, thin and flexible as a car aerial, and passed it up and down Harry's front and back.
Ooh.
"Wand," grunted the security wizard at Harry,
Ooh.
putting down the golden instrument and holding out his hand. Harry produced his wand. The wizard dropped it onto
Ooh,
the stone
Lava
brass
Gale.
instrument, which looked something like a set of scales, with only one dish. It began to vibrate. A narrow
Ah.
strip of parchment came speeding out of a slit in the base. The wizard tore this off and read the writing on it. 11 inches, Phoenix Feather Core, been in use 4 years.
I love it.
Correct? Yes, said Harry nervously.
Ooh.
"I keep this," said the wizard,
I think they
impaling
look
the slip of
very
parchment on
good.
a small brass spike. "You get this back," he added, thrusting the wand at Harry. "Thank you. Hang on," said the wizard slowly.
So you do art? What kind of art do you do? Would you like to show us?
Thank you, Eric, said Mr. Weasley firmly, and grasping Harry by the shoulder, he steered him away from the desk and back into the stream of wizards and witches.
We know a bunch of artists, and we also push people to be artists.
Harry followed Mr. Weasley through the gate.
I push people to be artists all the time. I bully them with confidence.
Harry and Mr. Weasley joined the crowd around one of them. Nearby stood a big bearded wizard holding a large cardboard box which was emitting rasping noises. All right, Arthur, said the wizard, nodding at Mr. Weasley. What have you got there, Bob? Asked Mr. Weasley, looking at the box. We're not sure, said the wizard seriously. We thought it was a bog standard chicken.
Only if they want to. I bullied Heathen into streaming.
Experimental breeding to me. With a great jangling and clattering, a lift descended in front of them. The golden grill slid back, and Harry and Mr. Weasley stepped
and she's a wonderful streamer at that.
Harry found himself jammed against the back wall. Several witches and wizards were looking at him curiously.
And also, I bully demonic into streaming all the time as well, because they're awesome. I always ask, oh, are you streaming tonight?
Oh. While the same cool female voice Harry had heard in the telephone box rang out again. Level 7, Department of Magical Games and Sports. Incorporating the British
I do mostly furry cartoon art. I'm just now starting to draw again. My ex took a lot of my confidence in my art skills away. Aww. Well, sweetheart, hopefully we can bring that back. Lava Gale.
One of the wizards in the lift, who was carrying
hopefully we can bring that back and
extricated himself with difficulty and disappeared down the corridor. The doors closed, the lift jutted upwards again, and the woman's voice announced, Level 6, Department of Magical Transportation, incorporating the Flu Network Authority, Broom
I want you to know that, in all honesty, just to let you know that you're a wonderful person. Hey.
Demonic_Weaver gifted a tier 1 sub to Lava Gale.
Yeah.
They have given 5 gift subs in the channel.
Of course, Lava. Also, don't worry about that, Lava Gale. These wonderful people always are supporting me, and they are just such lovely people, such lovely beings. They are incredible and awesome. Don't worry. They're just lovely beings, and they just want more lovely beings in my community. And if you want to be a part of this community, just take your time. Don't let anything stop you. But take your time. If you want to show us and share with us, we'd love to see it. We love to see everybody's artwork. We will happily help encourage you, Lava. And you're awesome and amazing. Yeah. Show us whatever you feel like. My Elden Ring stream might be ruined and I'm sad. No, demonic! No! No! Am I gonna have to come in to your stream? Make sure it exists? We encourage everybody here to be the best them they can be. And they stream mainly because Elden Ring might not release for me until Friday, and I work that day. No! Well, you could always stream something else. Yeah, that will ruin the whole point of the Elden Ring. If I'm lucky, it'll release at 11 p.m. for me on Thursday. Hopefully. Also, it may seem chaotic, Lava, I just turn on the music so I can talk to everybody. Because I'm not paying attention to the story, and I want to pay attention to the story, but I also want to pay attention to you guys. Riot. I gotta really, you know what? I should pay, I'm gonna do that for Nightbot. Hold up. How much is it? Yeah. Can I do that right now? I'll do that later. I'll do that later. Well, chair. Yeah, this is the chair. Gotcha. But if you want to show us your art, we'd love to see it. And also, if you want to, you can show it like on the Discord. Take as much time as you want. Just tell us when you joined, and I'll let you in. Okay? If that's what you want to do, no pressure, by the way. So this is the other idea that they had, which was this. I will join. Ooh. Well, good. Yeah, pets. Yes. Let's see. Any new ones? Ah, there you are. Now, all you need to do is read the rules. And there we go. Yeah, there you go. Now you're in the Discord. We love sharing people's art, and we love hanging out with everybody. I do. I don't know about everybody else. I'm not going to put in words into people's faces. Face holes. Okay. I could, but man, I don't. I adore it. I understand you want to stream Elden Ring. That's the biggest thing, is that you want to. Copy, and then new. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. And then paste. Okay. I was not trying to do that. Okay. I'm silly. Copy, and then paste. And then no. This reminds me of Baskin Robbins. We'll be streaming Queen Destiny 2 tomorrow, though, after work. Hell yeah! I would love to share art if I was good at it. No! This reminds me of Baskin Robbins. I was just thinking that. I couldn't remember the brand, though. Art. Goodness, those are really cute. Oh my goodness, those are so adorable. If only I could draw adorable things. If only I could draw adorable things. All the reaction images. I followed you. Okay. Fine, Lava Gale. I'll follow you too, don't you worry. Sure, I'll give you a follow. There you go, Lava Gale. You're so wonderful and amazing, I'll give you a follow. Go. But you draw Elma. You can go. You can draw anything. Yeah, I gave you a follow, Lava Gale. You're good. I was asking about Demonic Whooper, but thank you. I thought that's what you were asking for. I was like, yeah, sure, I can follow you. Not a problem. Yeah. You weren't asking that? I guess I follow you now. Oh well. I guess you have a new follower now. Guess you're just gonna have to accept it. You drew my OC very cutely. Yes, and I also drew your OC horrifically. I was telling the bottom word that I'm fond. I thank you. Yeah, yeah. Also, Zara, your stuff is looking good if you're listening to me. Yes. If you're here in the chat, I was gonna let you know that your art is looking good as well. So then there's the last one, which I'm gonna give it a try, which is just all it is just the 3 coming off out of the bee. I followed you too. I think you guys are super nice. Of course. Of course we're super nice. Why wouldn't we be? It's so easy to be nice. It's difficult to be mean. Hey, this is what they want. Ah. 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 No! I sneezed all over myself. No! Nope. Doesn't look anything like the Baskin Robin. I get the bee from the Baskin Robin. Yes. We hope so. She's such a wonderful bean. She's such a wonderful bean. She makes us all so happy, and she does such nice things. Like Demonic. Demonic also does real nice things. I try my best. Well, it's so easy when you already are. When you're already so amazing. Why even try? When you're already so amazing. Yeah, be sneaky. You got this. You got this, I promise.
Regulatory Control, Portkey Office, and Apparition
So,
Test Center. Once again,
just chilling out, hanging out with you guys, and enjoying a lovely night together.
Into the lift. Harry stared up at them.
You guys are amazing and wonderful.
They were a pale violet color, and he could see Ministry of Magic stamped along the edge of their wings. Just interdevelopmental memos, Mr. Weasley muttered to him. We used to use owls, but the mess was unbelievable. Droppings all over the desks. As they clattered upwards, again the memos flapped around the lamp swaying from the lift ceiling. Level 5, Department of International Magic Cooperation, incorporating the International Magical Trading Standards Body, the International Magical Office of Law, and the International Confederation of Wizards, British seats. When the doors opened, 2 of the memos zoomed out with a few more of the witches and wizards, but several more memos zoomed in, so that the light from the lamp flickered and flashed overhead as they darted around it. Level 4, Department of the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, incorporating Beast, Being and Spirit Divisions, Goblin Liaison Office, and Pest Advisory Bureau. "Excuse," said the wizard carrying the fire-breathing chicken, and he left the lift pursued by a little flock of memos. The doors clanged shut yet again. Level 3, Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, including the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad, Obliviator Headquarters, and Muggle-Worthy Excuse Committee. Everybody left the lift on this floor except Mr. Weasley, Harry, and a witch, who was reading an extremely long piece of parchment that was trailing onto the floor. The remaining memos continued to soar around the lamp as the lift juddered upwards again. Then the doors opened and the voice made its announcement. Level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including the Improper Use of Magic Office, Aura Headquarters, and Wizengamot Administration Services. This is us, Harry, said Mr. Weasley, and they followed the witch out of the lift into a corridor lined with doors. My office is on the other side of the door, on the other side of the floor. Mr. Weasley, said Harry, as they passed a window through which sunlight was streaming. Aren't we still underground? Yes, we are, said Mr. Weasley. Those are our enchanted windows. Magical maintenance decide what weather we'll get every day. We had 2 months of hurricanes last time. They were angling for a pay rise. Just round here, Harry. They turned a corner, walked through a pair of heavy oak doors, and emerged in a cluttered open area divided into cubicles, which was buzzing with talk and laughter. Memos were zooming in and out of cubicles like miniature rockets. A lopsided sign on the nearest cubicle read, Aura Headquarters. Harry looked surreptitiously through the doorways as they passed. The auras had covered their cubicle walls with everything from pictures of wanted wizards and photographs of their families.
What you working on now?
Their favourite Quidditch teams and articles from the Daily Prophet. A scarlet-robed man with a ponytail longer than Bill's was sitting with his boots up on the desk, dictating a report to his quill. A little further along, a witch with a patch over one eye was talking over the top of her cubicle wall to Kingsley Shacklebolt. Morning, Weasley, said Kingsley carelessly as they drew nearer.
I'm so angry. No!
Have you got a second?
Angry?
Yes, really what you
angry about?
Mr. Weasley, I'm in rather a hurry. They were talking as though they hardly knew each other, and when Harry opened his mouth to say hello to Kingsley, Mr. Weasley stood on his foot. They followed Kingsley along the row and into the very last cubicle. Harry received a slight shock. Blinking down at him from every direction was Sirius's face. Newspaper cuttings and old photographs, even the one of Sirius being best man at the Potter's wedding, papered the walls. The only Sirius-free space was a map in the world in which little red pins were glowing like jewels. Here, said Kingsley, brusquely to Mr. Weasley, shoving a sheet of parchment into his hand. I need as much information as possible on flying Muggle vehicles sighted in the last 12 months. We've received information that Black might still be using his old motorcycle. Kingsley tipped Harry an enormous wink and added, in a whisper, give him the magazine. He might find it interesting. Then he said in normal tones, and don't take too long, Weasley. The delay on that Firelegs report held our investigation up for a month. If you had read my report, you would know that the term is firearms, said Mr. Weasley coolly, and I'm afraid you'll have to wait for information on motorcycles. We're extremely busy at the moment. He dropped his voice and said, if you can get away before 7, Molly's making meatballs. He beckoned to Harry and led him out of Kingsley's cubicle, through a second set of oak doors, into another passage, turned left, marched along another corridor, turned right into a dimly lit and distinctly shabby corridor, and finally reached a dead end where a door on the lift stood ajar, revealing a broom cupboard, and a door on the right bore a tarnished brass plaque reading, Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. Mr. Weasley's dingy office seemed to be slightly smaller than the broom cupboard. 2 desks had been crammed inside it, and there was barely space to move around them because of all the overflowing filing cabinets lining the walls, on top of which were tottering piles of files. The little wall space available bore witness to Mr. Weasley's
was only 4K DPS away from living bloodhound skins, and it reset me back this year.
Post boxes he seemed to have cut out of Muggle children's books, with a diagram showing how to wire a plug. Sitting on top of Mr. Weasley's
as they say.
Oh well. Was a toaster that was hiccuping in a disconsolate way, and a pair of empty leather gloves that were twiddling their thumbs. A photograph of the Weasley family stood beside the in-tray. Harry noticed that Percy appeared to have walked out of it. We haven't got a window, said Mr. Weasley apologetically, taking off his bomber jacket and placing it on back of the chair. We've asked, but they don't seem to think we need one. Have a seat, Harry. Doesn't look as if Perkins is in yet. Harry squeezed himself into the chair behind Perkins' desk, while Mr. Weasley rifled through the sheaf of parchment Kingsley Shacklebolt had given him.
I'm going to take a screenshot.
As he extracted a copy of a magazine entitled,
and then I'm going to send it to myself, and then I'm going to text it.
Right. I'm sure
I'm going to send it to the Discord of Work in Progress.
What's this now? A memo had just zoomed in through the open door and fluttered to the rest on the top of the hiccuping
Work in progress, and then I'll send it to them and see what they want. Sun says, thank you for birthday wishes. Yeah.
Immediately. This is getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
A regurgitating toilet. Anti-muggle pranksters, said Mr. Weasley, frowning. We had 2 last week. 1 in Wimbledon, 1 in Elephant and Castle. Muggles are pulling the
so
flush,
for others,
and instead of everything disappearing, well, you can imagine. The poor things keep calling in those pumbles, I think they're called, you know, the ones who mend pipes and things. Plumbers? Exactly, yes. But of course, they're flummoxed. I only hope we can catch whoever's doing it. Will it be Aurors who catch them? Oh no, this is too trivial for Aurors. It'll be the ordinary magical law enforcement patrol. Ah, Harry, this is Perkins. A stooped, timid-looking old wizard with fluffy white hair had just entered the room, panting. Oh, Arthur, he said desperately, without looking at Harry. Thank goodness. I didn't know what to do for the best, whether to wait here for you or not. I've just sent an owl to your home, but you've obviously missed it. An urgent message came 10 minutes ago. I know about the regurgitating toilet, said Mr. Weasley. No, it's not the toilet. It's the Potter boys' hearing. They've changed the time and venue. It starts at 8 o'clock now, and it's down in old courtroom 10. Down in old? But they told me. Merlin's beard. Mr. Weasley looked at his watch, let out a yelp and leapt from his chair. Quick, Harry! We should have been there 5 minutes ago. Perkins flattened himself against the filing cabinets as Mr. Weasley left the office at a run, Harry close on his heels. Why have they changed the time? Harry said breathlessly, as they hurtled past the Aura cubicles. People poked out their heads and stared as they streaked past. Harry felt as though he'd left all his insides back at Perkins' desk. I've no idea, but thank goodness we got here so early. If you'd missed it, it would have been catastrophic. Mr. Weasley skidded
exactly what they wanted you to do.
Patiently at the down button. Come on! The lift clattered into view and they hurried inside. Every time it stopped, Mr. Weasley cursed furiously and pummeled the number 9 button. Those courtrooms haven't been used in years, said Mr. Weasley angrily. I can't think why they're doing it down there unless... But no. A plump witch carrying a smoking goblet entered the lift at that moment, and Mr. Weasley did not elaborate. The atrium, said the cool female voice, and the golden grills slid open, showing Harry a distant glimpse of the golden statues in the fountain. The plump witch got out, and a sallow-skinned wizard with a very mournful face got in. Morning, Arthur, he said in a sepulchral voice as the lift began to descend. Don't often see you down here. Urgent business, Bode, said Mr. Weasley, who was bouncing on the balls of his feet and throwing anxious looks over at Harry. Ah, yes, said Bode, surveying Harry unblinkingly. Of course. Harry barely had emotion to spare for Bode, but his unfaltering gaze did not make him feel any more comfortable. Department of Mysteries, said the cool female voice, and left it at that. Quick, Harry, said Mr. Weasley, as the lift doors rattled open, and they sped up a corridor that was quite different from those above. The walls were bare. There were no windows.
The shading is so cool. Oh, thank you.
Apart from a plain black
this is another one I did, and I forgot that askelads specifically wanted this.
And dragged him to the lift.
His original art does not have this design, and I'm like, god damn it, I keep forgetting.
2 steps at a time. The lift doesn't even come down this far. Why they're doing it down here? They reached the bottom of the steps and ran along yet another corridor, which bore a great resemblance
I really appreciate it.
To Snape's dungeon at Hogwarts. With
I try my best to make it.
In brackets.
Also, I need to find out.
With iron bolts and
my friend suggested maybe I should talk to some people in the community, artists in the community, about shading
iron lock and slumped against the wall
for my comic.
Stitch in his chest. Go on, he panted, pointing his thumb to the door. Get in there.
Oh, it's real easy.
No, I'm not allowed. Good luck. Harry's
it's real easy. It's where you erase. All you're doing is you're erasing with a soft eraser. So all you're doing is when you make it solid, when you make it a solid color, like I use, so when you make it a solid color, all all you do is you're erasing the shadow, and then you softly put it on there. And because you already know how dark it is, all you're doing is lightening it up. And then you can add shading later. So like if you want to add more shading, all you'd have to do is create another shading layer and do the exact same thing, and just add a little bit more shading to it. So like normally you don't want it too dark, but if you want to have some intense shadows in there, you would add black or a darker color than what you're using regularly. So like this is as dark as the shading goes. And if I wanted it, I could have it that dark. But I like it to have a little bit of light like that, around like 70 or 65 of opacity. And then it'll look pretty dang good. It's real easy if you just put in the time. It's super easy shading.
Chapter 8, The Hearing. Harry gasped. He could not help himself. The large dungeon he had entered was horribly familiar. He had not only seen it before, he had been here before. This was the place he had visited inside Dumbledore's Pensieve, the place where he had watched.
Son loves the art you did for him, and the headshot he got as a wall art. Yay!
Empty benches rose on either side of him.
Yay! He has so much art from me.
They had been talking in low voices, but as the heavy
He's
door
my
swung closed
second
behind
biggest
Harry,
fan.
A silence fell. A cold male voice rang across the courtroom. You're late.
He is so very welcome. I hope he has an amazing birthday, and I hope he's off from school, but it's probably not off from school. But after school, it'll be nice.
In the center of the room, the arms of which were covered in chains. He had seen those chains spring to life and bind whoever sat.
Hopefully, he'll get some kind of like little thing.
When he sat gingerly on the edge of the chair, the chains.
Oh, well, practice with me. We'll work together.
Sick, he looked up at the people.
If you need any advice, I'm always willing to give advice.
All, as far as he could see, wearing plum-colored robes with an elaborately worked silver W on the left-hand side of the chest, and all staring down their noses at him, some with an austere impression, others looks of frank curiosity. In the very middle of the front row sat Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. Fudge was a portly man who often sported a lime green bowler hat, though today he had dispensed with it. He had dispensed, too, with the indulgent smile he had once worn when he spoke to Harry. A broad, square-jawed witch, with very short grey hair, sat on Fudge's left. She wore a monocle and looked forbidding. On Fudge's right was another witch, but she was sitting so far back
I think is what he was trying to say.
Very well, said Fudge. The accused being present, finally, let us begin. Are you ready? He called down the row. Yes, sir, said an eager voice Harry knew. Ron's brother Percy was sitting at the very end of the front bench. Harry looked at Percy, expecting some
advice.
sign of
how do I break into a bank and stake money legally? Oh, you just tell it it's a vampire. You just tell them that this is a vampire, and I must, if you want to use its dead body as currency, go ahead. But I must make sure that it's dead beforehand. Go in there, and they'll let you right in. They're becoming my army. I'm just drawing cartoon peppers at the moment. My friend sells baked sauce, so I'm making cartoon pepper OCs for him. Oh, that's lovely. They're becoming my army. He's not at school, so he will be there while I'm decorating. Aww.
Plenary hearing of the 12th of August, said Fudge in a ringing voice.
I'm sorry, will he be there?
At once. Into
Wait,
offences committed under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and the International Statute of Secrecy by Harry James Potter, resident at number 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey. Interrogators: Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic; Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Under Secretary to the Minister; Court Scribe Percy Ignatius Weasley. Witness for the defence, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, said a quiet voice from behind Harry, who turned his head so fast he cricked his neck. Dumbledore was striding serenely across the room, wearing long midnight blue robes and a perfectly calm expression. His long silver beard and hair gleamed in the torchlight as he drew level with Harry and looked up at Fudge through the half-moon spectacles that rested halfway down his very crooked nose. The members of the Wizengamot were muttering. All eyes were now on Dumbledore. Some looked annoyed, others slightly frightened. Two elderly witches in the back row, however, raised their hands and waved in welcome. A powerful emotion had risen in Harry's chest at the sight of Dumbledore, a fortified, hopeful feeling, rather like that which the Phoenix song gave him. He wanted to catch Dumbledore's eye, but Dumbledore was not looking his way. He was continuing to look up at the obviously flustered Fudge. "Ah," said Fudge, who looked thoroughly disconcerted. "Dumbledore, yes, you got our message that the time and place of the hearing had been changed then." "I must have missed it," said Dumbledore cheerfully. "However, due to a lucky mistake, I arrived at the Ministry 3 hours early, so no harm done." "Yes, well, I suppose we'll need another chair. Weasley, could you?" Not to worry," said Dumbledore pleasantly. He took out his wand, gave it a little flick, and a swashy chintz armchair appeared out of nowhere next to Harry. Dumbledore sat down, put the tips of his long fingers together, and looked at Fudge over them with an expression of polite interest. The Wizengamot was still muttering and fidgeting restlessly. Only when Fudge spoke again did they settle down. "Yes," said Fudge again, shuffling his notes. "Well then, the charge is, yes." He extricated a piece of parchment.
Oh, sorry, I can't type this.
Took a deep breath and read out.
If you drink a lot of holy water, can a vampire harm you?
That he did knowingly.
Wait. If you drink a lot of holy water, can a vampire harm you? No. That is a well-known thing. Hey, Goat, I have a question for you because I feel like someone of your knowledge would know. This is a question my chef asked me. So, vampires, if it is in your bloodstream, which is exactly how much holy water you would need, if you downed a bunch of holy water, I would say at least 4 cups of holy water. It should get into your bloodstream quick enough, and you should be fine. Do you have commission page I can look at? Yes, I do. I love getting art made for my BF and I. He's not a furry, but he loves that I made him a character. Yes. Hold up. My Ko-fi. Piss holy water. Making holy water is easier. Why don't popes just bless the ocean? They have. One of the popes did. Fuck. Gamer.
Deliberately and in full awareness of the illegality of his actions, having received a previous written warning from the Ministry of Magic on a similar charge, produce a Patronus charm in a Muggle-inhabited area in the presence of a Muggle on the 2nd of August at 9:23, which constitutes an offence under paragraph C of the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, 1875, and also under section 13 of the International Confederation of Warlocks, Statute of Secrecy. You are Harry James Potter of number 4 Privet Drive,
Yeah.
Little Winging, Surrey? Fudge said, glaring at Harry over the top of his parchment. Yes, Harry said. You received an official warning from the Ministry for using illegal magic 3 years ago, did you not?
Yep. Oceans are already blessed. That is exactly what I thought. Oceans and giant bodies of water are every single body of water have been walked through by God. Wait, so I can go drink the ocean, be safe? Wait, I can't drink holy water. Yes, you can. As long as you, even if you're a demon. Demons are not affected by, holy water. By the law of everything, it is when you have completely given up hope from God, you cannot, you are affected by holy water. So, like, if you have completely cut yourself off from God, even demons could technically drink holy water. What about werewolves? Werewolves too? It's when holy water only really works on demons and devils and vampires that have completely taken themselves away from God. But if you have any inkling of God in you, like any hope inside of you, holy water can effectively heal you.
Yes, but
it can do the same things as everything else, because you are effectively a creature of God.
Knowing that you are not permitted to use magic,
or you are not affected by it. Either one.
Of 17. Yes, but knowing that you were in an area full of muggles. Yes, but fully aware that you were in close proximity to a muggle at the time. Yes, said Harry angrily, but I only used it because we were... The witch with the monocle cut across him in a booming voice. You produced a fully fledged Patronus? Yes, said Harry, because... A corporeal Patronus? A what? Said Harry. Your Patronus had a clearly defined form. I mean to say, it was more than vapour or smoke. Yes, said Harry, feeling both impatient and slightly desperate. It's a stag. It's always a stag. Always? Boomed Madame Bones. You have produced a Patronus before now? Yes, said Harry. I've been doing it for over a year. And you are 15 years old? Yes, and you learned this at school? Yes, Professor Lupin taught me in my 3rd year because of the... Impressive, said Madame Bones, staring down at him. A true Patronus at his age. Very impressive indeed. Some of the wizards and witches around him were muttering again. A few nodded, but others were frowning and shaking their heads. It's not a question of how impressive the magic was, said Fudge in a testy voice. In fact, the more impressive, the worse it is. I would have thought, given that the boy did it in a plain view of the
I think I want to get some icons.
Okay. In agreement. But it was the sight of Percy's sanctimonious little nod
that goaded
Harry into speech.
Well, thank you, Lava Gale. Thank you so much.
Of
course. My commissions are open.
Wait. He expected more muttering, but the silence that fell seemed to be
perfect. I'll go buy some holy water.
Said Madame Bones after
I'll need it to keep my sane and alive today. After a full night
what do you mean, boy?
in White Cause by insomnia, I'll need to drink a couple of gallons of that. Hell yeah, you do, Tab.
Smirking unpleasantly as
hey, Tab! Hello!
To share the joke. Yes.
Wait, if I'm atheist, does that count as completely cutting myself away from God? Yes. You have to give at least a little bit.
I don't understand. Don't you, Amelia? Said Fudge.
You have to give a little bit to God.
He's been thinking.
Like, as long as you have accepted God... Actually, I'm pretty sure if you've accepted him in your life at any point and you have not completely ripped him out, like, hey, I just don't believe in you, that's not disillusioning yourself from God. That's giving yourself away, that God is still in you. It's just that you have forgotten. But if you completely cut yourself up, like, he is 100% not real, like, or something like that, in Mormon church, you are affected by holy water. So that's the Mormons' idea.
Very nice little cover story. Very nice indeed. Muggles can't see Dementors, can they, boy? Highly convenient. Highly convenient. So, it's just your word and no witnesses. I'm not lying, said Harry loudly, over another outbreak of muttering from the court. There were 2 of them, coming from opposite ends of the alley. Everything went dark and cold, and my cousin felt them and ran for it. Enough, enough, said Fudge, with a very supercilious look on his face.
Supercilious.
What I'm sure would have been a very well-rehearsed story. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Wizengamot fell silent again. We do, in fact, have a witness to the presence of Dementors in that alleyway, he said. Other than Dudley Dursley, I mean. Fudge's plump face seemed to slacken, as though somebody had let air out of it. He stared down at Dumbledore for a moment or two, then with the appearance of a man pulling himself back together, said, We haven't got time to listen to more taradiddles. I'm afraid, Dumbledore, I want this dealt with.
So would it be 50 for 2 icons? Yes. It would be 50 for 2 icons. Yep.
The accused has the right to present witnesses.
Hello, Heathen.
Isn't that the policy of the department?
By the way, your VTuber is amazing. Love the animation content. No problem. Thank you, Tabsora.
True,
okay, so I can maybe drink holy water. Yes, unless you gave up the Mormon God, which
with me, said Dumbledore. She's just outside the door. Should I?
That was your choice.
Fudge barked at Percy, who got up at once, ran down the stone steps from the judge's balcony, and hurried past Dumbledore and Harry without glancing at them. A moment later, Percy returned, followed by Mrs. Fig. She looked scared and more batty than ever. Harry wished she had thought to change out of her carpet slippers. Dumbledore stood up and gave Mrs. Fig his chair, conjuring a second one for himself. Full name, said Fudge loudly, when Mrs. Fig had perched herself nervously on the very edge of her seat. Arabella Doreen Fig, said Mrs. Fig in her quavery voice. And who exactly are you? Said Fudge, in a bored and lofty voice. I'm a resident of Little Winging, close to where Harry Potter lives, said Mrs. Fig. We have no record of any witch or wizard living in Little Winging, other than Harry Potter, said Madame Bones at once. That situation has always been closely monitored, given past events. I'm a squib, said Mrs. Fig, so you wouldn't have me registered, would you? A squib, eh? Said Fudge, eyeing her suspiciously. We'll be checking that. You'll leave details of your parentage with my assistant Weasley. Incidentally, can squibs see Dementors? He added, looking left and right along the bench. Yes, we can, said Mrs. Fig indignantly. Fudge looked back down at her, his eyebrows raised. Very well, he said aloofly. What is your story? I had gone out to buy cat food from the corner shop at the end of Wisteria Walk, around about 9 o'clock, on the evening of the 2nd of August, gabbled Mrs. Fig at once, as though she had learned what she was saying by heart, when I heard a disturbance down the alleyway between Magnolia Crescent and Wisteria Walk. On approaching the mouth of the alleyway, I saw Dementors running. Running? Said Madame Bones sharply. Dementors don't run, they glide. That's what I meant to say, said Mrs. Fig quickly, patches of pink appearing in her withered cheeks, gliding along the alley towards
I think you will like his persona.
What did they look
Took
like?
me a week to make.
Narrowing her eyes so that the edge of the monocle disappeared.
Well, thank you, Gail.
One was very large, and the other one rather skinny.
I would love to see it.
Said Madame Bones impatiently.
I can't wait to see it.
Describe them. Oh, said Mrs. Fig, the pink flush creeping up her neck now. They were big and wearing cloaks. Harry felt a horrible sinking in the pit of his stomach. Whatever Mrs. Fig might say, it sounded to him as though the most she had ever seen was a picture of a Dementor, and a picture could never convey the truth of what these things were like, the eerie way they moved, hovering inches over the ground, or the rotting smell of them, or that terrible rattling noise they made as they sucked on the surrounding air. In the second row, a dumpy wizard with a large black moustache leaned close to whisper in the ear of his neighbour, a frizzy-haired witch. She smirked and nodded. Big and wearing cloaks, repeated Madame Bones coolly, while Fudge snorted derisively. I see. Anything else? Yes, said Mrs. Fig. I felt them. Everything went cold. And this was a very warm summer's night, mark you, and I felt as though all happiness had gone from the world, and I remembered dreadful things. Her voice shook and died. Madame Bones' eyes widened slightly. Harry could see red marks under her eyebrow where the monocle had dug into it. What did the Dementors do? She asked, and Harry felt a rush of hope.
Sorry,
they went for the boys.
So do I just request 2 commissions on Ko-fi? Yes, you pay me. You pay me beforehand, and then you.
That was Harry.
So you donate. So what you're going to have to do, is by donating. And when you donate, you specifically donate. I think that's what you're supposed to do. God damn it. Let me look. It's not you. I'm literally trying to think of what you're supposed to do.
Fudge was not looking at her at all, but fidgeting with his papers. Finally, he raised his eyes and said, rather aggressively, "That's what you saw, is it?" "That is what happened," Mrs. Fig repeated.
Not now.
You may go. Mrs. Fig cast a frightened look from Fudge to Dumbledore, then got up and shuffled off towards the door. Harry heard it thud shut behind her. Not a very convincing
So when you do that, you send me a message.
I don't know.
When you do that, you send me a message, and you put in $50, and you type in the message, and technically you're donating to me. Or you commission me.
The odds of that must be
there's a commission button. Yeah. I'm stupid. There's a commission button right next to there. Yeah, I'm sorry,
said Dumbledore lightly. The witch, sitting on the right of Fudge,
request a commission is a thing, but I don't know if it's right yet. Do the donation, then out of the text box, what it's from, or even. Silly Billy. I am a silly Billy. I'm silly. I'm sorry.
If someone had ordered a pair of Dementors to go strolling through Little Winging, barked Fudge. Not if the Dementors are taking orders from someone other than the Ministry of Magic these days, said Dumbledore calmly. I have already given you my views on this matter, Cornelius. Yes, you have, said Fudge forcefully, and I have no reason to believe that your views are anything other than bilge, Dumbledore. The Dementors remain in place in Azkaban and are doing everything we ask them to. Then, said Dumbledore quietly but clearly, we must ask ourselves why somebody within the Ministry ordered a pair of Dementors into that alleyway on the 2nd of August. In the complete silence that greeted these words, the witch to the right of Fudge leaned forward so that Harry saw her for the first time. He thought she looked just like a large pale toad. She was rather squat with a broad flabby face as little neck as Uncle Vernon, and a very wide, slack mouth. Her eyes were large, round.
Have you been called a silly billy goat? Yes. We all silly here. You all. Okay, I'll do the commission one since it has a place to upload images. Yes.
The chair.
Yeah, see, we figured it out. And thank you so much. If you guys don't know, Tabsora is also an artist. Check them out. They're a wonderful artist. I think that they, have they become affiliate yet? I think they have.
She said, with a simper that left her big round eyes as cold as ever. So silly of me. But it sounded teensy.
They're a wonderful streamer. They're an art streamer, and if you guys don't know about them, they make amazing art. And it seems we have another wonderful artist here. We have Zara here, who is also another artist, and Lavagale is also an amazing artist.
The mentors are taking orders away only from the Ministry of Magic, and it is also true that 2 Dementors attacked Harry and his cousin a week ago, then it follows logically that somebody at the Ministry might have ordered the attacks, said Dumbledore politely. Of course, these particular Dementors may have been outside Ministry control. There are no Dementors outside Ministry control, snapped Fudge, who had turned brick red. Dumbledore inclined his head in a little bow. Then, undoubtedly, the Ministry will be making a full inquiry into why 2 Dementors were so very far from Azkaban and why they attacked without authorization. It is not for you to decide what the Ministry of Magic does or does not do, Dumbledore, snapped Fudge, now a shade of magenta of which Uncle Vernon would have been proud. Of course it isn't, said Dumbledore mildly. I was merely expressing my confidence that this matter will not go uninvestigated. He glanced at Madame Bones, who readjusted her monocle and stared back at him, frowning slightly. I would remind everybody that the behaviour of these Dementors, if indeed they are not figments of this boy's imagination, is not the subject of this hearing, said Fudge. We are here to examine Harry Potter's offences under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. Of course we are, said Dumbledore, but the presence of Dementors in that alleyway is highly relevant. Clause 7 of the decree states that magic may be used before Muggles in exceptional circumstances, and as these exceptional circumstances included situations which threaten the life of the wizard, or which him or his.
I just reached the achievements yesterday. I've read it. Might take a couple of weeks for Twitch to give me affiliate. I've got my fingers crossed. Love you, bro. By the way, thank you for the huge support you're giving me. No problem.
Charm in these circumstances falls precisely into that category of exceptional circumstances the clause describes. If they are Dementors,
give them some love. Wonderful person. And just met Lavagale, wonderful person as well. And if you guys didn't know, just to let you guys know,
blustered Fudge, fiddling with the papers before him. I want this over with today, Dumbledore. But naturally, you would not care how many times you heard from a witness if the alternative was a serious miscarriage of justice, said Dumbledore. Serious miscarriage, my hat, said Fudge at the top of his voice. Have you ever bothered to tot up the number of cock and bull stories this boy has come out with, Dumbledore, while trying to cover up his flagrant misuse of magic out of school? I suppose you've forgotten the hover charm he used 3 years ago? That wasn't me. It was a house elf, said Harry. You see? Roared Fudge, gesturing flamboyantly in Harry's direction. A house elf in a Muggle house, I ask you. The house elf in question is currently in the employ of Hogwarts School, said Dumbledore. I can summon him here in an instant to give evidence if you wish. I haven't got time to listen to house elves. Anyway, that's not the only... He blew up his aunt, for God's sake, Fudge shouted, banging his fist on the judge's bench and upsetting a bottle of ink. And you very kindly did not press charges on that occasion, accepting, I presume, that even the best wizards cannot always control their emotions, said Dumbledore calmly, as Fudge attempted to scrub the ink off his notes. And I haven't even started on what he gets up to at school. But as the Ministry has no authority to punish Hogwarts students for misdemeanors at school, Harry's behaviour there is not relevant to this hearing, said Dumbledore, as politely as ever, but now with a suggestion of coolness behind his words. Oh, said Fudge, not our business what he does at school, eh? You think so?
I'll take my own mouth. What the woofers do.
As I reminded you on the night
Someday I'll do a 24-hour stream just to try and host you when you start streaming. Our time zone is a bit far. I'm in Italy. Yay! Italy! To shout out, lost silly goat.
to ensure that the law is
I made a
upheld,
big mistake. I need help. What? Did you drink?
To have overlooked a few laws yourself.
And it's
laws can be changed, said Fudge savagely.
Demonic.
Of course they can.
Just get through Ruru. Just get through Ruru. You'll be fine.
Many changes.
Get the himbo. You'll be fine.
Since I was asked to leave the Wizengamot, it has already become the practice to hold a full criminal trial to deal with a simple matter of underage magic. A few of the wizards shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Fudge turned a slightly deeper shade of puce. The toad-like witch.
I can't help you, man. I can't help.
Expressionless.
I can only do so much.
As I am aware, Dumbledore continued, there is no law
I can only do. He laughed at me. No.
Every bit of magic he has ever
I would laugh, but I would help. Just slowly. You know what?
He and I can do now
rip it off quickly. It'll be way faster, and you'll only feel it for a second.
Him, evidently incensed.
Bad for Ruru.
Sideways at Dumbledore, seeking reassurance. He was not at all sure that Dumbledore was right in telling the Wizengamot, in effect, that it was about time they made a decision. Again, however, Dumbledore seemed oblivious to Harry's attempt to catch his eye. He continued to look up at the benches where the entire Wizengamot had fallen into urgent, whispered conversations. Harry looked at his feet. His heart, which seemed to have swollen to an unnatural size, was thumping loudly under his ribs. He had expected the hearing to last longer than this. He was not at all sure that he had made a good impression. He had not really said very much. You're
not supposed to say anything much.
About how he had fallen over, about how both he and Dudley had nearly been kissed. Twice he looked up at Fudge and opened his mouth to speak, but his swollen heart was now constricting his air passages, and both times he merely took a deep breath and looked back down at his shoes. Then the whispering stopped. Harry wanted to look up at the judges, but found that it was really much, much easier to keep examining his laces. Those in favour of clearing the accused of all charges, said Madame Bones' booming voice. Harry's head jerked upwards. There were hands in the air, many of them, more than half. Breathing very fast, he tried to count, but before he could finish, Madame Bones had said, "And those in favour of conviction." Fudge raised his hand, so did half a dozen others, including the witch on his right, and the heavily moustached wizard, and the frizzy-haired witch in the second row. Fudge glanced around at them all, looking as though there was something large stuck in his throat, then lowered his own hand. He took 2 deep breaths and said, in a voice distorted by suppressed rage, very well, cleared of all charges." "Excellent," said Dumbledore briskly, springing to his feet, pulling out his wand and causing the 2 chintz armchairs to vanish. "Well, I must be getting along. Good day to you all." And without looking once at Harry, he swept from the dungeon. Chapter 9. The Woes of Mrs. Weasley.
It's off now. A lot of pain because I ripped it off fast. No, well, that happens.
Chain chair, struggling with his feelings of shock and relief.
That's what we get up to here.
We're all getting to their feet.
Wonderful people here.
Packing them away.
There is nothing but wonderful people here.
Attention, except the toad-like witch on Fudge's right, who was now gazing down at him instead of at Dumbledore. Ignoring her, he tried to catch Fudge's eye, or Madame Bones, wanting to ask whether he was free to go. But Fudge seemed quite determined not to notice Harry, and Madame Bones was busy with her briefcase, so he took a few tentative steps towards the exit, and then nobody called him back, broke into a very fast walk. He took the last few steps at a run, wrenched open the door, and almost collided with Mr. Weasley, who was standing right outside, looking pale and apprehensive. Say. "Cleared," Harry said, pulling the door closed behind him, "of all charges." Beaming, Mr. Weasley seized Harry by the shoulders.
Let's see this fluffer.
That's wonderful. Well, of course, they couldn't have found you guilty, not on the evidence. But even so, I can't pretend I wasn't. But Mr. Weasley broke off because the courtroom door had just opened again. The Wizengamot were filing out. "Beard," exclaimed Mr. Weasley wonderingly, pulling Harry aside to let them all pass. "You were tried by the full court?" "I think so," said Harry quietly.
Let's see, did it download? Did it download? Is it in downloads? God damn it. It's in downloads, isn't it?
Cornelius Fudge and the toad-like witch were almost the last to leave the
dungeon. Yeah, it is. Hold up.
As though Mr. Weasley and Harry were part of the wall, but again the witch.
Let me put it in Clip Studio.
At Harry as she passed. Last of all to pass was Percy. Like Fudge, he completely ignored his father and Harry. He marched past, clutching a large roll of parchment and a handful of spare quills.
You can make a hair floof on either side of the face. Okay.
Slightly, but other than this, he gave no sign that he had seen his third son.
Happy smiling.
"I'll take you straight back, so you can tell the others the good news," he said, beckoning Harry towards forwards as Percy's heels
Okay,
up the steps to level
you
9.
got it.
I'll drop you
And
off
did
on
you
the
want
way
another,
to that toilet in Bethnal
did you
Green.
want
Come on.
another,
So, what will you have to do about the toilet?
my good
Harry
friend?
asked, grinning. Everything suddenly seemed 5 times funnier than usual. It was starting to sink in. He was cleared.
Thank you for the cheer.
Hogwarts. Oh, it's a simple enough anti-jinx,
It's
said
off.
Mr. Weasley
Yeah.
as they mounted the stairs. But it's not so much having to repair the damage, it's more the attitude behind the vandalism.
Wait,
Harry,
how many followers
might
do you
strike some
have
wizards as
to
funny,
have
it's an
to be
expression of
affiliate?
something much
50.
deeper and nastier. And I, for one, Mr. Weasley broke
I
off
put it in the
mid-sentence.
second one just
They
now.
had just reached
Ah,
the
got
ninth
you.
level corridor, and
So you should
Cornelius
have
Fudge
two.
was standing a few feet away
50
from them,
followers for
talking
affiliate.
quietly
Yep.
to a tall man with sleek blonde hair and a pointed, pale face. The second man turned at the sound of their footsteps. He too broke off in mid-conversation, his cold grey eyes narrowed and fixed upon Harry's face. Well, well, well. Patronus Potter, said Lucius Malfoy coolly. Harry felt winded, as though he had just walked into something solid. He had last seen those cold grey eyes through slits in a Death Eater's hood, and last heard that man's voice jeering in a dark graveyard while Lord Voldemort tortured him. Harry could not believe that Lucius Malfoy dared look him in the face. He could not believe that he was here, in the Ministry of Magic, or that Cornelius Fudge was talking to him, when Harry had told Fudge mere weeks ago that Malfoy was a Death Eater. The Minister was just telling me about your lucky escape, Potter, drawled Mr. Malfoy, quite astonishing, the way you continue to wriggle out of very tight holes. Snake-like, in fact. Mr. Weasley gripped Harry's shoulder in warning. Yeah, said Harry, yeah, I'm good at escaping. Lucius Malfoy raised his eyes to Mr. Weasley's face. And Arthur Weasley, too. What are you doing here, Arthur? I work here, said Mr. Weasley curtly. Not here, surely, said Mr. Malfoy, raising his eyebrows and glancing towards the door over Mr. Weasley's shoulder. I thought you were up on the second floor. Don't you do something that involves sneaking Muggle artifacts home and bewitching them? No, Mr. Weasley snapped, his fingers now biting into Harry's shoulder.
Ah,
what are you
thank
doing
you.
here anyway?
It took a
Harry
whole
asked.
day for
Lucius
make his
Malfoy.
colors
I
work.
don't think
It's-
private matters between myself and the Minister are any concern.
It's totally fine. It's fine. We're glad to always see some artists. Yeah, I just need to get my average viewers to 3 and it should be able to get it. Hell yeah. Yes, heckin' cute. Even you're there. You have 54. Yeah. I want to boop. Boop with Snoop. Okay, I'm gonna make sure to every stream. I try. So you got this one and this one. So you got these two. So you want him, this boy to be smiling. You want this boy to be smiling. And then you want this girl to be smiling. Or making lovey-dovey face. Lovey-dovey face or smiling? If you let me know, I can let you run while I'm at work. I work from home and I have 3 screens. Nice. Just wanted to pop in quick and make sure everything was okay before heading out. Well, you're wonderful, Board. If everybody doesn't know, Board Birdie is also an amazing, wonderful person who is stupendous and incredible. Well, I mean, it's your commission, Lava Gale. Do you want lovey-dovey? I mean, okay, I'll decide. I'll decide for you. Gotcha. You got it. I'll decide. Don't even worry about it. I'll figure it out. He's streaming lol. He is. He probably has me in the background. Donut saves. And then save this. Guys, also, another thing. Remember to save. Bam me board, bam me. Me bonk me. That nukes all your messages and everything. Send me to the Shadow Realm. Don't do it, Board. Don't listen. Don't listen. Demonic is being playful. Don't do it. Don't do it. They're being playful. They don't mean it. So, yes, save. And then, oh, that saves me, some time. Don't actually pay me, please. Is this going to approve? Let me get my headphone. Oh, I prefer not banning. Demonic is not himself after a mishap they had. It's a beautiful song. I like this song, and I love this song. I think Wind Waker's music is beyond beautiful. Like, I think it's beyond beautiful. Like, that's the biggest thing. Love the Nadachi kind of my colors of choice. Oh yeah. And then grandma's on the side. Just being like so sad. Like, all of this music is wonderful. And this one. I'm so excited for the new icons now. What's the size of an icon? Fuck, what is the size? I love Wind Waker. Yeah. Ooh, see? What is the size of most icons? On there. I didn't care about the size of mine. I just drew and then just accepted the consequences afterwards. But if this is an official making of icon, I've got to make it the right size. Lamb. You guys know? I don't know. I have seen people do 300 by 300. I do 500 by 500. So lol. Got you. You got it. You got it, Abigail. Wait, your bonk has... It's almost 2:30 a.m. No effect. The powers of waffles and bagels. I can't wait to get money to commission GoPro. Waffles equals sad pancake. Then why don't you tell... why did you tell me to bonk you? I've got to fix this. So I will fix it. It'll be fine though. We'll get back to Harry Potter in a second. I'm listening to Wind Waker again because I like Wind Waker. I don't know, like Zelda music as a whole, I feel like maybe Twilight Princess might be my least favorite out of the OSTs, which is hard. Out of the mainline Zelda, just because like I feel like a lot of the songs don't hit as impactfully as they should. There's some songs that are amazing in that game, like maybe I could say the music from like some of the music choices I would say from the regular like Breath of the Wild, some of the music choices for like the overworld and stuff like that, that's something that I completely disagree with them, because the music is something that that really sets the tone and mood, and even they didn't follow their own rules. So like it's silent sometimes, it's completely not silent. Like I still think Breath of the Wild music is good. I'm saying that it just doesn't hit the same way as most Zelda songs, but the Zelda music in this one hits every single time. This hits every single time. I will trust him. This stream makes me happy. Midnight's Limit hits me hard. Yes, but does every song. Every song of Wind Waker, I would say, hits me just as hard as the last one. It hits me exactly what I would think. I'm pretty sure whatever you choose will be amazing. Hell yeah. Most Zelda music is pretty good or great. Yeah. I'm glad that this stream makes you happy. I'm glad I can make people happy. That's all I really want to do in this world. Is that I want to be happy with my friends, new and old, and make people smile. Because you all make me smile. Without you guys, it wouldn't be half as fun. I may not be the fastest artist, but I am a pretty happy artist. Beatman Jake, oh no. Bot. The bot destroyer. Yeah. You guys make me happy. Have you tried turning me off and back on again? Shut up, Nightbot. We're being cozy and warm tonight, and you're being rude. Nightbot, you're being rude. Also, Lava Gale, if you want, there's 8-ball, there's command, if you want any of the commands, there's exclamation mark commands. Also tab if you want commands as well. What do you despise by this? You are truly known. Like, the thing is that this music makes me feel like I am sailing. This music makes me feel like I am in a battle. I am in a battle on the water where a lot of the music in Twilight Princess just is good, but it doesn't hit the same. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a choice. But Ocarina of Time, I can also say that there's a few songs that don't hit as like impactfully as this game. This game just hits every single note and it's a banger. The music makes me feel like Zoom. Zoom! Oh, you got the zoomies? Okay. Board does the best commands. I am Cheeks. He does do the best commands on Twitch. You guys didn't know he is a wonderful person who doesn't have to be a moderator, that chooses to be a moderator. One day he will leave the moderating scene and will be headed off to the next streamer. But for right now, we have such an amazing person with us for just as long as we can. We love him with every cent of our hearts. I'm ready for the adventure. I'm going in. Oh, that's a great one. Those are fucking hilarious. Those are good. Those are good. I salute the board's mod Cheeks. Yes. Yes. We all love Board Birdie. Well, I like him. I don't love him. I mean, I like him. I like him a lot. Maybe I love him. Maybe I love him like a brother. You know? Maybe I love him like a brother. But, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to be weird about it. I want to mean it when I say I love somebody. You know? I don't want to just say it. I want it to be impactful. Like, that's the problem with this game, is that they knocked it out of the park. That they knocked it out of the park with the music. That's the problem. They made it too good. Oh, that also reminds me. I should fix that. We'll love you too. By the way, if you guys want to talk about your favorite Zelda, you can let me know. I would love to hear about it. Oh shit. You know what? I could ask Askelad what color he wants his highlights. I bet I've never played a Zelda game. You don't have to play Zelda games to enjoy Zelda music. You know what? You know what, Heathen? If that's the case, you should watch. We should do a Zelda playthrough. Pick a Zelda and we'll play through it. We'll play through it together. Why not? Because I wanted to play a Zelda game for a while. I would love to play through a Zelda game with you guys. But I also want to play through a lot of games with you guys. So, whenever I get time and I take time off, I've got a lot of games to play. I've always wanted to play Minish Cap. Ooh, Minish Cap's so good! Well, it's very good. I like it. Minish Cap is a great game. But also, I'm not going to force you to play any of the Zelda games even. I just think that you will enjoy them. But, you know, I might be wrong. Take them at your leisure. If you have a Switch, I'd say that the perfect time is coming. I highly recommend any SNES Zelda copy that doesn't have him scream on every swing. Because he doesn't scream on every swing. He doesn't. His eyes don't bleed also when he gets hit. That's not supposed to happen. I only know Ocarina of Time and Breath of the Wild. Well, there's Wind Waker. There's Wind Waker. There's the Super Nintendo version, which is A Link to the Past. A Link Between Worlds. I gotta go to bed. That's right. I was supposed to just come in real quick. Twilight Princess. Yeah. Majora's Mask, Zelda the original, which I don't think I can play just because I'm gonna be garbage at it. But if you need to go get some rest, bored, you're amazing. That's Majora. Y'all stay sweet and have a wonderful day night. There's a lot of wonderful Zelda games out there. Not you too. Hey Paul, one last check because updated again. TK427, why aren't you at your post? Not you too. Rest well. Ah, give that board a hug. Give that board a hug. Also, give everybody else a hug. Yes. Yeah, give them all a great big gosh dang hug. They all need it. They're all beautiful people. Okay, son away at school. Time to get dressed and demolish the bed. Do it. Do it now. Touch the cow. Do it now. You guys are all precious beans, by the way. I just wanted to let you know. You guys are all precious beans. And also those that aren't beans. You can be precious too. Just accept it. Accept it, goddammit. Yes. He also wanted me to do all these sketches as well. Just like B, but he didn't want me to line them because he didn't want to pay me extra. And I'm like, you don't have to pay me extra. I can just line them and be done with it. And he's like, no. I'd have to pay you. And I was like, okay. I'm not bothered by that. So I did all these sketches for him. And then I'm going to finalize the sketches with some shading and stuff like that. Make sure that they look good for my taste. You know, the weirdest thing is that I have no nostalgia for this game. This came out when I was like 16, 17, and it's just a good game. Is it a finished game? I feel it is not. I feel it should have had a director's cut to it, but for not being a finished game, it is goddamn great. have to commission you to at some point to do a page of one of my OCs I bought from another artist. He's based off a Hollow Knight character and is a wasp. Ooh, may I see? Ooh, I love Hollow Knight. Defo to show us. We'd love to see. Yeah, I'll send it on Discord and BM. Gotcha. Also, don't let me... I know you were trying to find a more calmer artist stream. I'm so sorry. It has not been calm for a bit, so hopefully you'll get to some art in a little bit. It's been a bit chaotic, but it's a good chaos. It's very fun chaos. I know you wanted to get to some art. I just love engaging with people. It's cool. I do need breaks, so it's so nice. Yeah. I don't know what he wants as a background either. Ooh, I should ask him.
Of yours, Potter, said Malfoy, smoothing the front of his robes. Harry's distinctly
It
heard
won't
the gentle
let,
clanking of
it
what
won't let
sounded
me
like a
DM you
fully
without
packaged bowl.
adding you.
Really, just
Okay,
because you are
okay.
Dumbledore's favourite boy, you must not expect the same indulgence from
Without
the rest of us.
adding me?
Shall we go
Well,
up
why
to
don't you
your
put
office
it
then, Minister?
into,
Certainly, said Fudge, turning his back on Harry and Mr. Weasley. This way, Lucius.
Where is you?
They strode off
Where
together,
is you?
talking in low voices. Mr. Weasley did not let go of Harry's shoulder until
Hold
they
up.
disappeared into the lift. Why wasn't he waiting outside Fudge's office if they've got business to do together? Harry burst out furiously.
Right.
What
There.
has?
I
What is he doing
accepted.
down here? Trying to sneak down to the courtroom.
There you
if you
go.
ask me, said Mr.
I
Weasley,
accepted.
looking extremely agitated and glancing over his shoulder as though making sure they could not be overheard. Trying to find out whether you've been expelled or not. I'll leave a note for Dumbledore when I drop you off. You want to know Malfoy's
Oh,
been
I've
talking to
got,
Fudge
I've
again.
got one
What
too.
private business have they got together anyway? Gold, I expect.
But I haven't. I want to make an OC for them. No, I want to make an OC.
Oh, he's very well connected, Lucius Malfoy. The lift arrived. It was empty except for
I don't know what. I want to make one of the feigning Death Beetle.
And the doors clanged shut.
You know what the feigning Death Beetle is, right?
Mr. Weasley, said Harry slowly.
They're such cuties.
Fudge is meeting Death Eaters like Malfoy. If he's seeing them alone, how do we know they haven't put the Imperious Curse on him? Don't think it hasn't occurred to us, Harry,
he is adorable.
said Mr. Weasley quietly. But Dumbledore thinks Fudge is acting of his own accord at the moment, which, as Dumbledore says, is not a lot of comfort. Best not talk about it any more, though, just now, Harry. The doors slid open, and they stepped out into the now almost deserted atrium. Eric, the watch wizard, was hidden behind his daily prophet again. They had walked straight past the golden fountain before Harry remembered. Wait, he told Mr. Weasley, and pulling his money bag from his pocket, he turned back to the fountain. He looked up at the handsome wizard's face, but close to, Harry thought he looked rather weak and foolish. The witch was wearing a vapid smile like a beauty contestant, and from what Harry knew of goblins and centaurs, they were most unlikely to be caught staring so soppily at humans of any description. Only the house elf's attitude of creeping, servilely looking convincing. With a grin at the thought of what Hermione would say if she could see the statue of the elf, Harry turned his money bag upside down and emptied not just 10 galleons, but the whole contents into the pool. I knew it, yelled Ron, punching the air. You always get away with stuff. They were bound to clear you, said Hermione, who had looked positively faint with anxiety when Harry had entered the kitchen, and was now holding a shaking hand over her eyes. There was no case against you, none at all. Everyone seems quite relieved, though considering you all knew
I think I do.
Said Harry, smiling.
Yes,
Mrs.
they
Weasley
are so
was
cool.
Her face on her apron, and Fred, George, and Ginny were doing a kind of war dance to a chant that went, "He got off! He got off! He got off!" That's enough. Settle down, shouted Mr. Weasley, though he too was smiling.
Yeah, they're such cuties.
Malfoy was at the ministry. What? Said Sirius sharply. He got off, he got off, he got off. Be quiet, you three.
But yes, that would be a cute little, that would be a very cute, they're blue, they're beautiful as well.
We'll tell him, don't worry. Well, I better get going.
And they're very shy.
Green, Molly.
They're so shy.
Tonks, but Kingsley might be dropping in for dinner. He got off, he got off, he got off. That's enough. Fred, George, Ginny, said Mrs. Weasley, as Mr. Weasley left the kitchen. Harry, dear, come and sit down. Have some lunch. You hardly ate breakfast. Ron and Hermione sat themselves down opposite him, looking happier than they had done since he had first arrived at Grimmauld Place, and Harry's feeling of giddy relief, which had been somewhat dented by his encounter with Lucius Malfoy, swelled again. The gloomy house seemed warmer and more welcoming all of a sudden. Even Creature looked less ugly as he poked his snout-like nose into the kitchen to investigate the source of all the noise. Of course, once Dumbledore turned up on your side, there was no way they were going to convict you, said Ron happily, now dishing great mounds of mashed potato onto everyone's plates. Yeah, he swung it for me, said Harry. He felt it would sound highly ungrateful, not to mention childish, to say, I wish he'd talked to me, though, or even looked at me. And as he thought this, the scar on his forehead burned so badly that he clapped his hand to it. What's up? Said Hermione, looking alarmed. Scar, Harry mumbled, but it's nothing. It happens all the time now. None of the others had noticed a thing. All of them were now helping themselves to food while gloating over Harry's narrow escape. Fred, George, and Ginny were all still singing. Hermione looked rather anxious. But before she could say anything, Ron had said happily, I bet Dumbledore turns up this evening to celebrate with us, you know. I don't think he'll be able to, Ron, said Mrs. Weasley, setting a huge plate of roast chicken down in front of Harry. He's really very busy at the moment. He got off, he got off, he got off. Shut up, roared Mrs. Weasley. Over the next few days, Harry could not help noticing that there was one person
that would be very cute. I would love to make one.
That he would be returning to Hogwarts. Sirius had put up a very good show of happiness on Thursday.
I love the colors. What kind of bee is it?
Like the rest of them.
Just a regular old bee?
Moodier and surlier than before, talking less to everybody, even Harry, and spending increasing amounts of time.
What's the story?
With Buckbeak. Don't you go feeling guilty, said Hermione sternly, after Harry had confided some of his feelings to her and Ron while they scrubbed out a mouldy cupboard on the 3rd floor a few days later. You belong at Hogwarts, and Sirius knows it. Personally, I think he's being selfish. That's a bit harsh, Hermione, said Ron, frowning as he attempted to prise off a bit of mould that had attached itself firmly to his finger. You wouldn't want to be stuck inside this house without any company. He'll have company, said Hermione. It's headquarters to the Order of the Phoenix, isn't it? He just got his hopes up that Harry would be coming to live here with him. I don't think that's true, said Harry, wringing out his cloth. He wouldn't have given me a straight answer when I asked him if I could. He just didn't want to get his own hopes up even more, said Hermione wisely, and he probably felt a bit guilty himself because I think a part of him was really hoping you'd be expelled. Then you'd both be outcast together.
I have to stop making OCs between buying and making them. I'm way over 80 now. I made Tefra a brother recently, but I want to make a hyena and monkey OC next. It's fine to make a lot of OCs. I mean, as a comic book artist, making OCs is just natural. It's normal. You're gonna make thousands.
Thought you might be here to tell us to have a break, said Ron bitterly. Do you know how much mould we've got rid of since we arrived here? You were so keen to help the Order, said Mrs. Weasley. You can do your bit by making headquarters fit to live in. I feel like a house elf, grumbled Ron.
Ah, poodle mothman. Ooh,
dreadful lives they lead.
that would be
Perhaps
cute.
you'd be a bit more active in SPEW, said Hermione hopefully, as Mrs. Weasley left them to it. You know, maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to show people exactly how horrible it is to clean all the time. We could do a sponsored scrub of Gryffindor Common Room, all proceeds to SPEW. It would raise awareness as well as funds. I'll sponsor you to shut up about spew, Ron muttered irritably, but only so Harry could hear him. Harry found himself daydreaming about Hogwarts more and more as the end of the holidays approached. He could not wait to see Hagrid again, to play Quidditch, even to stroll across the vegetable patches to the herbology greenhouses. It would be a great treat just to leave this dusty, musty house, where half of the cupboards were still bolted shut, and Creature wheezed insults out of the shadows as you passed. Though Harry was careful not to say any of this within
My bad was laying down. You're fine.
The fact was that living at the headquarters
You're
of
fine.
the anti-Voldemort movement was not nearly as interesting or exciting as Harry would have expected before he'd experienced it.
You're
Though members
fine.
of the Order of the Phoenix came and went regularly, sometimes
You're
staying for
fine.
meals, sometimes only for a few minutes.
Ask you need rest. Go get some rest. That was more of like whenever you get a chance to.
And nobody, not even Sirius, seemed to feel that Harry needed to know anything more than he had heard on the night of his arrival. On the very last day of the holidays, Harry was sweeping up Hedwig's owl droppings from the top of the wardrobe when Ron entered their bedroom carrying a couple of envelopes. Book lists have arrived, he said, throwing one of the envelopes up to Harry, who was standing on a chair. About time. Thought they'd forgotten. They usually come much earlier than this. Harry swept the last of the droppings into a rubbish bag and threw the bag over Ron's head into the waste paper basket in the corner, which swallowed it and
My
bumped
bed
slowly.
was landing. You're fine.
One
How are you guys doing? We're doing good. We got a wonderful person here. We've got Lava Gale.
Only 2 new ones, he said.
We have Lava Gale here. They're doing amazing. They also just commissioned me as well. We've got a few people here, mostly lurkers, and they're all wonderful and amazing.
We were just wondering who set the slink card book, said Fred
No.
conversationally. Because it means Dumbledore's found a new defense against the dark arts, teacher, said George. And about time too, said Fred. What do you mean? Harry asked, jumping down beside them. Well, we overheard Mum and Dad talking on the extendable ears a few weeks back, Fred told Harry. And from what they were saying, Dumbledore was having real trouble finding anyone to do the job this year. Not surprising, is it? When you look at what's happened to the last 4, said George. 1 sacked, 1 dead, 1's memory removed, and 1 locked in a trunk for 9 months, said Harry, counting them off on his fingers. Yeah, I see what you mean. What's up with you, Ron? asked Fred. Ron did not answer. Harry looked around. Ron was standing very still with his mouth slightly open, gaping at his letter from Hogwarts. What's the matter? Said Fred impatiently, moving around Ron to look over his shoulder at the parchment. Fred's mouth fell open too. Prefect, he said, staring incredulously at the letter. Prefect? George leapt forwards, seized the envelope in Ron's other hand and turned it upside down. Harry saw something scarlet and
my
gold
rabbit
fall
has
into
fallen
George's palm.
over, and
"Go
it's
away,"
very
said George
cute.
in a hushed voice. There's been a mistake, said Fred, snatching the letter out of Ron's grasp and holding it up to the light as though checking for
You're
a watermark.
amazing. Or if I had to quote the old wise guy, no, you.
In unison, and both of them stared at Harry. We thought you were a cert, said Fred, in a tone that suggested Harry had tricked them in some way. We thought Dumbledore was bound to pick you, said George indignantly. Winning the Tri-Wizard and everything, said Fred. I suppose all the mad stuff must have counted against him, said George to Fred. Yeah, said Fred slowly. Yeah, you've caused too much trouble, mate. Well, at least one of you gets their priorities right. He strode over to Harry and clapped him on the back while giving Ron a scathing look. Prefect? Ickle Ronnie the prefect? Oh, Mum's going to be revolting, groaned George, thrusting the prefect badge back at Ron as though it might contaminate him. Ron, who still had not said a word, took the
bunny,
badge, stared at it for a
yes.
moment, and then held it out to Harry as though asking
He's just flopped over. I'm not going to pet him because he is.
On the Gryffindor lion.
I don't want to wake him. He is having a good flop.
First day at Hogwarts. The door banged open. Hermione came tearing into the room, her cheeks flushed and her hair flying. There was an envelope in her hand. Did you get? She spotted the badge in Harry's hand and let out a shriek. I knew it, she said excitedly, brandishing her letter. Me too, Harry, me too. No, said Harry quickly, pushing the badge back into Ron's hand. It's Ron, not me. It what? Ron's prefect, not me, Harry said. Ron, said Hermione, her jaw dropping. But are you sure? I mean, she turned red as Ron looked around at her with a defiant expression on his face. It's my name on the letter, he said. I said Hermione, looking thoroughly bewildered. Well, wow, well done, Ron. That's really unexpected, said George, nodding. No, said Hermione, blushing harder than ever. No, it's not. Ron's done loads of... He's really,
I'm gonna see if I can start remaking my new species rep sheet. Then start making more adopts. I hope I can sell these and get them attached to them. Oh, Lava is a tiger dragon. That's awesome. Yeah. How many... you make adopts? I've never done adopts.
Ron, I'll have to get you some more pajamas.
I have enough things, but I'm making a comic. I've got to use those things.
Gold to match his badge, said George, smirking. Match his what? Said Mrs. Weasley absently, rolling up a pair of maroon socks and placing them on Ron's pile. His badge, said Fred, with the air of getting the worst.
No attach, only sell. I have been found out.
Fred's words took a moment to penetrate Mrs. Weasley's preoccupation.
Lava, you've been found out.
Ron, you're not. Ron held up his badge. Mrs. Weasley let out a shriek just like Hermione's. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Oh, Ron, how wonderful. A prefect. That's everyone in the family. What of Fred and I, next-door neighbours, said George indignantly, as his mother pushed him aside and flung her arms around her youngest son. Wait until your father hears, Ron. I'm so proud of you. What wonderful news. You could end up head boy just like Bill and Percy. It's the first step. Oh, what a thing to happen in the middle of this worry. I'm just thrilled. Oh, Ronnie. Fred and George were both making loud retching noises behind her back, but Mrs. Weasley did not notice. Arms tight around Ron's neck, she was kissing him all over his face, which had turned a brighter scarlet than his badge. Mum, don't. Mum, get a grip, he muttered, trying to push her away. She let go of him and said breathlessly, Well, what will it be? We gave Percy an owl, but you've already got one, of course. What do you mean, said Ron, looking as though he did not dare believe his ears. You've got to have a reward for this, said Mrs. Weasley fondly.
Poor Fred and George, I know.
Dress robes. We've already bought him some, said Fred sourly, who looked as though he sincerely regretted this generosity. Or a new cauldron. Charlie's old one's rusting, though. Or a new rat. You always liked scabbers. Mum, said Ron hopefully, can have a new broom. Mrs. Weasley's face fell slightly. Broomsticks were expensive. Not a really good one, Ron hastened to add. Just a new one for a change. Mrs. Weasley hesitated and then smiled. Of course you can. Well, I'd better get going if I've got a broom to buy too. I'll see you all later. Little Ronnie, a prefect. And don't forget to pack your trunks. A prefect. Oh, I'm all of a diver. She gave Ron yet another kiss on the cheek, sniffed loudly and bustled from the room. Fred and George exchanged looks. You don't mind if we don't kiss you, do you, Ron?
Oh, that's understandable.
In a falsely anxious voice.
I gotta sleep, but no wanna. Okay.
Said Ron,
yeah, I do. I have a new species I made up in honor of my guinea pig passing away. Aww. I have a hard time selling them, lol. Took me 5 days to pep talking to sell them because I wanted to keep 2 out of the 4 I made. Aww.
2 in our case. Yeah, it looks like our law-breaking days are finally over, said George, shaking his head. And with another loud crack, the twins disapparated. Those 2, said Hermione furiously, staring up at the ceiling, through which they could now hear Fred and George roaring with laughter in the room upstairs. Don't pay any attention to them, Ron. They're only jealous. I don't think they are, said Ron doubtfully, also looking up at the ceiling. They've always said only prats become prefects. Still, he added on a happier note, they've never had new brooms. I wish you could go with Mum and choose. She'll never be able to afford a Nimbus. But there's the new clean sweep out. That'd be great, yeah. I think I'll go and tell her I like the clean sweep, just so she knows. He dashed from the room.
That will so be me if my son got prefect. Yeah. So like background, how you feel about Moonlight's gig?
And crossed the room to his trunk.
You don't gotta be super detailed with it. Who am I kidding? You'll draw every star in the sky anyway.
Sound like his voice at all, and still not looking at her. Brilliant. Prefect, great.
What?
Thanks, said Hermione. Harry, could I borrow a Hedwig so I can tell Mum and Dad?
What? What? Askelad. I feel like you are making assumptions about me. I think you're making assumptions about me? Askelad. You're just making assumptions about me? Me draw the whole night sky? No, 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 no. And this color is... demonic! Are you going to bed, demonic? I assume with that cheer, you're probably gonna go to bed. Guys, I hear boss music come going. Lava Gale, why don't you send us where we can buy these sweet little adoptables? If you wouldn't mind, Lava. We would love to know where you buy where we can buy them. But a customer says, you don't gotta be detailed, Gooker. And I took that personally. It true though. I did take personally. You're right. I don't have to be Askelad, you're right. I don't have to be detailed. Just like I didn't have to be detailed with a certain someone's background. With a certain Pup's background. I didn't have to be detailed at all with that. Not at all. Also, Bunny ran out of water. So I gotta get him some water in a second. I can only have one for sale in the moment. He's my blueberry cheesecake themed one. I have to make more after I remake their infos page. I didn't have to be detailed, but I'm going to. Zaren's background too. What? No, me? I made detail. What? Kevin, did you see that you were there? Did you see a detailed? I don't know where this so-called detail is coming from. There must be. Just saying, they might be misremembering. I'm not saying nothing. It's not only that I want, and my sons, you did the pizzeria. No, I didn't. I cheated. I did not. I'm gonna, Heben, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. I cheated. That is literally the pizzeria that I just smudged a lot. That one was cheating. But you didn't notice. And he will most likely not notice either. I cheated. I did not draw that. I'm not gonna take credit for that one. That was cheating. That wasn't a like, oh, let me just put it over and I'll draw it. No, I just took it and I smudged it a lot. And then I put highlights on the character to make it look like he was there. Well, he loved it anyway. I now have to get it printed for him. Oh no! No! Oh no! Oh no! Well, you got your own birthday one printed. If you want to see the last one I have left, I can post it, but you have to tell me where. Post it in art. Post it in the arts. Post it in the art. Post it in the art. I would like to see it in the art. Just post it in the art. I would love to see it. Yeah, and I got the headshot you did for him printed for his birthday. He was very excited. I'm glad I'm making this kid's day. I'm glad I'm making his special day special. Oh, that's right. Simon's supposed to be drawing the picture today as well, right? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Is he doing it right now? Let me see. Let me see if he's doing it on stream. I want to know. I want to know. I want to see. Oh, also, everybody, if you didn't know, it is Heathen's son's birthday. By the way, guys, it is Heathen's son's birthday. He's a wonderful, she is a wonderful person that most definitely is amazing, who has been such a great supporter, and I want to support her through this time. Yes. I just wanted to let everybody know that you don't have to send her best wishes. I just want to send best wishes. Because that's the right thing to do. Is it the right thing to do? I will pass a message on when he gets home from school. Yeah, he's the most popular kid on my stream. It wasn't boy. Oh, I've been watching a One Piece D&D, by the way. I've been watching a One Piece D&D, and I've just been getting into One Piece again, and I'm like, so good. Such a good series. Sweet. See? Oh, yeah. I love when wonderful people come into my stream and be wonderful. One Piece is great. My only qualm would be with how they deal with their anti-filler technique, but even then I find they're refreshing most of the time. Anti-filler? What do you mean by anti-filler? I don't understand. What is anti-filler? They do filler. What is anti-filler technique? That filler means nothing? That's a lot of anime. It's just you notice it more in One Piece is because there's a lot of filler. Because it's the manga's got to catch up. So their idea to get past doing too much filler is to do the whole We're still running toward the main boss 13 episodes later. Like, literally, lol. But that's better than mini episodes and spin-offs every 5 to 6 episodes. Yeah, they do reiterate points a lot of times. They reiterate so many points so much in the anime compared to the manga. You just look at it and you're just like, what? What's happening? Why is this happening? That's something that I hope never happens to me, but there's a possibility that it will. My biggest thing is, like, the best way to do filler is to do filler about characters that are in the series, that have stories, let them finish their story, and have it like come back in such a minor way. But I guess a lot of people are like, well, how did that impact the characters and stuff like that? It's very difficult to do filler in that. Like, meaningful filler is something like, if there's a story that, like, let's say the character is going through a hard time. Have one of the other characters tell a story about another situation in which they're learning, hey, I can get over this. It's very difficult. Yeah. Like, make a side character, you know, have a meeting that they would definitely have. Like, oh, the side character is having a meeting with this character. It would have happened in the story. What happens between this meeting really defines these two characters. And the manga artist or the manga writer didn't write anything for that. But I mean, that's the biggest thing about writing and making anime, is that it is difficult. And with the series as long running as that. Or other offer subtle nuances to character development. Yeah. So, like, having, like, little exchanges or something like that, it can be interesting in that. Like, I am not going to write certain things in the story, but there are meaningful changes that because the characters weren't there, they're only gonna see it in news clippings and stuff like that when they actually get to it. So, like, there's going to be a few trials that happen that impact some of the story. It's little, but it's in the background. It's like Oda's like, what is it called? The cover stories. So, like, if you just took one of those cover stories and you expanded that to a whole episode. Like, that would be good. That's fine. But I mean, not a lot of writers or artists do actually. Like, Oda's very particular because he does cover stories. So let me get rid of some of the sketch stuff. I love that we are now talking about anime. Good. If anybody else has anything to weigh in, we'd love to hear it. We were talking about Harry Potter. Now we're talking about anime. Yeah, the spirit of Mido is a lovely music. Well, I mean, there is a manga version of the Bible, so I could see a manga version of this, of Harry Potter. And if you think that's not real, it 100% is. The manga version of the Bible exists. And it's well drawn, too. Hi, good, I'm here, and I don't know. What rhymes with here? Fear? Tears? Mere? Lear? Alrighty, good. I'm gonna have you up on my second monitor while I try to clear my damn head and get some gaming in. Wish me luck. If you need me, just scream into the abyss. Askelad! Askelad! Hero! Hero boy! And I've got beer. Good luck. Ricola! I finished drawing my OC, being a shy boy. Ah! Ah! Ask a boy, most recent feral finish. Commission, artist is... Ah! Looks so good! Looks very good. We'll post tomorrow because it is tomorrow's daily art. Got you! Fair enough. We can't wait to see. I was like, ooh, is it ready? Oh, okay. Alright, you got my hopes up. By the way, if you didn't know, Lava, Zara is also an artist. Wonderful person. You're meeting so many wonderful beings here. I'm glad that you're meeting so many wonderful beings tonight. I'm glad the whole bean crew is here. Oh yeah, you're right. Fair enough. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I shall save. So many screws. Why did I think this was a good idea? Do you need help? Do you need help even? Sweetheart, you need help? Need help, my wonderful person? My good friend? Do you need me to come over there? I'll try my best. I'll probably curse at it, though. Knowing me, I'll probably curse at it while doing it. Ah! Yes.
Dad, they'll be really pleased. I mean, prefect is something they can understand. Yeah, no problem, said Harry. Still,
I was gonna say add Midnight's Lemon to your playlist, but that song is too sad for Happy Good Stream. Yeah. You think I'm not cursing at it? I think you're a wonderful person.
Sounds he could hear with a blank picture on the wall sniggering again, and the waste paper basket in the corner coughing up the owl droppings. He straightened up and looked behind him. Hermione had left and Hedwig had gone. Harry returned slowly to his bed and sank onto it, gazing unseeingly at the foot of the wardrobe. He'd forgotten completely about prefects being chosen in the 5th year. He had been too anxious about the possibility of being expelled to spare a thought for the fact that badges must be winging their way towards certain people. But if he had remembered, if he had thought about it, what would he have expected? Not this, said a small and truthful voice inside his head. Harry screwed up his face and buried it in his hands. He could not lie to himself. If he had known the prefect badge was on its way, he would have expected it to come to him, not Ron. Did this make him as arrogant as Draco Malfoy? Did he think himself superior to everyone else? Did he really believe he was better than Ron? No, said the small voice defiantly. Was that true? Harry wondered, anxiously probing his own feelings. I'm better at Quidditch, said the voice, but I'm not better at anything else. That was definitely true, Harry thought. He was no better than Ron in lessons. But what about outside lessons? What about those adventures he, Ron, and Hermione had together since starting at Hogwarts, often risking much worse than expulsion? Well, Ron and Hermione were with me most of the time, said the voice in Harry's head. Not all the time, though, Harry argued with himself. They didn't fight Quirrell with me. They didn't take on Riddle and the Basilisk. They didn't get rid of all those Dementors the night Sirius escaped. They weren't in the graveyard with me the night Voldemort returned. And the same feeling of ill usage that had overwhelmed him on the night he had arrived rose again. I've definitely done more, Harry thought indignantly. I've done more than either of them. But maybe, said the small voice fairly, maybe Dumbledore doesn't choose prefects because they've got themselves into a load of dangerous situations. Maybe he chooses them for other reasons. Ron must have something you don't. Harry opened his eyes and stared through his fingers at the wardrobe's clawed feet, remembering what Fred had said. No one in their right mind would make Ron a prefect. Harry gave a small snort of laughter. A second later, he felt sickened with himself. Ron had not asked Dumbledore to give him the prefect badge. This was not Ron's fault. Was he, Harry, Ron's best friend in the world, going to sulk because he didn't have a badge, laugh with the twins behind Ron's back, ruin this for Ron when for the first time he had beaten Harry at something? At this point, Harry heard Ron's footsteps on the stairs again. He stood up, straightened his glasses, and hitched a grin on his face as Ron bounded back through the door.
By the way, when I say moonlit background, I mean like big ass anime moon, not that tiny realistic moon BS. Oh, you mean? Oh yeah. You mean like?
Faded off Ron's face.
I get you. No, I know what you mean.
Would it be you? Nah, of course, too much trouble. Harry said, echoing Fred. Yeah, said Ron. Yeah, I suppose. Well, we better get our trunks packed, hadn't we? It was odd how widely their possessions seemed to have scattered themselves since they had arrived. It took them most of the afternoon to retrieve their books and belongings from all over the house and stow them back inside their school trunks. Harry noticed that Ron kept moving his prefect's badge around, first placing it on his bedside table, then putting it into his jeans pocket, and then taking it out and laying it on his folded robes, as though to see the effect of the red on the black. Only when Fred and George dropped in and offered to attach it to his forehead with a permanent sticking charm did he wrap it tenderly in his maroon socks and lock it in his trunk. Mrs. Weasley returned from Diagon Alley around 6 o'clock, laden with books and carrying a long package wrapped in thick brown paper that Ron took from her with a moan of longing. Never mind unwrapping it now, people are arriving for dinner. I want you all downstairs, she said. But the moment she was out of sight, Ron ripped off the paper in a frenzy and examined every inch of his new broom, an ecstatic expression on his face. Down in the basement, Mrs. Weasley had hung in a scarlet banner over the heavily laden dinner table which read, Congratulations, Ron and Hermione, new prefects. She looked in a better mood than Harry had seen her all holiday. I thought we'd have a little party, not a sit-down dinner, she told Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and Ginny as they entered the room. Your father and Bill are on their way. Ron, I've sent them both owls, and they're thrilled, she added, beaming. Fred rolled his eyes. Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, and Kingsley Shacklebolt were already there, and Mad-Eye Moody stumped in shortly after Harry had got himself a butterbeer. Oh, Alistair, I'm glad you're here, said Mrs. Weasley brightly, as Mad-Eye shrugged off his travelling cloak. We've been wanting to ask you for ages. Could you ever look in the writing desk, in the drawing room, and tell us what's inside it? We haven't wanted to
You mean that?
just in case it's something
Is that what you
really
want?
Nasty. No problem.
Do you have any other hobbies do you like collecting anything?
The kitchen. Drawing room, he growled as the pupil contracted. Desk in a corner. Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Yes, totally.
Want me to go up and get rid of it, Molly?
That's what you meant, right?
No, I'll do it myself.
That's what you want.
Mrs. Weasley. You have your drink. We're having a little bit of a celebration, actually. She gestured into a scarlet banner. Fourth prefect in the family, she said fondly, ruffling.
Do I have hobbies? I like video games.
Prefect,
I collect orcs. I collect figurines for Warhammer and Warhammer 40k.
Harry had the very uncomfortable feeling it was looking at him and moving away towards Sirius and Lupin.
No.
Congratulations, said Moody.
This is what I got. Oh, I like hiking and canoeing.
I suppose Dumbledore thinks you can withstand.
That's what I like doing.
Jinxes, or he wouldn't have appointed you.
Why, what's up?
Looked rather startled at this view of the matter, but was saved the trouble of responding by the arrival of his father and eldest brother. Mrs. Weasley was in such a good mood.
Yeah, that's the moon he wants.
With them. He was wearing a long overcoat.
Yeah, that's the moon he wants.
And declined the offer to review it and put it with Moody's.
Yeah, I like canoeing. I like hiking. I sent you an example of the disc, but it doesn't have to be to the same amount of detail.
Ron and Hermione beamed as everyone drank to them, and then applauded. I was never a prefect myself, said Tonks brightly from behind Harry, as everybody moved towards the table to help themselves to food. Her hair was tomato red.
That is a big anime moon.
She looked like Ginny's older sister. My head
that is a big anime moon.
Qualities. Like what, said Ginny, who was choosing a baked potato. Like the ability to behave myself, said Tonks. Ginny laughed. Hermione looked as though she did not know whether to smile or not, and compromised by taking an extra large gulp of butterbeer and choking on it. What about you, Sirius? Ginny asked, thumping Hermione on the back. Sirius, who was right beside Harry, let out his usual bark-like laugh. No one would have made me a prefect. I spent too much time in detention with James. Lupin was the good boy. He got the badge. I think Dumbledore might have hoped I would be able to exercise some control
look at that huge-ass moon.
And he'd scarcely say that I failed dismally. Harry's mood suddenly lifted. His father had not been a prefect either. All at once, the party seemed much more enjoyable. He loaded up his plate, feeling doubly fond of everyone in the room. Ron was rhapsodizing about his new broom to anybody who would listen. 0 to 70 in 10 seconds, not bad, is it? When you think the Comet 290 is only 0 to 60, and that's with a decent tailwind, according to which broomstick? Hermione was talking very earnestly to Lupin about her view of elf rights. I mean, it's the same kind of nonsense as werewolf segregation, isn't it? It all stems from this horrible thing wizards have of thinking they're superior to other creatures. Mrs. Weasley and Bill were having their usual argument about Bill's hair, getting really out of hand, and you're so good-looking. It would look much better shorter, wouldn't it, Harry? I don't know, said Harry, slightly alarmed at being asked his opinion. He slid away from them in the direction of Fred and George, who were huddled in a corner with Mundungus. Mundungus stopped talking when he saw Harry, but Fred winked and beckoned Harry closer. It's okay, he told Mundungus. We can trust Harry. He's our financial backer. Look what Dung's got us, said George, holding out his hand to Harry. It was full of what looked like shriveled black pods. A faint rattling noise was coming from them, even though they were completely stationary. Venomous tentacular seeds, said George. We need them for the skiving snack boxes, but they're a Class C, non-tradable substance, so we've been having a bit of trouble getting hold of them. 10 galleons the lots, then, Dung, said Fred. With all the trouble, I went to get them, said Mundungus, his saggy, bloodshot eyes stretching even wider. I'm sorry, lads, but I'm not taking a nut under 20. Dung likes his little joke, Fred said to Harry. Yeah, his best one so far has been 6 sickles for a bag of gnarl quills, said George. Be careful, Harry warned them quietly. What? Said Fred. Mum's busy cooing over Prefect Ron. We're okay. But Moody could have his eye on you, Harry pointed out. Mundungus looked nervously over his shoulder. Good point, that, he grunted. All right, lads, 10 it is. If you'll take 'em quick. Cheers, Harry, said Fred delightedly, when Mundungus had emptied his pockets into the twins' outstretched hands and scuttled off towards the food. We'd better get these upstairs. Harry watched them go, feeling slightly uneasy. It just occurred to him that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley would want to know how Fred and George were financing their joke shop business when, as was inevitable, they finally found out about it. Giving the twins his Tri-Wizard winnings had seemed a simple thing to do at the time, but what if it led to another family row and a Percy-like estrangement? Would Mrs. Weasley still feel that Harry was as good as her son if she found out he had made it possible for Fred and George to start a career she thought quite unsuitable? Standing where the twins had left him, with nothing but a guilty weight in the pit of his stomach for company, Harry caught the sound of his own name. Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice was audible even over the surrounding chatter. Why Dumbledore didn't make Potter a prefect, said Kingsley. He'll have had his reasons, replied Lupin, but it would have shown confidence in him. It's what I'd have done, persisted Kingsley, especially with the Daily Prophet, having a go at him every few days. Harry did not look around. He did not want Lupin or Kingsley to know he had heard. Though not remotely hungry, he followed Mundungus back towards the table. His pleasure in the party had evaporated as quickly as it had come. He wished he were upstairs in bed. Mad-Eye Moody was sniffing at a chicken leg with what remained of his nose. Evidently he could not detect any trace of poison because he then tore off a strip with his teeth. The handle's made of Spanish oak with anti-jinx varnish and inbuilt vibration control, Ron was saying to Tonks. Mrs. Weasley yawned widely.
I love the sleeping sketch.
Oh yeah.
Sort
out that boggart before I turn in. Arthur, I don't want
it's Inuyasha.
She left the kitchen.
It's from Inuyasha.
Follow her without attracting attention.
I used it as a base.
Yeah, fine, lied Harry. Moody took a swig from his hip flask, his electric blue eye staring sideways at Harry. Come here. I've got something that might interest you, he said. From an inner pocket of his robes, Moody pulled a very tattered old wizarding photograph. Original Order of the Phoenix, growled Moody. Found it last night when I was looking for my spare invisibility cloak. Seeing as Podmore hasn't had the manners to return my best one, thought people might like to see it. Harry took the photograph. A small crowd of people, some waving at him, others lifting their glasses, looked back at him. There's me, said Moody, unnecessarily pointing at himself. The Moody in the picture was unmistakable, though his hair was slightly less grey and his nose was intact. And there's Dumbledore beside me. Daedalus Diggle on the other side. That's Marlene McKinnon. She was killed 2 weeks after this was taken. They got her whole family.
I'm going to get some water for the boy. I'll be right back. He needs water. My Kirky boy. My big old Kirk bunny. He's an old brown bunny. He's so cute.
Poor devils, growled Moody. Better dead than what happened to them. That's Emmeline Vance. You've met her. And that's Lupin, obviously. Benji Fenwick. He copped it too. We only ever found bits of him. Shift aside there, he added, poking the picture, and the little photographic people edged sideways, so that those who were partially obscured could move to the front. That's Edgar Bones, brother of Amelia Bones. They got him and his family too. He was a great wizard. Sturgis Podmore, blimey, he looks young. Caradoc, Dearborn, vanished 6 months after this. We never found his body. Hagrid, of course, looks exactly the same as ever.
Big brown bunny.
Doge, you met him.
Turkey boy.
I've forgotten he used to wear that stupid hat.
He's so cute.
Gideon Pruitt. It took 5 Death Eaters to kill him and his brother Fabian. They fought like heroes. Budge along, budge along. The little people in the photograph jostled among themselves, and those hidden right at the back appeared at the forefront of the picture. That's Dumbledore's brother Aberforth. Only time I ever met him. Strange bloke. That's Dorcas Meadows. Voldemort killed her personally. Sirius, when he still had short hair. And there you go. Thought that would interest you. Harry's heart turned over. His mother and father were beaming up at him, sitting on either side of a small, watery-eyed man whom Harry recognised at once as Wormtail, the one who had betrayed his parents' whereabouts to Voldemort and so helped to bring about their deaths. Eh? Said Moody. Harry looked up into Moody's heavily scarred and pitted face. Evidently Moody was under the impression he had just given Harry a bit of a treat. Yeah, said Harry, once again attempting to grin. Listen, I've just remembered. I haven't packed my... He was spared the trouble of inventing an object he had not packed. Sirius had just said, What's that you've got there, Mad-Eye? And Moody had turned towards him. Harry crossed the kitchen, slipped through the door, and up the stairs before anyone could call him back. He did not know why it had been such a shock. He had seen pictures of his parents before. After all, and he had met Wormtail, but to have them sprung on him like that, when he was at least expecting it, no one would like that, he thought angrily. And then to see them surrounded by all those other happy faces, Benji Fenwick, who had been found in bits, and Gideon Pruitt, who had died like a hero, and the Longbottoms, who'd been tortured into madness, all waving happily out of the photograph, forevermore, not knowing that they were doomed. Well, Moody might find that interesting. He, Harry, found it disturbing. Harry tiptoed up the stairs in the hall past the stuffed elf heads, glad to be on his own again. But as he approached the first landing, he heard noises. Someone was sobbing.
Gordon, we made it to the surface!
Jesus.
There was no answer, but the sobbing continued. He climbed the remaining stairs two at a time, walked across the landing and opened the drawing room door. Someone was cowering.
It gets me every fucking time.
Shaking with sobs.
It gets me every single time.
Clearly dead.
Every single time.
The air seemed to vanish from Harry's lungs. He felt as though he was falling through the floor. His brain turned icy cold.
Fucking Christ.
Ron,
every
dead.
single
No,
time, General.
But wait a moment. It couldn't be. Ron was downstairs. Mrs.
You know
Weasley,
what? I should
Harry
take
cried.
that off.
Ridiculous.
Because
Mrs. Weasley sobbed, pointing her shaking wand at Ron's body. Crack! Ron's body turned into bills, spread-eagled on his back, his eyes wide open and empty. Mrs. Weasley sobbed harder than ever. Ridiculous! She sobbed again. Crack! Mr. Weasley's body replaced bills, his glasses askew.
You can type that in if you need me.
No! Mrs. Weasley moaned. No! Ridiculous! 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 Crack! Dead twins. Crack! Dead Percy. Crack! Dead Harry. Mrs. Weasley. Just get out of here, shouted Harry, staring down at his own dead body on the floor. Let someone else. What's going on? Lupin had come running into the room, closely followed by Sirius, with Moody stumping along behind them. Lupin looked.
Let me go to that dashboard and get rid of that. God damn it. I've gotta get rid of it. So sad, but it's too fucking loud. It's too loud. It gets me every fucking time. I'm not you now have a way to get a hold of me.
From Mrs. Weasley to the dead Harry on the floor, and seemed
I'm
to
doing
understand
wonderful.
in an instant. Pulling out his own wand, he said very
I'm
firmly and
doing
clearly,
good.
Ridiculous. Harry's body vanished. A silvery orb.
Hiya!
Lane. Lupin waved his wand once more, and the orb vanished in a puff of smoke. Oh, gulped Mrs. Weasley, and she broke into a storm of crying, her face in her hands. Molly, said Lupin bleakly, walking over to her. Molly, don't. Next second, she was sobbing her heart out on Lupin's shoulder. Molly, it was just a boggart, he said soothingly, patting her on the head. Just a stupid boggart. I see them dead all the time, Mrs. Weasley moaned into his shoulder. All the time. I dream about it. Sirius was staring at the patch of carpet where the
Why are you weak?
pretending to be Harry's
You
body
shouldn't
lay.
be worried
Moody
about
was
it.
looking at Harry. The girl
JK.
avoided his gaze.
You're fine.
He had a funny feeling Moody's magical eye had followed him all the way out to the kitchen. Don't tell Arthur. Mrs. Weasley was gulping now, mopping her eyes frantically with her cuffs. I don't want him to know. Being silly. Lupin
How's
handed her a
everybody
handkerchief,
been?
And she blew her nose. Harry.
Oh my
I'm so
god!
sorry. What must you think of me? She said shakily, not even able to get rid of the
Welcome
boggart.
in,
Don't be
Raiders.
stupid, said Harry, trying to smile. Just so worried, she said, tears spilling out of her eyes again. Half the family's in the
Welcome.
order. It'd be a miracle if we all come through this and Percy's not talking to us. What if something dreadful happens and we've never made it up with him? And what's going to happen if Arthur and I get killed? Who's going to look after Ron and Ginny? Molly, that's enough, said Lupin firmly.
There we go.
This isn't like last time. The Order is better prepared. We've got a head start. We know what Voldemort's up to. Mrs. Weasley gave a little squeak of fright at the sound of the name. Oh, Molly, come on. It's about time you got used to hearing his name. Look, I can't promise no one's going to get hurt. Nobody can promise that. But we're much better off than we were last time. You weren't in the Order then. You don't understand. Last time we were outnumbered 20-1 by the Death Eaters, and they were picking us off one by one. Harry thought of the photograph again, of his parents' beaming faces. He knew Moody was still watching him. Don't worry about Percy, said Sirius abruptly. He'll come around. It's only a matter of time before Voldemort moves into the open. Once he does, the whole ministry is going to be begging us to forgive them, and I'm not sure I'll be accepting their apology, he added bitterly. And as for who's going to look after Ron and Ginny if you and Arthur died, said Lupin, smiling slightly. What do you think we'd do? Let them starve? Mrs. Weasley smiled tremulously. Being silly, she muttered again, mopping her eyes. But Harry, closing his bedroom door behind him about some 10 minutes later, Could not think Mrs. Weasley silly. He could still see his parents beaming up at him from the tattered old photograph, unaware that their lives, like so many of those around them, were drawing to a close. The image of the boggart posing as the corpse of each member of Mrs. Weasley's family in turn,
well,
flashing
lava.
before his eyes. The scar on his forehead, seared with pain again.
I'm alert for a bit. Gonna call my BF. He wanted me to wake him up. All right, Lava. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being here for a while. Thank you so much, Lava. You have been nothing but stupendous and wonderful. Guys, if you didn't know, Lava is a wonderful artist and an amazing streamer. Give him a look. Give Lava a look. Thank you so much, Lava. We'll see you next time. Night. Or if you come back, we'll see ya. Hello, Trevor. How was the stream? What were you streaming? What were you doing? Right. Right. I need to save. Sorry.
Chapter 10.
No problem. I'm gonna still be here, just lurking. I gotcha.
Sleep. His parents wove in.
Hello, Illusory. Hello. How are you? Hope you're doing well.
And yet again, Harry found himself walking down a corridor.
Hope everything's going good.
He woke abruptly with his scar prickling to find Ron already dressed and talking to him. Better hurry up. Mum's going ballistic. She says we're going to miss the train. There was a lot of commotion in the house. From what he heard as he dressed at top speed,
I need food. Go get that food, Trevor. How was the stream? What were you streaming?
Of carrying them, with the result that they had hurtled straight into Ginny,
the mystical goat.
2 flights of stairs
well, I'm doing good. I'm alive and well, and hanging out with you guys. Oh, okay, Zara.
A serious injury, you idiots! Filthy half-breeds besmirching the house of my fathers.
Put him in the regular place.
Harry was putting on his trainers. Hedwig was swaying on her shoulder, and she
was where to put it.
Crookshanks in her arms. Mum and Dad just sent Hedwig back. The owl fluttered obligingly over and perched on the top of her cage.
Eat well, Halo, stick fight and super animal. Nice.
Shoving on his glasses. Mrs. Weasley's patched her up, said Hermione, but now Mad Eye's complaining that we can't leave unless Sturgis Podmore's here. Otherwise the guard will be one short. Guard, said Harry. We have to go to King's Cross with a guard? You have to go to King's Cross with a guard, Hermione corrected him. Why, said Harry irritably. Thought Voldemort was supposed to be lying low. Or are you telling me he's going to jump out from behind a dustbin to try and do me in? I don't know. It's just what Mad Eye says, said Hermione distractedly, looking at her watch. But if we don't
maybe some beefaroni. Beefaroni's delicious. Should I DM you the rep and send it there? No. It's in
jumped as though scalded and hurried out of the room.
It's in 20-minute sketch.
Stuffed her unceremoniously into her cage.
Yeah, put it in 20-minute sketch and I'll just put the ref in the 20-minute sketch and it'll be awesome.
But nobody was bothering to close the curtains over her. All the noise in the hall was bound to rouse
the sketches are so awesome. Go. I thank you. Thank you.
Over the repeated speeches
I am for hire.
Scum, creatures of dirt. Leave your trunk and your owl.
And also, if you stay for long enough, you can get some 20-minute sketches.
A bear-like black dog had appeared at Harry's side as he was clambering over the various trunks cluttering the hall to get to Mrs. Weasley. Oh, honestly, said Mrs. Weasley despairingly. Well, on your own head be it. She wrenched open the front door and stepped out into the weak September sunlight. Harry and the dog followed her. The door slammed behind them, and Mrs. Black's screeches were cut off instantly. Where's Tonks? Harry said, looking around as they went down the stone steps of number 12, which vanished the moment they reached the pavement. She's waiting for us just up here, said Mrs. Weasley stiffly, averting her eyes from the lolloping black dog beside Harry. An old woman greeted them on the corner. She had tightly curled grey hair and wore a purple hat shaped like a pork pie. Watcha, Harry, she said, winking. Better hurry up. Hadn't we, Molly? She added, checking her watch. I know, moaned Mrs. Weasley, lengthening her stride. But Mad Eye wanted to wait for Sturgis. If only Arthur could have got us cars from the ministry again.
Yes.
But Fudge won't let him borrow so much as an empty ink bottle these days. How muggles can stand travelling without magic? But the great black dog gave a joyful bark and gambolled around them, snapping at pigeons and chasing its own tail. Harry couldn't help laughing. Sirius had been trapped inside for a very long time. Mrs. Weasley pursed her lips in an almost Aunt Petunia-ish way. It took them 20 minutes to reach King's Cross on foot, and nothing more eventful happened during that time than Sirius scaring a couple of cats from Harry's entertainment. Once inside the station, they lingered casually beside the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 until the coast was clear. Then each of them leaned against it in turn and fell easily through onto platform 9 3/4, where the Hogwarts Express stood belching sooty steam over a platform packed with departing students and their families. Harry inhaled the familiar smell and felt his spirits soar. He was really going back. I hope the others make it in time, said Mrs. Weasley anxiously, staring behind her at the wrought-iron arch spanning the platform, through which new arrivals would come. Nice dog, Harry, called a tall boy with dreadlocks. Thanks, Lee, said Harry, grinning as Sirius wagged his tail frantically. Oh, good, said Mrs. Weasley, sounding relieved. Here's Alistair with the luggage, look. A porter's cap pulled low over his mismatched eyes. Moody came limping through the archway, pushing a trolley loaded with their trunks. All okay? He muttered to Mrs. Weasley and Tonks. Don't think we were followed. Seconds later, Mr. Weasley emerged onto the platform with Ron and Hermione. They had almost unloaded Moody's luggage trolley when Fred, George and Ginny turned up with Lupin. No trouble, growled Moody. Nothing, said Lupin. I'll still be reporting Sturgis to Dumbledore, said Moody. That's the second time he's not turned up in a week. Getting as unreliable as Mundungus. Well, look after yourselves, said Lupin, shaking hands all around. He reached Harry last and gave him a clap on the shoulder. You too, Harry. Be careful. Yeah, keep your head down and your eyes peeled, said Moody, shaking Harry's hand
wonderful,
too.
yes.
All of you.
Yes, if you stay long enough, you can redeem those points. Gotta go. Hope you have an amazing rest of the stream. See you soon. Hey guys, if you don't know, Tav Sora is an amazing artist. Check him out. He is just got affiliate. Keep on keeping on, Tav Sora. You're wonderful and amazing, and keep it up. We believe in you. Next time I gotta do some art for you. Oh, also Tab. I forgot. I never got that thing you did for me.
Like a dog, Sirius. See you, Harry called out of the open window.
I never got that thing you did for me.
While Ron, Hermione, and Ginny waved beside him.
I almost forgot.
Tonks, Lupin, Moody, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley shrank rapidly.
Tab did an amazing art for me a bit back. Did it out of his own free will. It was amazing. Wonderful person.
With us, said Hermione in a worried voice.
He was like, no, I'm not amazing or wonderful. And I was like, no, lies. Lies. Did it without asking.
Can't stand around chatting all day. We've got business to discuss with Lee. See you later. And he and George disappeared down the corridor to the
All right, I didn't know your Discord name. It's Chimera-chan.
Some of the houses outside the window flashed past, and they swayed where they stood. Shall we go and find a compartment then? Harry asked. Ron and Hermione exchanged looks. Said Ron. Ron and I are supposed to go into the prefect carriage, Hermione said awkwardly. Ron wasn't looking at Harry. He seemed to have become intensely interested in the fingernails on his left hand. Oh, said Harry. Right, fine. I don't think we'll have to stay there all journey, said Hermione quickly. Our letters said we just get instructions from the head boy and girl, and then patrol the corridors from time to time. Fine, said Harry again. Well, I might see you later then. Yeah, definitely, said Ron, casting a shifty, anxious look at Harry. It's a pain having to go down there. I'd rather, but we have to. I mean, I'm not enjoying it.
Huge raid, by the way.
He finished defiantly. I know you're not, said Harry, and he grinned. But as Hermione and Ron dragged their trunks, Crookshanks and a caged Pigwidgeon off towards the engine end of the train, Harry felt an odd sense of loss. He had never travelled on the Hogwarts Express without Ron. Come on, Ginny told him. If we get a move on, we'll be able to save them places. Right, said Harry, picking up Hedwig's cage in one hand and the handle of his trunk in the other. They struggled off down the corridor, peering through the glass-panelled doors into the compartments they passed, which were already full. Harry could not help noticing that a lot of people stared back at him with great interest, and that several of them nudged their neighbours and pointed him out. After he had met this behaviour in the 5 consecutive carriages, he remembered that the Daily Prophet had been telling its readers all summer what a lying show-off he was. He wondered bleakly whether the people now staring and whispering believed the stories. In the very last carriage they met Neville Longbottom, Harry's fellow fifth-year Gryffindor, his round face shining with the effort of pulling his trunk along and maintaining a one-handed grip on his struggling tongue.
Welcome, Redders.
Hi, Harry. He mounted. I can't find a seat.
Is that a wiggle?
About, said Ginny, who had squeezed
so much wiggling.
The compartment behind him. There's room in this one. There's only loony Lovegood in here. Neville mumbled something about not wanting to disturb anyone. Don't be silly, said Ginny, laughing. She's all right. She slid the door open and pulled her trunk inside. Harry and Neville followed. Hi, Luna, said Ginny. Is it okay if we take these seats? The girl beside the window looked up. She had straggly, waist-length, dirty blonde hair, very pale eyebrows, and perturbant eyes that gave her a permanently surprised look. Harry knew at once why Neville had chosen to pass this compartment by. The girl gave off an aura of distinct dottiness. Perhaps it was the fact that she had stuck her wand behind her left ear for safekeeping, or that she had chosen to wear a necklace of butterbeer corks, or that she was reading a magazine upside down. Her eyes ranged over Neville and came to rest on Harry. She nodded. Thanks, said Ginny, smiling at her. Harry and Neville stowed the free trunks and Hedwig's cage in the luggage rack and sat down. Luna watched them.
I appreciate it so much. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
She did not seem to need.
You're wonderful and amazing, Tav. Keep up. Keep on. Keep it on.
Taken the seat opposite her.
Hell yeah.
He hadn't. Had a good summer, Luna? Ginny asked.
Ah,
yes,
you know
Luna
what?
Dreamily, without taking her eyes off Harry. Yes, it was quite enjoyable. You know, you're Harry Potter, she added. I know I am, said Harry. Neville chuckled. Luna turned her pale eyes on him instead. And I don't know who you are. I'm nobody, said Neville hurriedly. No, you're not, said Ginny sharply. Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood. Luna's in my year, but in Ravenclaw. With beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, said Luna in a sing-song voice. She raised her upside-down magazine.
This is the picture he did for me.
Her face and fell silent. Harry and Neville looked at each other.
This is the picture he did for me. He didn't have to. Amazing.
And speeding them on.
And also wonderful little thing right there. I don't do these. I don't do these at all.
And the next, they were passing beneath ominously grey clouds. Guess what
I probably do need to do a
said Harry, remembering the marble-like device Neville's grandmother had sent him in an effort to improve his abysmal memory. No,
I probably do need to do one, but I don't know.
I lost the old one ages ago. No,
I never think about it.
He dug the
I never think about those things.
Grip on Trevor into his school bag, and after a little bit of rummaging, pulled out what appeared to be a small grey cactus in a pot, except that it was covered with what looked like boils rather than spines. Mimbulus Mimbletonia, he said proudly. Harry stared at the thing. It was pulsating slightly, giving it the rather sinister look of some diseased internal organ. It's really, really rare, said Neville, beaming. I don't know if there's one in the greenhouse at Hogwarts, even. I can't wait to show it to Professor Sprout. My great-uncle Algie got it for me in Aceria. I'm going to see if I can breed from it. Harry knew that Neville's favourite subject was herbology, but for the life of him he could not see what he would want with this stunted little plant. Does it, do anything? He asked. Loads of stuff, said Neville proudly. It's got an amazing defensive mechanism. Here, hold Trevor for me. He dumped the toad into Harry's lap and took a quill from his school bag. Luna Lovegood's popping eyes appeared over the top of her upside-down magazine again to watch what Neville was doing. Neville held the Mimbulus Mimbletonia up to his eyes, his tongue between his teeth, chose his spot, and gave the plant a sharp prod with the tip of his quill. Liquid squirted from every boil in the plant, thick, stinking dark green jets of it. They hit the ceiling, the windows, and spattered Luna Lovegood's magazine. Ginny, who had flung her arms up in front of her face just in time.
How's it going? It's going good.
But Harry, whose hands had been busy preventing Trevor's escape, received a faceful. It smelled like rancid manure. Neville, whose face and torso were also drenched, shook his head to get the worst out of his eyes. Sorry, he gasped. Haven't tried that before. Didn't realise it would be quite so, Don't worry, though, stink sap's not poisonous, he added nervously, as Harry spat a mouthful out onto the floor. At that precise moment, the door of the compartment slid open. Oh, hello, Harry, said a nervous voice. Bad time? Harry wiped the lenses of his glasses with his Trevor-free hand. A very pretty girl with long, shiny black hair was standing in the doorway smiling at him. Cho Chang, the seeker on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Oh, hi, said Harry blankly. Said Cho, well, just thought I'd say hello. Bye then. Rather pink in the face, she closed the door and departed. Harry slumped back in his seat and groaned. He would have liked Cho to discover him sitting with a group of very cool people, laughing their heads off at a joke he had just told. He would not have chosen to be sitting with Neville and Loony Lovegood, clutching a toad and dripping in stink sap. Never mind, said Ginny bracingly. Look, we can easily get rid of all this. She pulled out her wand. Scourgify. The stink sap vanished. Sorry, said Neville again, in a small voice. Ron and Hermione did not turn up for nearly an hour, by which time the food trolley had already gone by. Harry, Ginny, and Neville had finished their pumpkin pasties and were busy swapping chocolate frog cards when the compartment door slid open and they walked in, accompanied by Crookshanks and a shrilly hooting Pigwidgeon in his cage. "I'm starving," said Ron, stowing Pigwidgeon next to Hedwig, grabbing a chocolate frog from Harry and throwing himself into the seat next to him. He ripped open the wrapper, bit off the frog's head, and leaned back with his eyes closed, as though he had a very exhausted morning. "Well, there are 2 fifth-year prefects from each house," said Hermione, looking thoroughly disgruntled as she took her seat. "Boy and girl from each." "And guess who's a Slytherin prefect?" said Ron, still with his eyes closed. "Malfoy," replied Harry at once, certain his worst fear would be confirmed. "Course," said Ron bitterly, stuffing the rest of the frog into his mouth and taking another. "And that complete cow, Pansy Parkinson," said Hermione viciously.
Wow, complete cow. Damn. Oh, you eating it? You eating beefaroni? What you eating?
Macmillan and Hannah Abbott, said Ron thickly. "And Anthony Goldstein and Padma Patil for Ravenclaw," said Hermione. "You went to the Yule Ball with Padma Patil," said a vague voice. Everyone turned to look at Luna Lovegood, who was gazing unblinkingly at Ron over the top of the quibbler. He swallowed his mouthful of frog. "Yeah, I know I did," he said, looking mildly surprised. "She didn't enjoy it very much," Luna informed him. "She doesn't think you treated her very well. Because you wouldn't dance with her. I don't think I'd have minded," she added thoughtfully. "Don't like dancing very much." She retreated behind the quibbler again. Ron stared at the cover with his mouth hanging open for a few seconds, then looked around at Ginny for some kind of explanation. But Ginny had stuffed her knuckles in her mouth to stop herself giggling. Ron shook his head bemused and then checked his watch. "We're supposed to patrol the corridors every so often," he told Harry and Neville, "and we can give out punishments if people are misbehaving. I can't wait to get Crabbe and Goyle for something." "You're not supposed to abuse your position, Ron," said Hermione sharply. "Yeah, right, because Malfoy won't abuse it at all," said Ron sarcastically. "So, you're going to descend to his level?" "No, I'm just going to make sure I get his mates before he gets mine." "For heaven's sake, Ron." "I'll make Goyle do lines. It'll kill him. He hates writing," said Ron happily. He lowered his voice to Goyle's low grunt and screwed up his face in a look of pained concentration, mimed writing in mid-air, "I must not look like a baboon's backside." Everyone laughed, but nobody laughed harder than Luna Lovegood. She let out a scream of mirth that caused Hedwig to wake up and flap her wings indignantly, and Crookshanks to leap up into the luggage rack, hissing. Luna laughed so hard that her magazine slipped out of her grasp, slid down her legs and onto the floor. "That was funny." Her prominent eyes swam with tears as she gasped for breath, staring at Ron, utterly nonplussed. He looked around at the others, who were now laughing at the expression on Ron's face, and at the ludicrously prolonged laughter of Luna Lovegood, who was rocking backwards and forwards, clutching her sides. "Are you, taking the mickey?" said Ron, frowning at her. "Baboons! Backside!" she choked, holding her ribs. Everyone else was watching Luna laughing, but Harry, glancing at the magazine on the floor, noticed something that made him dive for it. Upside down, it had been hard to tell what the picture on the front was, but Harry now realized it was a fairly bad cartoon of Cornelius Fudge. Harry only recognized him because of the lime green bowler hat. One of Fudge's hands was clenched around a bag of gold. The other hand was throttling a goblin. The cartoon was captioned, "How far will Fudge go to gain Gringotts?" Beneath this were listed the titles of other articles inside the magazine. "Corruption in the Quidditch League. How the Tornadoes are taking control. Secrets of the Ancient Runes revealed. Sirius Black. Villain or victim?" "Can I have a look at this?" Harry asked Luna eagerly. She nodded, still gazing at Ron, breathless with laughter. Harry opened the magazine and scanned the index. Until this moment he had completely forgotten the magazine Kingsley had handed Mr. Weasley to give to Sirius, but it must have been this edition of the Quibbler. He found the page and turned excitedly to the article. This, too, was illustrated by a rather bad cartoon. In fact, Harry would not have known it was supposed to be Sirius if it hadn't been captioned, "Sirius was standing on a pile of human bones with his wand out." The headline on the article said, "Sirius, black as he's painted? Notorious mass murderer or innocent singing sensation?" Harry had to read this first sentence several times before he was convinced that he had not misunderstood it. Since when had Sirius been a singing sensation? For 14 years, Sirius Black has been believed guilty of the mass murder of 12 innocent muggles and 1 wizard. Black's audacious escape from Azkaban 2 years ago has led to the widest
I'm gonna start with pierogies. Ooh.
None of us has ever questioned
sounds so delicious.
And handed back but does he? Startling new evidence has recently come to light that Sirius Black may not have committed the crimes for which he was sent to Azkaban. In fact, says Doris Perkis of 18 Acanthia Way, Little Norton, Black may not even have been present at the killings. What people don't realise is that Sirius Black is a false name, says Mrs. Perkis. The man people believe to be Sirius Black is actually Stubby Boardman, lead singer of popular singing group the Hobgoblins, who retired from public life after being struck on the ear by a turnip at a concert in the church hall nearly 15 years ago. I recognised him the moment I saw his picture in the paper. Now, Stubby couldn't possibly have committed those crimes because on the day in question, he happened to be enjoying a romantic candlelit dinner with me. I have written to the Minister of Magic, and I'm expecting him to give Stubby, alias Sirius, a full pardon any day now. Harry finished reading and stared at the page in disbelief. Perhaps it was a joke. He thought perhaps the magazine often printed spoof items. He flicked back a few pages and found the piece on Fudge. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, denied that he had any plans to take over the running of the Wizarding Bank Gringotts when he was elected Minister for Magic 5 years ago. Fudge has always insisted that he wants nothing more than to cooperate peacefully with the guardians of our gold. But does he? Sources close to the minister have recently disclosed that Fudge's dearest ambition is to seize control of the goblin gold supplies, and that he will not hesitate to use force if need be. It wouldn't be the first time either, said a ministry insider. Cornelius Goblin Crusher Fudge, that's what his friends call him. If you could hear him when he thinks no one's listening. Oh, he's always talking about the goblins he's had done in. He's had them drowned, had them dropped off buildings, he's had them poisoned, he's had them cooked in pies. Harry did not read any further. Fudge might have many faults, but Harry found it extremely hard to imagine him ordering goblins to be cooked in pies. He flicked through the rest of the magazine. Pausing every few pages, he read an accusation that the Tutshill Tornadoes were winning the Quidditch League by a combination of blackmail, illegal broom tampering and torture. An interview of a wizard who claimed to have flown to the moon on a clean sweep 6 and brought back a bag of moon frogs to prove it. And an article on ancient runes which at least explained why Luna had been reading the Quibbler upside down. According to the magazine, if you turned the runes on their heads, they revealed a spell to make your enemies' ears turn into kumquats. In fact, compared to the rest of the articles in the Quibbler, the suggestion that Sirius might really be the lead singer of the Hobgoblins was quite sensible. Anything good in there? Asked Ron as Harry closed the magazine. Of course not, said Hermione scathingly, before Harry could answer. The Quibbler's rubbish. Everyone knows that. Excuse me, said Luna. Her voice had suddenly lost its dreamy quality. My father's the editor. Oh, said Hermione, looking embarrassed. Well, it's got some interesting... it's quite... I'll have it back, thank you, said Luna coldly, and leaning forward, she snatched it out of Harry's hands.
Damn. Oh, damn.
She turned it resolutely upside down again and disappeared behind it, just as the compartment door opened for the third time. Harry looked around. He'd expected this, but that did not make the sight of Draco Malfoy smirking at him from between his cronies Crabbe and Goyle any more enjoyable. What? He said aggressively, before Malfoy could open his mouth. Manners, Potter, or I'll have to give you a detention, drawled Malfoy, whose sleek blonde hair and pointed chin were just like his father's. You see, I, unlike you, have been made a prefect, which means that I, unlike you, have the power to hand out punishments. Yeah, said Harry, but you, unlike me, are a git. So get out and leave us alone.
Damn, shots fired.
Malfoy's lip curled. How does it feel, being second best to Weasley, Potter? He asked. Shut up, Malfoy, said Hermione sharply. I seem to have touched a nerve, said Malfoy smirking. Well, just you watch yourself, Potter, because I'll be dogging your footsteps in case you step out of line. Get out, said Hermione, standing up. Sniggering, Malfoy gave Harry a last malicious look and departed, with Crabbe and Goyle lumbering along in his wake. Hermione slammed the compartment door behind them and turned to look at Harry, who knew at once that she, like him, had registered what Malfoy had said and been just as unnerved by it. Chuck us another frog, said Ron, who had clearly noticed nothing. Harry could not talk freely in front of Neville and Luna. He exchanged another nervous look with Hermione, then stared out of the window. He had thought Sirius coming with him to the station was a bit of a laugh, but suddenly it seemed reckless. if not downright dangerous. Hermione had been right. Sirius should not have come. What if Mr. Malfoy had noticed the black dog and told Draco? What if he had deduced that the Weasleys, Lupin, Tonks, and Moody knew where Sirius was hiding? Or had Malfoy's use of the word dogging been a coincidence? The weather remained undecided as they travelled further and further north. Rain spattered the windows in a half-hearted way. Then the sun put in a feeble appearance before clouds.
Gonna lurk and lie down. This is real nice to watch and listen to.
Alright,
Lucy, have an amazing one. Stay amazing, stay wonderful.
Pressed against the
Da 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 da
was grimy. "We'd better change," said Hermione at last. She and Ron pinned their prefect badges carefully to their chests. Harry saw Ron checking his reflection in the black window. At last, the train began to slow down, and they heard the usual racket up and down as everybody scrabbled to get their luggage and pets assembled, ready to get off. As Ron and Hermione were supposed to supervise all this, they disappeared from the carriage again, leaving Harry and the others to look after Crookshanks and Pigwidgeon. "I'll carry that owl if you like," said Luna to Harry, reaching out for Pigwidgeon, as Neville stowed Trevor carefully in an inside pocket. "Oh, thanks," said Harry, handing her the cage and hoisting Hedwig's more securely into his arms. They shuffled out of the compartment, feeling the first sting of the night air on their faces as they joined the crowd in the corridor. Slowly they moved towards the doors. Harry could smell the pine trees that lined the path down to the lake. He stepped down onto the platform and looked around, listening for the familiar call of, "First years! Over here, first years!" But it did not come. Instead, a quiet, quite different voice, a brisk female one, was calling out, "First years, line up over here, please. All first years to me." A lantern came swinging towards Harry, and by its light he saw the prominent chin and severe haircut of Professor Grubbly Plank, the witch who had taken over Hagrid's care of magical creatures lessons for a while the previous year. "Where's Hagrid?" he said out loud. "I don't know," said Ginny, "but we'd better get out of the way. We're blocking the door." "Oh, yeah." Harry and Ginny became separated as they moved off along the platform and out through the station. Jostled by the crowd, Harry squinted through the darkness for a glimpse of Hagrid. He had to be here. Harry had been relying on it. Seeing Hagrid again was one of the things he'd been looking forward to most, but there was no sign of him. He can't have left, Harry told himself as he shuffled slowly through a narrow doorway onto the road outside with the rest of the crowd. He's just got a cold or something. He looked around for Ron and Hermione, wanting to know what they thought about the reappearance of Professor Grubbly Plank, but neither of them was anywhere near him, so he allowed himself to be shunted forwards onto the dark, rain-washed road outside Hogsmeade Station. Here stood the 100 or so horseless stagecoaches that always took the students above first year up to the castle. Harry glanced quickly at them, turned away to keep a lookout for Ron and Hermione, and then did a double take. The coaches were no longer horseless. There were creatures standing between the carriage shafts. If he had to give them a name, he supposed he would have called them horses, though there was something reptilian about them too. They were completely fleshless, their black coats clinging to their skeletons, of which every bone was visible. Their heads were dragonish, and their pupilless eyes white and staring wings. Wings sprouted from each wither, vast, black, leathery wings that looked as though they ought to belong to giant bats. Standing still and quiet in the gloom, the creatures looked eerie and sinister. Harry could not understand why the coaches were being pulled by these horrible horses when they were quite capable of moving along by themselves. "Where's Pig?" said Ron's voice, right behind Harry. "That Luna girl was carrying him," said Harry, turning quickly, eager to consult Ron about Hagrid. "Where do you reckon Hagrid is?" "I dunno," said Ron, sounding worried. "He'd better be okay." A short distance away, Draco Malfoy, followed by a small gang of cronies including Crabbe Goyle and Pansy Parkinson, was pushing some timid-looking second years out of the way so that he and his friends could get to a coach to themselves. Seconds later, Hermione emerged, panting from the crowd. "Malfoy was being absolutely foul to a first year back there. I swear I'm going to report him. He's only had his badge 3 minutes, and he's using it to bully people worse than ever. Where's Crookshanks?" "Ginny's got him," said Harry. "There she is." Ginny had just emerged from the crowd, clutching a squirming Crookshanks. "Thanks," said Hermione, relieving Ginny of the cat. "Come on, let's get a carriage together before they fill up." "Haven't got Pig yet," Ron said, but Hermione was already heading off towards the nearest unoccupied coach. Harry remained behind with Ron. "What are those things, do you reckon?" he asked Ron, nodding at the horrible horses as the other students surged past him. "What things?" "Those horse." Luna appeared holding Pigwidgeon's cage in her arms. The tiny owl was twittering excitedly as usual. "Here you are," she said. "He's a sweet little owl, isn't he?" Yeah, he's all right," said Ron gruffly. "Well, come on then, let's get in." What are you saying, Harry?" "I was saying, what are these horse things?" Harry said, as he, Ron, and Luna made for the carriage in which Hermione and Ginny were already sitting. "What horse things?" "The horse things pulling the carriages," said Harry impatiently. They were, after all, about 3 feet from the nearest one. It was watching them with empty white eyes. Ron, however, gave Harry a perplexed look. "What are you talking about?" "What am I talking about? Look!" Harry grabbed Ron's arm and wheeled him about so that he was face to face with a winged horse. Ron stared straight at it for a second and then looked back at Harry. "What am I supposed to be looking at?" "At there, between the shafts, harnessed to the coach. It's right there in front." But as Ron continued to look bemused, a strange thought occurred to Harry. Can't you see them?" "See what?" "Can't you see what's pulling the carriages?" Ron looked seriously alarmed now. "Are you feeling all right, Harry?" Yeah." Harry felt utterly bewildered. The horse was there in front of him, gleaming solidly in the dim light issuing from the station windows behind them, vapour rising from its nostrils in the chilly night air. Yet unless Ron was faking, and it was a very feeble joke if he was, Ron could not see it at all. "Should we get in then?" said Ron uncertainly, looking at Harry as though worried about him. "Yeah," said Harry. "Yeah, go on." "It's all right," said a dreamy voice from beside Harry as Ron vanished into the coach's dark interior. "You're not going mad or anything. I can see them too." "Can you?" said Harry desperately, turning to Luna. He could see the bat-winged horses reflected in her wide silvery eyes. "Oh yes," said Luna. "I've been able to see them ever since my first day here. They've always pulled the carriages. Don't worry, you're just as sane as I am." Smiling faintly, she climbed into the musty interior of the carriage after Ron. Not altogether reassured, Harry followed her. Chapter 11. The Sorting Hat's New Song. Harry did not want to tell the others that he and Luna were having the same hallucination, if that was what it was, so he said nothing more about the horses as he sat down inside the carriage and slammed the door behind him. Nevertheless, he could not help watching the silhouettes of the horses moving beyond the window. "Did everyone see that grumpy prank woman?" asked Ginny. "What's she doing back here? Hagrid can't have left, can he?" "I'll be quite glad if he has," said Luna. "He isn't a very good teacher, is he?" "Yes, he is," said Harry, Ron, and Ginny angrily. Harry glared at Hermione. She cleared her throat and quickly said, "Yes, he's very good." "Well, we in Ravenclaw think he's a bit of a joke," said Luna, unfazed. "You've got a rubbish sense of humour, then," Ron snapped as the wheels below them creaked into motion. Luna did not seem perturbed by Ron's rudeness. On the contrary, she simply watched him for a while as though he were a mildly interesting television programme. Rattling and swaying, the carriages moved in convoy up the road. When they passed between the tall stone pillars topped with winged boars on either side of the gates to the school grounds, Harry leaned forwards to try and see whether there were any lights on in Hagrid's cabin by the Forbidden Forest, but the grounds were in complete darkness. Hogwarts Castle, however, loomed ever closer, a towering mass of turrets, jet black against the dark sky, here and there a window blazing fiery bright above them. The carriages jingled to a halt near the stone steps leading up to the oak front doors, and Harry got out of the carriage first. He turned again to look for lit windows down by the forest, but there was definitely no sign of life within Hagrid's cabin. Unwillingly, because he had half
Froggy's good, art good, life good.
Instead upon the strange, skeletal creatures standing quietly in the chill night air, their blank white eyes gleaming. Harry had once before had the experience of seeing something that Ron could not, but that had been a reflection in a mirror, something much more insubstantial than 100 very solid-looking beasts, strong enough to pull a fleet of carriages.
Oh, yeah.
If Luna was to be believed, the beasts had always been there, but invisible. Why then could Harry suddenly see them, and why could Ron not? "Are you coming or what?" said Ron beside him. Oh, yeah, said Harry quickly, and they joined the crowd, hurrying up the stone steps into the castle. The entrance hall was
Thankies, Trevor, thankies.
The students crossed the flagstone floor for the double doors to the right, leading to the great hall and the start of term feast. The 4 long house tables in the great hall were filling up under the starless black ceiling, which was just like the sky they could glimpse through the high windows. Candles floated in mid-air all along the tables, illuminating the silvery ghosts who were dotted about the hall, and the faces of the students talking eagerly, exchanging summer news, shouting greetings at friends from other
Hopefully
houses,
I can get this done tonight.
Haircuts and robes. Again, Harry noticed people putting their heads together to whisper as he passed. He gritted his teeth and tried to act as though he neither noticed nor cared. Luna drifted away from them at the Ravenclaw table. The moment they reached Gryffindor's, Ginny was hailed by some fellow fourth years and left to sit with them. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville found seats together about halfway down the table between nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor house ghost, and Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown, the last two of whom gave Harry airy, overly friendly greetings that made him quite sure they had stopped talking about him a split second before. He had more important things to worry about, however. He was looking over at the students' heads, to the staff table that ran along the top wall of the hall. He's not there. Ron and Hermione scanned the staff table too. Though there was no real need, Hagrid's size made him instantly obvious in any lineup. He can't have left, said Ron, sounding slightly anxious. Of course he hasn't, said Harry firmly. You don't think he's, hurt or something, do you? Said Hermione uneasily. No, said Harry at once. But where is he then? There was a pause. Then Harry said very quietly, so that Neville, Parvati and Lavender could not hear. Maybe he's not back yet. You know, from his mission, the thing he was doing over the summer for Dumbledore. Yeah, that'll be it, said Ron, sounding reassured, but Hermione bit her lip, looking up and down the staff table as though hoping for some conclusive explanation of Hagrid's absence. Who's that? She said sharply, pointing towards the middle of the staff table. Harry's eyes followed hers. They lit first upon Professor Dumbledore, sitting in his high-backed golden chair at the centre of the long staff table, wearing deep purple robes, scattered with silvery stars, and a matching hat. Dumbledore's head was inclined towards the woman sitting next to him, who was talking into his ear. She looked, Harry thought, like somebody's maiden aunt, squat with short, curly, mouse-brown hair, in which she had placed a horrible pink Alice band that matched the fluffy pink cardigan she wore over her robes. Then she turned her face slightly to take a sip from her goblet, and he saw, with a shock of recognition, a pallid, toad-like face and a pair of prominent, pouchy eyes. It's that Umbridge woman. Who? Said Hermione. She was at my hearing. She works for Fudge. Nice cardigan, said Ron, smirking. She works for Fudge, Hermione repeated, frowning. What on earth's she doing here, then? Dunno. Hermione scanned the staff table. Her eyes narrowed. No, she muttered. No, surely not. Harry did not understand what she was talking about, but did not ask. His attention had been caught by Professor Grubbly Plank, who had just appeared behind the staff table. She worked her way along to the very end and took the seat that ought to have been Hagrid's. That meant the first years must have crossed the lake and reached the castle, and sure enough, a few seconds later, the doors from the entrance hall opened. A long line of scared-looking first years entered, led by Professor McGonagall, who was carrying a stool on which sat an ancient wizard's hat, heavily patched and darned with a wide rip near the frayed brim. The buzz of talk in the great hall faded away. The first years lined up in front of the staff table facing the rest of the students, and Professor McGonagall placed the stool carefully in front of them, and then stood back. The first year's faces glowed palely in the candlelight. A small boy right in the middle of the row looked as though he was trembling. Harry recalled fleetingly how terrified he had felt when he had stood there waiting for the unknown test that would determine to which house he belonged. The whole school waited and with bated breath. Then the rip near the hat's brim opened wide like a mouth, and the sorting hat burst into song. In times of old, when I was new and Hogwarts barely started, the founders of our noble school thought never to be parted. United by a common goal, they had the selfsome yearning to make the world's best magic school and pass along their learning. Together we will build and teach, the four good friends decided, and never did they dream that they might someday be divided. For were there such friends anywhere as Slytherin and Gryffindor, unless it was the second pair of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw? So how could it have gone so wrong? How could such friendships fail? Why, I was there and so can tell the whole sad, sorry tale. Said Slytherin, we'll teach just these whose ancestry is purest. Said Ravenclaw, we'll teach those whose intelligence is surest. Said Gryffindor, we'll teach all those with brave deeds to their name. Said Hufflepuff, I'll teach the lot and treat them just the same. These differences caused little strife when first they came to light, but each of the four founders had a house in which they might take only those they wanted. So for instance Slytherin took only pure-blood wizards of great cunning just like him, and only those of sharpest mind were taught by Ravenclaw, while the bravest and the boldest went to daring Gryffindor. Good Hufflepuff, she took the rest and taught them all she knew. Thus the houses and the founders retained friendships firm and true. So Hogwarts worked in harmony for several happy years, but then discord crept among us, feeding on our faults and fears. The houses that, like pillars four, had once held up our school, now turned upon each other and divided sought to rule. And for a while it seemed the school must meet an early end, what with duelling and with fighting and the clash of friend on friend, And at last there came a morning when old
pierogies.
and though the fighting then died down,
Pierogies.
he left us quite downhearted.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Ever since the family have the houses been
yeah, that is a
as
good
they
question.
once were meant
What
to
kind of
be. And now the
pierogies?
sorting hat is here, and you all know the score.
That is
I
the
told
good
you the
question.
houses because that is what
How's
I'm
the
for.
gaming?
But this
Ask.
year I'll go further. Listen closely to my song. Though condemned I am to split you, still I worry that it's wrong. Though I must fulfill my duty and must quarter every year, still I wonder whether sorting may not bring the end I fear. Oh, how the perils read the signs, the warning history shows. For our Hogwarts is a danger from external deadly foes. And we must unite inside her, or we'll crumble from within. I have told you, I have warned you, let the sorting now begin. The hat became motionless once more. Applause broke out, though it was punctured for the first time in Harry's memory with muttering and whispers. All across the Great Hall, students were exchanging remarks with their neighbours, and Harry, clapping along with everyone else, knew exactly what they were talking about. Branched out a bit this year, hasn't he? Said Ron, his eyebrows raised. Too right it has, said Harry. The sorting hat usually confined itself to describing the different qualities looked for by each of the 4 Hogwarts houses, and its own role in sorting them. Harry could not remember it ever trying to give the school advice before. I wonder if it's ever given warnings before, said Hermione, sounding slightly anxious. Yes, indeed, said nearly headless Nick knowledgeably, leaning across Neville towards her. Neville winced. It was very uncomfortable to have a ghost lean through you. The hat feels itself honour bound to give the school due warning whenever it feels. But Professor McGonagall, who was waiting to read out the list of first year's names, was giving the whispering students the sort of look that scorches. Nearly headless Lick placed a see-through finger to his lips and sat primly upright again as the muttering came to an abrupt end. With a last frowning look that swept the 4 house tables, Professor McGonagall lowered her eyes to her long piece of parchment and called out the first name. Abercrombie Ewan. The terrified-looking boy Harry had noticed earlier stumbled forwards and put the hat on his head. It was only prevented from falling right down to his shoulders by his very prominent ears. The hat considered for a moment. Then the rip near the brim opened again and shouted, Gryffindor! Harry clapped loudly with the rest of Gryffindor.
Looks great, by the way, Kimberly. You didn't have to go that far with the detail in the sketches. You're so
very much to sink through the floor and never be looked at again.
Thank you.
Slowly, the long line of first years thinned.
What are you talking about? I'm not going that detailed. I'm just going as much as you asked me to.
Rose
I'm going exactly as much as you asked me to.
And stool and marched them away as Professor Dumbledore rose to his feet. Whatever his recent bitter feelings had been towards his headmaster, Harry was somehow soothed to see Dumbledore standing before them all. Between the absence of Hagrid and the presence of those dragonish horses, he had felt that his return to Hogwarts, so long anticipated, was full of unexpected surprises, like jarring notes on a familiar song. But this, at least, was how it was supposed to be, their headmaster rising to greet them all before the start of term feast. To our newcomers, said Dumbledore in a ringing voice, his arms stretched wide and a beaming smile on his lips. Welcome. To our old hands, welcome back. There is a time for speech-making, but this is not it. Tuck in. There was an appreciative laugh and an outbreak of applause as Dumbledore sat down neatly and threw his long beard over his shoulder so as to keep it out of his way of his plate. For food had appeared out of nowhere, so that the 5 long tables were groaning under joints and pies and dishes of vegetables, bread and sauces and flagons of pumpkin juice. Excellent, said Ron, with a kind of groan of longing, and he seized the nearest plate of chops and began piling them onto his plate, watched wistfully by nearly headless Nick. What were you saying before the sorting? Hermione asked the ghost. About the hat giving warnings. Oh, yes, said Nick, who seemed glad of a reason to turn away from Ron, who was now eating roast potatoes with almost indecent enthusiasm. Yes, I have heard the hat give several warnings before. Always at times when it detects periods of great danger for the school. And always, of course, its advice is the same. Stand together. Be strong from within. How schools in danger is that? Said Ron. His mouth was so full, Harry thought it was quite an achievement for him to make any noise at all. I beg your pardon, said nearly headless Nick politely, while Hermione looked revolted. Ron gave an enormous swallow and said, How can it know if the school's in danger if it's a hat? I have no idea, said nearly headless Nick. Of course, it lives in Dumbledore's office, so I dare say it picks things up there. And it wants all the houses to be friends, said Harry, looking over at the Slytherin table where Draco Malfoy was holding court. Fat chance. Well, now, you shouldn't take that attitude, said Nick reprovingly. Peaceful cooperation, that's the key. We ghosts, though, we belong to separate houses, maintain links of friendship in spite of the competitiveness between Gryffindor and Slytherin. I would never dream of seeking an argument with the bloody Baron. Only because you're terrified of him, said Ron. Nearly Headless Nick looked highly affronted. Terrified? I hope Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Poppington, have never been guilty of cowardice in my life. The noble blood that runs in my veins. What blood? Asked Ron. Sure you haven't still got. It's a figure of speech, said Nearly Headless Nick, now so annoyed his head was trembling ominously on his partially severed neck. I assume I am still allowed to enjoy the use of whichever words I like, even if the pleasures of eating and drinking are denied me. But I am quite used to students poking fun at my death, I assure you. Nick, he wasn't really laughing at you, said Hermione, throwing a furious look at Ron. Unfortunately, Ron's mouth was packed to exploding point again, and all he could manage was, which Nick did not seem to think constituted an adequate apology. Rising into the air, he straightened his feathered hat and swept away from them to the other end of the table, coming to rest between the Creevy brothers, Colin and Dennis. Well done, Ron, snapped Hermione. What? Said Ron indignantly, having managed finally to swallow his food. Not allowed to ask a simple question? Oh, forget it, said Hermione irritably, and the pair of them spent the rest of the meal in huffy silence. Harry was used to their bickering, so used to their bickering to bother trying to reconcile them. He felt it was a better use of his time to eat his way steadily through his steak and kidney pie, then a large plateful of his favourite treacle tart. When all the students had finished eating, and the noise level in the hall was starting to creep upwards again, Dumbledore got to his feet once more. Talking ceased immediately. As all turned to face the headmaster, Harry was feeling pleasantly drowsy now. His four-poster bed was waiting somewhere above, wonderfully warm and soft. Well now that we are all digesting another magnificent feast, I beg a few moments of your attention for the usual start-of-term notices, said Dumbledore. First years ought to know that the forest in the grounds is out of bounds to students, and a few of our older students ought to know by now too. Harry, Ron and Hermione exchanged smirks. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me, for what he tells me is the 462nd time, to remind you that all magic is not permitted in corridors between classes, nor are a number of other things, all of which can be checked on the extensive list now fastened to Mr. Filch's office door. We have had 2 changes in staffing this year. We are very pleased to welcome back Professor Grubbly Plank, who will be taking care of magical creatures lessons. We are also delighted to introduce Professor Umbridge, our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. There was a round of polite but fairly unenthusiastic applause, during which Harry, Ron and Hermione exchanged slightly panicked looks. Dumbledore had not said for how long Grubbly Plank would be teaching. Dumbledore continued, Tryouts for the house Quidditch teams will take place on the... He broke off, looking inquiringly at Professor Umbridge. As she was not much taller standing than sitting, there was a moment when nobody understood why Dumbledore had stopped talking, but then Professor Umbridge cleared her throat, ahem, and it became clear that she had got to her feet and was intending to make a speech. Dumbledore only looked taken aback for a moment. Then he sat down smartly and looked alertly at Professor Umbridge, as though he desired nothing better than to listen to her talk. Other members of staff were not adept at hiding their surprise. Professor Sprout's eyebrows had disappeared into her flyaway hair, and Professor McGonagall's mouth was as thin as Harry had ever seen it. No new teacher had ever interrupted Dumbledore before. Many of the students were smirking. This woman obviously did not know how things were done at Hogwarts. Thank you, Headmaster, Professor Umbridge simpered, for those kind words of welcome. Her voice was high-pitched, breathy, and a little girlish, and again Harry felt a powerful rush of dislike that he could not explain to himself. All he knew was that he loathed everything about her, from her stupid voice to her fluffy pink cardigan. She gave another little throat-clearing cough, ahem, and continued, Well, it is lovely to be back at Hogwarts, I must say, she smiled, revealing very pointed teeth, and to see such happy little faces looking up at me. Harry glanced around. None of the faces he could see looked happy. On the contrary, they all looked rather taken aback at being addressed as though they were 5-year-olds. I am very much looking forward to getting to know you all, and I'm sure we'll be very good friends. Students exchanged looks at this. Some of them were barely concealing grins. I'll be her friend, as long as I don't have to borrow that cardigan, Parvati whispered to Lavender, and both of them lapsed into silent giggles. Professor Umbridge cleared her throat again. Ahem. But when she continued, some of the breathiness had vanished from her voice. She sounded much more businesslike, and now her words had a dull, learned-by-heart sound to them. The Ministry of Magic has always considered the education of young witches and wizards to be of vital importance. The rare gifts with which you were born may come to nothing if not nurtured and honed by careful instruction. The ancient skills unique to the wizarding community must be passed down the generations, lest we lose them forever. The treasure trove of magical knowledge amassed by our ancestors must be guarded, replenished, and polished by those who have been called to the noble profession of teaching. Professor Umbridge paused here and made a little bow to her fellow staff members, none of whom bowed back to her. Professor McGonagall's dark eyebrows had contracted so that she looked positively hawk-like, and Harry distinctly saw her exchange a significant glance with Professor Sprout as Umbridge gave another little ahem and went on with her speech. Every headmaster and headmistress of Hogwarts has brought something new to the weighty task of governing this historic school, and that is as it should be, for without progress there will be stagnation and decay. There again, progress for progress's sake must be discouraged, for our tried and tested traditions often require no tinkering. A balance, then, between old and new, between permanence and change, between tradition and innovation. Harry found this attentiveness ebbing, as though his brain was slipping in and out of tune. The quiet that always filled the hall when Dumbledore was speaking was breaking up as students put their heads together, whispering and giggling. Over on the Ravenclaw table, Cho Chang was chatting animatedly with her friends. A few seats along from Cho, Luna Lovegood had got out the quibbler again. Meanwhile, at the Hufflepuff table, Ernie Macmillan was one of the few still staring at Professor Umbridge, but he was glassy-eyed, and Harry was sure he was only pretending to listen in an attempt to live up to the new prefect's badge gleaming on his chest. Professor Umbridge did not seem to notice the restlessness of her audience. Harry had the impression that a full-scale riot could have broken out under her nose, and she would have ploughed on with her speech. The teachers, however, were still listening very attentively, and Hermione seemed to be drinking in every word Umbridge spoke, though, judging by her expression, they were not at all to her taste. Because some changes will be for the better, while others will come, in the fullness of time, to be recognised as errors of judgment. Meanwhile, some old habits will be retained, and rightly so, whereas others, outmoded and outworn, must be abandoned. Let us move forward, then, into a new era of openness, effectiveness, and accountability, intent on preserving what ought to be preserved, perfecting what needs to be perfected, and pruning wherever we find practices that ought to be prohibited. She sat down. Dumbledore clapped. The staff followed his lead, though Harry noticed that several of them brought their hands together only once or twice before stopping. A few students joined in, but most had been taken unawares by the end of the speech, not having listened to more than a few words of it, and before they could start applauding properly, Dumbledore had stood up again. "Thank you very much, Professor Umbridge. That was most illuminating," he said, bowing to her. "Now, as I was saying, Quidditch tryouts will be held." "Yes, it certainly was illuminating," said Hermione in a low voice. "You're not telling me you enjoyed it," Ron said quietly, turning a glazed face towards Hermione. "That was about the dullest speech I've ever heard, and I grew up with Percy." "I said illuminating, not enjoyable," said Hermione. "It explained a lot." "Did it?" said Harry in surprise. "Sounded like a load of waffle to me." "There was some important stuff hidden in the waffle," said Hermione grimly. "Was there?" said Ron blankly. "How about progress for progress' sake must be discouraged? How about pruning wherever we find practices that ought to be prohibited?" "Well, what does that mean?" said Ron impatiently. "I'll tell you what it means," said Hermione ominously. "It means the Ministries interfering at Hogwarts." There was a great clattering and banging all around them. Dumbledore had obviously just dismissed the school because everyone was standing up ready to leave the hall. Hermione jumped up, looking flustered. "Ron, we're supposed to show the first years where to go." "Oh, yeah," said Ron, who had obviously forgotten. Hey, you lot, midgets!" "Ron? Well, they are. They're titchy." "I know, but you can't call them midgets. First years," Hermione called commandingly along the table. "This way, please." A group of new students walked shyly up the gap between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables, all of them trying hard not to leave the group. They did indeed seem very small. Harry was sure he had not appeared that young when he had arrived here. He grinned at them. A blonde boy next to Ewan Abercrombie looked petrified. He nudged Ewan and whispered something in his ear. Ewan Abercrombie looked equally frightened and stole a horrified look at Harry, who felt the grin slide off his face like stink sap. "See you later," he said to Ron and Hermione, and he made his way out of the Great Hall alone, doing everything he could to ignore more whispering, staring and pointing as he passed. He kept his eyes fixed again, ahead, as he wove his way through the crowd in the entrance hall. Then he hurried up the marble staircase to a couple of concealed shortcuts, and had soon left much of the crowds behind. He had been stupid not to expect this. He thought angrily as he walked through the much emptier upstairs corridors. Of course everyone was staring at him. He had emerged from the Triwizard Maze 2 months previously, clutching the dead body of a fellow student, and claiming to have seen Lord Voldemort return to power. There had not been a time last term to explain himself. before they'd all had to go home, even if he had felt up to giving the whole school a detailed account of the terrible events at the graveyard. Harry had reached the end of the corridor to the Gryffindor common room and came to a halt in front of the portrait of the fat lady before he realised that he did not know the new password. He said glumly, staring up at the fat lady who smoothed the folds of her pink satin dress and looked sternly back at him. No password, no entrance, she said loftily. Harry, I know it. Someone panted up behind him, and he turned to see Neville jogging towards him. Guess what it is? I'm actually going to be able to remember it for once. He waved the stunted little cactus he had shown them on the train. Mimbulus Mimbletonia. Correct, said the fat lady, and her portrait swung open towards them like a door, revealing a circular hole in the wall behind, through which Harry and Neville now climbed. The Gryffindor common room looked as welcoming as ever, a cosy circular tower room full of dilapidated squashy armchairs and rickety old tables. A fire was crackling merrily in the grate, and a few people were warming their hands by it before going up to their dormitories. On the other side of the room, Fred and George Weasley were pinning something up on the notice board. Harry waved good-night to them and headed straight to the door to the boys' dormitories. He was not in much of a mood for talking at the moment. Neville followed him. Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan had reached the dormitory first and were in the process of covering the walls beside their beds with posters and photographs. They had been talking as Harry pushed open the door, but stopped abruptly the moment they saw him. Harry wondered whether they had been talking about him, then whether he was being paranoid. Hi, he said, moving across to his own trunk and opening it. Hey, Harry, said Dean, who was putting on a pair of pyjamas in the West Ham colours. Good holiday? Not bad, muttered Harry, as a true account of his holiday would have taken most of the night to relate, and he could not face it. You? Yeah, it was okay, chuckled Dean. Better than Seamus's anyway. He was just telling me. Why? What happened, Seamus? Neville asked, as he placed his Mimbulus Mimbletonia tenderly on his bedside cabinet. Seamus did not answer immediately. He was making rather a meal of ensuring that his poster of the Kenmare Kestrel's Quidditch team was quite straight. Then he said, with his back still turned to Harry, "My mum didn't want me to come back." What? Said Harry, pausing in the act of pulling off his robes. She didn't want me to come back to Hogwarts. Seamus turned away from the poster and pulled his own pyjamas out of his trunk, still not looking at Harry. But why? Said Harry, astonished. He knew that Seamus's mother was a witch, and could not understand, therefore, why she should have come over so dirtyish. Seamus did not answer until he had finished buttoning his pyjamas. Well, he said in a measured voice, I suppose because of you? What do you mean? Said Harry quickly. His heart was beating rather fast. He felt vaguely as though something was closing in on him. Well, said Seamus again, still avoiding Harry's eye. Well, it's not just you. It's Dumbledore too. She believes the Daily Prophet, said Harry. She thinks I'm a liar and Dumbledore's an old fool. Seamus looked up at him. Yeah, something like that. Harry said nothing. He threw his wand down onto the bedside table, pulled off his robes, stuffed them angrily into his trunk and pulled out into his pyjamas. He was sick of it, sick of being the person who is stared at and talked about all the time. If any of them knew, if any of them had the faintest idea what it felt like to be the one all these things happened to, Mrs. Finnegan had no idea, the stupid woman, he thought savagely. He got into bed and made to pull the hangings closed around him, but before he could do so, Seamus said, Look, what did happen that night when, with Cedric Diggory and all that? Seamus sounded nervous and eager at the same time. Dean, who had been bending over his trunk trying to retrieve a slipper, went oddly still, and Harry knew he was listening hard. What are you asking me for? Harry retorted. Just read the Daily Prophet like your mother. Why don't you? That'll tell you all you need to know. Don't you have a go at my mother? Seamus snapped. I'll have a go at anyone who calls me a liar, said Harry. Don't talk to me like that. I'll talk to you how I want, said Harry, his temper rising so fast he snatched his wand back from his bedside table. If you've got a problem sharing a dormitory with me, go and ask McGonagall if you can be moved. Stop your mummy worrying. Leave my mother out of this, Potter. What's going on? Ron had appeared in the doorway. His wide eyes travelled from Harry, who was kneeling on his bed, and his wand pointing at Seamus, to Seamus, who was standing there with his fists raised. He's having a go at my mother, Seamus yelled. What? Said Ron. Harry wouldn't do that. We met your mother. We liked her. That's before she started believing every word the stinking Daily Prophet writes about me, said Harry at the top of his voice. Oh, said Ron, comprehension dawning across his freckled face. Oh, right. You know what? Said Seamus heatedly, casting Harry a venomous look. He's right. I don't want to share a dormitory with him anymore. He's mad. That's out of order, Seamus, said Ron, whose ears were starting to glow red. Always a danger sign. Out of order, am I? Shouted Seamus, who, in contrast with Ron, was going pale. You believe all the rubbish he's coming out with? You know who? Do you? You reckon he's telling the truth? Yeah, I do, said Ron angrily. Then you're mad too, said Seamus in disgust. Yeah, well, unfortunately for you, pal, I'm also a prefect, said Ron, jabbing himself in the chest with a finger. So unless you want detention, watch your mouth. Seamus looked for a few seconds as though detention would be a reasonable price to pay to say what was going through his mind, but with a noise of contempt he turned on his heel, bolted into bed and pulled the hangings shut with such violence that they were ripped from the bed and fell in a dusty pile on the floor. Ron glared at Seamus and then looked at Dean and Neville. Anyone else's parents got a problem with Harry? He said aggressively. My parents are muggles, mate, said Dean, shrugging. They don't know nothing about no deaths at the Hogwarts because I'm not stupid enough to tell them. You don't know my mother. She'd weasel anything out of anyone, Seamus snapped at him. Anyway, your parents don't get the Daily Prophet. They don't know our headmaster's been sacked from the Wizengamot and the International Confederation of Wizards because he's looting his marbles. My gran says that's rubbish, piped up Neville. She says it's the Daily Prophet that's going downhill, not Dumbledore. She's cancelled our subscription. We believe Harry, said Neville simply. He climbed into bed and pulled the covers up to his chin, looking owlishly over them at Seamus. My gran's always said you-know-who would come back one day. She says if Dumbledore says he's back, he's back. Harry felt a rush of gratitude towards Neville. Nobody else said anything. Seamus got out his wand, repaired the bed hangings, and vanished behind them. Dean got into bed, rolled over and fell silent. Neville, who appeared to have nothing more to say either, was gazing fondly at his moonlit cactus. Harry lay back on his pillows, while Ron bustled around the next bed, putting his things away. He felt shaken by the argument with Seamus, whom he had always liked very much. How many more people were going to suggest that he was lying or unhinged? Had Dumbledore suffered like this all summer? As first the Wizengamot, then the International Confederation of Wizards had thrown him from the ranks? Was it anger at Harry, perhaps, that had stopped Dumbledore getting in touch with him for months? The two of them were in this together, after all. Dumbledore believed Harry, announced his version of events to the whole school and then to the wider wizarding community. Anyone who thought Harry was a liar had to think Dumbledore was too, or else that Dumbledore had been hoodwinked. They'll know we're right in the end, thought Harry miserably, as Ron got into bed and extinguished the last candle in the dormitory. But he wondered how many more attacks like Seamus's he would have to endure before that time came. Chapter 12, Professor Umbridge. Seamus dressed at top speed next morning and left the dormitory before Harry had even put on his socks. Does he think I'll turn into a nutter if he stays in a room with me too long? Asked Harry loudly, as the hem of Seamus's robes whipped out of sight. Don't worry about it, Harry, Dean muttered, hoisting his school bag onto his shoulder. He's just... But apparently he was unable to say exactly what Seamus was, and after a slightly awkward pause, followed him out of the room. Neville and Ron both gave Harry an it's his problem, not yours look, but Harry was not much consoled. How much more of this would he have to take? What's the matter? Asked Hermione 5 minutes later, catching up with Harry and Ron halfway across the common room as they all headed towards breakfast. You look absolutely... Oh, for heaven's sake! She was staring at the common room notice board where a large new sign had been put up. Gallons of galleons. Pocket money failing to keep pace with your outgoings? Like to earn a little extra gold? Contact Fred and George Weasley, Gryffindor Common Room, for simple, part-time, virtually painless jobs. We regret that all work is undertaken at applicant's own risk. They are the limit, said Hermione grimly, taking down the sign which Fred and George had pinned up over a poster giving the date of the first Hogsmeade weekend, which was to be in October. We'll have to talk to them, Ron. Ron looked positively alarmed. Why? Because we're prefects, said Hermione, as they climbed out through the portrait hole. It's up to us to stop this kind of thing. Ron said nothing. Harry could tell from his glum expression that the prospect of stopping Fred and George doing exactly what they liked was not one he found inviting. Anyway, what's up, Harry? Hermione continued, as they walked down a flight of stairs lined with portraits of old witches and wizards, all of whom ignored them, being engrossed in their own conversation. You look really angry about something. Seamus reckons Harry's lying about you-know-who, said Ron succinctly, when Harry did not respond. Hermione, who Harry had expected to react angrily on his behalf, sighed. Yes, Lavender thinks so too, she said gloomily. Been having a nice little chat with her about whether or not I'm a lying, attention-seeking prat, have you? Harry said loudly. No, said Hermione calmly. I told her to keep her big fat mouth shut about you, actually. And it would be quite nice if you stopped jumping down our throats, Harry, because in case you haven't noticed, Ron and I are on your side. There was a short pause. Sorry, said Harry in a low voice. That's quite all right, said Hermione with dignity. Then she shook her head. Don't you remember what Dumbledore said at the last end-of-term feast? Harry and Ron both looked at her blankly, and Hermione sighed again. About you-know-who. He said his gift for spreading discord and enmity is very great. You can fight it only by showing an equally strong bond of friendship and trust. How do you remember stuff like that? Asked Ron, looking at her in admiration. I listen, Ron, said Hermione, with a touch of asperity. So do I, but I still couldn't tell you exactly what. The point, Hermione pressed on loudly, is that this sort of thing is exactly what Dumbledore was talking about. You-know-who's only been back 2 months, and we've already started fighting among ourselves. And the Sorting Hat's warning was the same. Stand together. Be united. And Harry got it right last night, retorted Ron. If that means we're supposed to get matey with the Slytherins, fat chance. Well, I think it's a pity we're not trying for a bit of inter-house unity, said Hermione crossly. They had reached the foot of the marble staircase. A line of fourth-year Ravenclaws was crossing the entrance hall. They caught sight of Harry and hurried to form a tighter group, as though frightened he might attack stragglers. Yeah, we really ought to be trying to make friends with people like that, said Harry sarcastically. They followed the Ravenclaws into the great hall, all looking instinctively at the staff table as they entered. Professor Grubbly Plank was chatting to Professor Sinistra, the astronomy teacher, and Hagrid was once again conspicuous only by his absence. The enchanted ceiling above them echoed Harry's mood. It was a miserable rain-cloud grey. Dumbledore didn't even mention how long that Grubbly Plank was staying. He said,
recovery information.
The Gryffindor table.
Come on,
said Hermione thoughtfully. What? Said both Harry and Ron together.
I gotta chill out for a little bit.
Draw attention to Hagrid not being there. What do you mean? Draw attention to, said Ron, half laughing. How could we not notice? Before Hermione could answer, a tall black girl with long braided hair had marched up to Harry. Hi, Angelina. Hi, she said briskly. Good summer. And without waiting for an answer, listen, I've made Gryffindor Quidditch captain. Nice one, said Harry, grinning at her. He suspected Angelina's pep talks might not be as long-winded as Oliver Wood's had been, which could only be an improvement. Yeah, well, we need a new keeper, now Oliver's left. Tryouts are on Friday at 5 o'clock. I want the whole team there, all right? Then we can see how the new person will fit in. Okay, said Harry. Angelina smiled at him and departed. I'd forgotten Wood had left, said Hermione vaguely, as she sat down beside Ron and pulled a plate of toast towards her. I suppose that will make quite a difference to the team. Suppose, said Harry, taking the bench opposite. He was a good keeper. Still, it won't hurt to have some new blood, will it, said Ron. With a whoosh and a clatter, hundreds of owls came soaring in through the upper windows. They descended all over the hall, bringing letters and packages to their owners and showering the breakfasters with droplets of water. It was clearly raining hard outside. Hedwig was nowhere to be seen, but Harry was hardly surprised. His only correspondent was Sirius, and he doubted Sirius would have anything new to tell him after only 24 hours apart. Hermione, however, had to move her orange juice aside quickly to make way for a large damp barn owl bearing a sodden Daily Prophet in its beak. What are you still getting that for? Said Harry irritably, thinking of Seamus as Hermione placed a nut in the leather pouch on the owl's leg and it took off again. I'm not bothering. Load of rubbish. It's best to know what the enemy is saying, said Hermione darkly, and she unfurled the newspaper and disappeared behind it, not emerging until Harry and Ron had finished eating. Nothing, she said simply, rolling up the newspaper and laying it down by her plate. Nothing about you or Dumbledore or anything. Professor McGonagall was now moving along the table, handing out timetables. Look at today, groaned Ron. History of magic, double potions, divination and double defence against the dark arts. Binns, Snape, Trelawney and that Umbridge woman all in one day. I wish Fred and George would hurry up and get these skiving snack boxes sorted. Do mine ears deceive me? Said Fred, arriving with George and squeezing onto the bench beside Harry.
Guess who's back? Oh my God, Lavagale.
Look,
Lavagale.
Shoving his
Hope you're doing well.
Nose. That's the worst Monday I've ever seen.
I hope.
Fair point, little
I can only hope,
said Fred, scanning the column. You can have a bit of a nosebleed nougat cheap if you like. Why is it cheap? Said Ron suspiciously. Because you'll keep bleeding till you shrivel up. We haven't got an antidote yet, said George, helping himself to a kipper. Cheers, said Ron moodily, pocketing his timetable. But I think I'll take the lessons. And speaking of your skiving snack boxes, said Hermione, eyeing Fred and George beadily, you can't advertise for testers on the Gryffindor notice board. Says who? Said George, looking astonished. Says me, said Hermione, and Ron. Leave me out of it, said Ron hastily. Hermione glared at him. Fred and George sniggered. You'll be singing a different tune soon enough, Hermione, said Fred, thickly buttering a crumpet. You're starting your 5th year. You'll be begging us for a snack box before long. And why would starting 5th year mean I want a skiving snack box? Asked Hermione.
I'm surviving.
Owl year, said
Love
George.
a moment.
So
We back, Lava.
Haven't you?
Thank you.
Keeping your noses so hard to that grindstone.
We kept your seat warm, don't you worry. We kept your seat warm, don't you worry.
The owls, said George happily. Tears and tantrums. Patricia Stimpson kept coming over all faint. Kenneth Towler came out in boils, do you remember, said Fred reminiscently. That's because you put Bulba Box powder in his pyjamas, said George. Oh yeah, said Fred, grinning. I'd forgotten. Hard to keep track sometimes, isn't it? Anyway, it's a nightmare of a year, the 5th, said George. If you care about exam results anyway. Fred and I managed to keep our peckers up somehow. Yeah. You got, 3 owls each, said Ron? Yep, said Fred, unconcernedly. But we feel our futures lie outside the world of academic achievement. We seriously debated whether we were going to bother coming back for our 7th year, said George brightly. Now that we've got... He broke off at a warning look from Harry, who knew George had been about to mention the Triwizard winnings he had given them. Now that we've got our owls, George said hastily. I mean, do we really need newts? But we didn't think Mum could take us leaving school early, not on top of Percy running out and turning out to be the world's biggest prat. We're not going to waste our last year here, though, said Fred, looking affectionately around at the Great Hall. We're going to use it to do research. Exactly what the
Y2 link, go it purdy. I think some of y'all might like it. Okay.
To fit the demand.
Okay.
But where are you going to get the gold to start a joke shop? Hermione asked skeptically. We're going to need all the ingredients and materials and premises too, I suppose. Harry did not look at the twins. His face felt hot. He deliberately dropped his fork and dived down to retrieve it. He heard Fred say overhead, Ask us no questions and we'll tell you no lies, Hermione. Come on, George. If we get there early, we might be able to sell a few extendable ears before herbology. Harry emerged from under the table to see Fred and George walking away, each carrying a stack of toast. What did that mean? Said Hermione, looking from Harry to Ron. Ask us no questions. Does that mean they've already got some gold to take?
Okay. It does look nice. I like it.
To start a joke shop?
I like the background art.
About that, said Ron, his brow furrowed. They bought me a new set of dress robes this summer, and I couldn't understand where they got the galleons. Harry decided it was time to steer the conversation out of these dangerous waters. Do you reckon it's true this year's going to be really tough because of the exams? Oh yeah, said Ron. Bound to be, isn't it? Owls are really important. Affect the jobs you can apply for and everything. We get career advice too. Later this year, Bill told me. So you can choose what newts you want to do next year. Do you know what you want to do after Hogwarts? Harry asked the other two, as they left the Great Hall shortly afterwards and set off towards the history of magic lesson. Not really, said Ron slowly, except, he looked slightly sheepish. What? Harry urged him. Well, it'd be cool to be an aura, said Ron in an offhand voice. Yeah, it would, said Harry fervently. But they're like the elite, said Ron. You gotta be really good. What about you, Hermione? I don't know, she said. I think I'd like to do something really worthwhile. An aura's worthwhile, said Harry. Yes, it is, but it's not the only worthwhile thing, said Hermione thoughtfully. I mean, if I could take spew further... Harry and Ron carefully avoided looking at each other. History of magic was by common consent the most boring subject ever devised by wizard kind. Professor Binns, their ghost teacher, had a wheezy, droning voice that was almost guaranteed to cause severe drowsiness within 10 minutes, 5 in warm weather. He never varied the form of their lessons, but lectured them without pausing while they took notes, or rather gazed sleepily into space. Harry and Ron had so far managed to scrape passes in this subject only by copying Hermione's notes before exams. She alone seemed able to resist the soporific power of Binns' voice. Today, they suffered 3/4 of an hour's droning on the subject of giant wars. Harry heard just enough within the first 10 minutes to appreciate dimly that in another teacher's hands this subject might have been mildly interesting. But then his brain disengaged, and he spent the remaining 35 minutes playing hangman on a corner of his parchment with Ron, while Hermione shot them filthy looks out of the corner of her eye. How would it be, she asked them coldly, as they left the classroom for break, Binns drifting away through the blackboard, if I refused to lend you my notes this year? We'd fail our owls, said Ron. If you want that on your conscience, Hermione. Well, you deserve it, she snapped. You don't even try to listen to him, do you? We do try, said Ron. We just haven't got your brains, or your memory, or your concentration. You're just cleverer than we are. Is it nice to rub it in? Oh, don't give me that rubbish, said Hermione, but she looked slightly mollified as she led the way out into the damp courtyard. A fine misty drizzle was falling, so that the people standing in huddles around the yard looked blurred at the edges. Harry, Ron and Hermione chose a secluded corner under a heavily dripping balcony, turning up the collars of their robes against the chilly September air and talking about what Snape was likely to set them in the first lesson of the year. They'd got as far as agreeing that it was likely to be something extremely difficult, just to catch them off guard after a 2-month holiday, when someone walked around the corner towards them. Hello, Harry. It was Cho Chang, and what was more, she was on her own again. This was most unusual. Cho was almost always surrounded by a gang of giggling girls. Harry remembered the agony of trying to get her by herself to ask her to the Yule Ball. Hi, said Harry, feeling his face grow hot. At least you're not covered in stink sap this time, he told himself. Cho seemed to be thinking along the same lines. You got that stuff off then? Yeah, said Harry, trying to grin as though the memory of their last meeting was funny as opposed to mortifying. So did you have a good summer? The moment he had said this, he wished he hadn't. Cedric had been Cho's boyfriend, and the memory of his death must have affected her holiday almost as badly as it had affected Harry's. Something seemed to tauten in her face, but she said, Oh, it was all right, you know. Is that a Tornadoes badge? Ron demanded suddenly, pointing to the front of Cho's robes, where a sky blue badge emblazoned with a double gold T was pinned. You don't support them, do you? Yeah, I do, said Cho. Have you always supported them, or just since they started winning the league, said Ron, in what Harry considered an unnecessarily accusatory tone of voice. I've supported them since I was 6, said Cho coolly. Anyway, see you, Harry. She walked away. Hermione waited until Cho was halfway across the courtyard before rounding on Ron. You're so tactless. What? Only asked her if... Couldn't you tell she wanted to talk to Harry on her own? So? She could have done. I wasn't stopping. Why on earth were you attacking her about her Quidditch team? Attacking? I wasn't attacking her. I was only... Who cares if she supports the Tornadoes? Oh, come on. Half the people you see wearing those badges only bought them last season. But what does it matter? It means they're not real fans. They're just jumping on the bandwagon. That's the bell, said Harry listlessly, because Ron and Hermione were bickering too loudly to hear it. They did not stop arguing all the way down to Snape's dungeon, which gave Harry plenty of time to reflect that between Neville and Ron, he would be lucky ever to have 2 minutes of conversation with Cho that he could look back on without wanting to leave the country. And yet, he thought, as they joined the queue lining up outside Snape's classroom door, she had chosen to come and talk to him, hadn't she? She had been Cedric's girlfriend. She could easily have hated Harry for coming out of the Triwizard Maze alive when Cedric had died, yet she was talking to him in a perfectly friendly way. Not as though she thought him mad or a liar or in some horrible way responsible for Cedric's death. Yes, she had definitely chosen to come and talk to him, and that made the second time in 2 days. And at this thought, Harry's spirits rose. Even the ominous sound of Snape's dungeon door.
You guys are wonderful. You guys are amazing. I wanted you to know that.
Classroom behind Ron and Hermione.
I wanted you guys to know that.
Ignoring the huffy, irritable noises now issuing from both of them. Settle down, said Snape coldly, shutting the door behind them. There was no real need for the call to order. The moment the class had heard the door close, quiet and Snape's mere presence was usually enough to ensure a class's silence. Before we begin today's lesson, said Snape, sweeping over to his desk and staring around at them all, I think it's appropriate to remind you that next June you will be sitting an important examination, during which you will prove how much you have learned about the composition and use of magical potions. Moronic though some of this class undoubtedly are, I expect you to scrape an acceptable in your owl, or suffer my displeasure. His gaze lingered this time on Neville, who gulped. After this year, of course, many of you will cease studying with me, Snape went on. I take only the very best into my Newt Potions class, which means that some of us will certainly be saying goodbye. His eyes rested on Harry, and his lip curled. Harry glared back, feeling a grim pleasure at the idea that he would be able to give up potions after 5th year. But we have another year to go before that happy moment of farewell, said Snape softly. So, whether or not you are intending to attempt Newt, I advise all of you to concentrate your efforts upon maintaining the high pass level I have come to expect from my owl students. Today we will be mixing a potion that often comes up at ordinary wizarding level, the Draught of Peace. A potion to calm anxiety and soothe agitation. Be warned, if you are too heavy-minded or heavy-handed with the ingredients, you will put the drinker into a heavy and sometimes irreversible sleep. so you will need to pay close attention to what you are doing. On Harry's left, Hermione sat up a little straighter, her expression one of utmost attention. The ingredients and method, Snape flicked his wand, are on the blackboard. They appeared there. You will find everything you need, he flicked his wand again, in the store cupboard. The door of the said cupboard sprang open. You have an hour and a half. Start. Just as Harry, Ron, and Hermione had predicted, Snape could hardly have set them a more difficult fiddly potion. The ingredients had to be added to the cauldron in precisely the right order and quantities. The mixture had to be stirred exactly the right number of times, firstly in clockwise and then anti-clockwise directions. The heat of the flames on which it was simmering had to be lowered to exactly the right level for a specific number of minutes before the final ingredient was added. A light silver vapour should now be rising from your potion, called Snape, with 10 minutes left to go. Harry, who was sweating profusely, looked desperately around the dungeon. His own cauldron was issuing copious amounts of dark grey steam. Ron's was spitting green sparks. Seamus was feverishly prodding the flames at the base of his cauldron with the tip of his wand, as they seemed to be going out. The surface of Hermione's potion, however, was a shimmering mist of silver vapour, and as Snape swept by, he looked down his hooked nose at it without comment, which meant he could find nothing to criticise. At Harry's cauldron, however, Snape stopped and looked down at it with horrible smirk on his face. Potter, what is this supposed to be? The Slytherins at the front of the class all looked up eagerly. They loved hearing Snape taunt Harry. The draft of peace? Said Harry intensely. Tell me, Potter, said Snape softly. Can you read? Draco Malfoy laughed. Yes, I can, said Harry, his fingers clenched tightly around his wand. Read the third line of the instructions for me, Potter. Harry squinted at the blackboard. It was not easy to make out the instructions through the haze of multicoloured steam now filling the dungeon. Add powdered moonstone. Stir 3 times counterclockwise. Allow to simmer for 7 minutes, then add 2 drops of syrup of hellebore. His heart sank. He had not added syrup of hellebore, but had proceeded straight to the 4th line of the instructions after allowing his potion to simmer for 7 minutes. Did you do everything on the 3rd line, Potter? No, said Harry very quietly. I beg your pardon. No, said Harry more loudly. I forgot the hellebore. I know you did, Potter, which means that this mess is utterly worthless. Evanesco. The contents of Harry's potion vanished. He was left standing foolishly beside an empty cauldron. Those of you who have managed to read the instructions, fill 1 flagon with a sample of your potion. Label it clearly with your name and bring it to my desk for testing, said Snape. Homework. 12 inches of parchment on the properties of moonstone and its uses in potion making, to be handed in on Thursday. While everyone around him filled their flagons, Harry cleared away his things seething. His potion had been no worse than Ron's, which was now giving off a foul odour of bad eggs, or Neville's, which had achieved the consistency of just mixed cement, and with which Neville was now having to gouge out of his cauldron. Yet it was he, Harry, who would be receiving 0 marks for the day's work. He stuffed his wand back into his bag and slumped down onto his seat, watching everyone else march up to Snape's desk with filled and corked flagons. When at long last the bell rang, Harry was first out of the dungeon and had already started his lunch by the time Ron and Hermione joined him in the great hall. The ceiling had turned an even murkier grey during the morning. Rain was lashing the high windows. That was really unfair, said Hermione consolingly, sitting down next to Harry and helping herself to shepherd's pie. Your potion wasn't nearly as bad as Goyle's. When he put it in his flagon, the whole thing shattered and set his robes on fire. Yeah, well, said Harry, glowering at his plate. Since when has Snape ever been fair to me? Neither of the others answered. All 3 of them knew that Snape and Harry's mutual enmity had been absolute from the moment Harry had set foot in Hogwarts. I did think he might be a bit better this year, said Hermione, in a disappointed voice. I mean, you know. She looked around carefully. There were 6 empty seats on either side of them, and nobody was passing the table. Now he's in the order and everything. Poisonous toadstools don't change their spots, said Ron sagely. Anyway, I've always thought Dumbledore was cracked to trust Snape. Where's the evidence he ever really stopped working for you-know-who? I think Dumbledore's probably got plenty of evidence, even if he doesn't share it with you, Ron, snapped Hermione. Oh, shut up the pair of you, said Harry heavily, as Ron opened his mouth to argue back. Hermione and Ron both froze, looking angry and offended. Can't you give it a rest, said Harry. You're always having a go at each other. It's driving me mad. And abandoning his shepherd's pie, he swung his school bag back over his shoulder and left them sitting there. He walked up the marble staircase 2 steps at a time, past the many students hurrying towards lunch. The anger
Damn,
just so unexpectedly
shitting on his friends.
And the vision of Ron and Hermione's shocked faces afforded him a sense of deep satisfaction. Serve them right, he thought. Why can't they give it a rest? Bickering all the time. It's enough to drive anyone up the wall. He passed the large picture of Sir Cadogan, the knight on a landing. Sir Cadogan drew his sword and brandished it fiercely at Harry, who ignored him. Come back, you scurvy dog! Stand fast and fight! Yelled Sir Cadogan in a muffled voice from behind his visor. But Harry merely walked on, and when Sir Cadogan attempted to follow him by running into a neighbouring picture, he was rebuffed by its inhabitant, a large and angry-looking wolfhound. Harry spent the rest of the lunch hour sitting alone underneath the trapdoor at the top of the North Tower. Consequently, he was the first to ascend the silver ladder that led to Sybil Trelawney's classroom when the bell rang.
Just waiting it to save.
Harry's least favourite class, which was due mainly to Professor Trelawney's habit of predicting his premature death every few lessons. A thin woman, heavily draped in shawls and glittering with strings of beads, she always reminded Harry of some kind of insect, with her glasses hugely magnifying her eyes.
Alright, saving.
Putting copies of battered leather-bound
there we go.
On each of the spindly little tables with which her room was littered when Harry entered the room. But the light cast by the lamps covered by scarves and the low burning, sickly scented fire was so dim she appeared not to notice him as he took a seat in the shadows. The rest of the class arrived over the next 5 minutes. Ron emerged from the trapdoor, looking around carefully, spotted Harry and made directly for him, or as directly as he could, while having to wend his way between tables, chairs, and overstuffed poufs. Hermione and me have stopped arguing, he said, sitting down beside Harry. Good, grunted Harry. But Hermione says she thinks it would be nice if you stopped taking out your temper on us, said Ron. I'm not. I'm just passing on the message, said Ron, talking over him. But I reckon she's right. It's not our fault how Seamus and Snape treat you. I never said it. Good day, said Professor Trelawney in her usual misty, dreamy voice, and Harry broke off, again feeling both annoyed and slightly ashamed of himself. And welcome back to divination. I have, of course, been following your fortunes most carefully over the holidays, and am delighted to see that you have all returned to Hogwarts safely, as of course I knew you would. You will find on the tables before you copies of the Dream Oracle by Inigo Imago. Dream interpretation is a most important means of divining the future, and one that may be very probably be tested in your owl. Not, of course, that I believe examination passes or failures are of the remotest importance when it comes to the sacred art of divination. If you have the seeing eye, certificates and grades matter very little. However, the headmaster likes you to sit the examination, so... Her voice trailed away delicately, leaving them all in no doubt that Professor Trelawney considered her subject above such sordid matters of examinations. Turn, please, to the introduction and read what Imago has to say on the matter of dream interpretation. Then divide into pairs. Use the Dream Oracle to interpret each other's most recent dreams. Carry on. The one good thing to be said for this lesson was that it was not a double period. By the time they'd finished reading the introduction of the book, they had barely 10 minutes left for dream interpretation. At the table next to Harry and Ron, Dean had paired up with Neville, who immediately embarked on a long-winded explanation of a nightmare involving a pair of giant scissors wearing his grandmother's best hat. Harry and Ron merely looked at each other glumly. I never remember my dreams, said Ron. You say one. You must remember one of them, said Harry impatiently. He was not going to share his dreams with anyone.
Oh, that's pretty.
He knew perfectly well what his regular nightmare about a graveyard meant. He did not need Ron or Professor Trelawney or the stupid Dream Oracle to tell
thank
him.
you. Thank you, Askelad.
The other night, said Ron, screwing up his face in an effort to remember. What do you reckon that means? Probably that you're going to be eaten by a giant marshmallow or something, said Harry, turning the pages of the Dream Oracle without interest. It was very dull work looking up bits of dreams in the Oracle, and Harry was not cheered up when Professor Trelawney set them the task of keeping a dream diary for a month as homework. When the bell went, he and Ron led the way back down the ladder, Ron grumbling loudly. Do you realise how much homework we've got already? Finn set us a 1.5-foot-long essay on giant wars, Snape wants a foot on the use of moonstones, and now we've got a month's dream diary from Trelawney. Fred and George weren't wrong about Owl Year, were they? That Umbridge woman had better not give us any... When they entered the Defence Against the Dark Arts classroom, they found Professor Umbridge already seated at the teacher's desk, wearing the fluffy pink cardigan of the night before and the black velvet bow on top of her head. Harry was again reminded forcibly of a large fly perched unwisely on top of an even larger toad. The class was quiet as it entered the room. Professor Umbridge was, as yet, an unknown quantity, and nobody knew how strict a disciplinarian she was likely to be. Well, good afternoon, she said, When finally the whole class had sat down, a few people mumbled good afternoon in reply. Tut tut, said Professor Umbridge. That won't do now, will it? I should like you, please, to reply good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. One more time, please. Good afternoon, class. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge, they chanted back at her. There now, said Professor Umbridge sweetly. That wasn't too difficult, was it? Wands away and quills out, please. Many of the class exchanged gloomy looks. The order, wands away, had never yet been followed by a lesson they had found interesting. Harry shoved the wand back inside his bag and pulled out a quill, ink and parchment. Professor Umbridge opened her handbag, extracted her own wand, which was an unusually short one, and tapped the blackboard sharply with it. Words appeared on the board at once. Defense against the dark arts, a return to basic principles. Well now, your teaching in this subject has been rather disrupted and fragmented, hasn't it? Stated Professor Umbridge, turning to face the class with her hands clasped neatly in front of her. The constant changing of teachers, many of whom do not seem to have followed any ministry-approved curriculum, has unfortunately resulted in your being far below the standard we would expect to see in your OWL year. You will be pleased to know, however, that these problems are now to be rectified. We will be following a carefully structured, theory-centered, ministry-approved course of defensive magic this year. Copy down the following, please. She rapped the blackboard again. The first message vanished and was replaced by the course aims. 1. Understanding
because
the underlying defensive magic.
Hera looks
2.
more badass when they're ripped. Yeah, I still need to think of a story behind dead mentor there. She pretty is there a way to make her look more like a spirit, covered in glow or something, or fading away? Guess I should have said that during the sketchbook. Who knows what you're capable of? Okay. But aren't you all ghosts? And I'm faded away. No one run. That's the one I'm faded away.
Has everyone got a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard? Yes, Professor Umbridge, rang through the room. Good, said Professor Umbridge. I should like you to turn to page 5 and read Chapter 1, Basics for Beginners. There will be no need to talk. Professor Umbridge left the blackboard and settled herself in the chair behind the teacher's desk, observing them all with those pouchy toad's eyes. Harry turned to page 5 of his copy of Defensive Magical Theory and started to read. It was desperately dull, quite as bad as listening to Professor Binns. He felt his concentration sliding away with him. He had soon read the same line half a dozen times without taking
Stance would suggest Iwa Jutsu.
Next to him, Ron was absent-mindedly turning his quill over and over in his fingers, staring at the same spot on the page. Harry looked right and received a surprise to shake him out of his torpor.
No, we're not all ghosts. It's more about the interference of her being gone. I'm faded away.
Harry could not remember Hermione ever neglecting.
How could this happen to me?
To read when instructed to, or
how could this happen to me? How long until you release the Greatest Hits album? Never.
She merely shook her head
never.
slightly to indicate
the answer is never.
Answer questions and continued to stare at Professor Umbridge, who was looking just as resolutely in another direction. After several more minutes had passed, however, Harry was not the only one watching Hermione. The chapter they had been instructed to read was so tedious that more and more people were choosing to watch Hermione's mute attempt to catch Professor Umbridge's eye, rather than struggle on with basics for beginners. When more than half the class were staring at Hermione rather than at their books, Professor Umbridge seemed to decide that she could ignore the situation no longer. Did you want to ask something about the chapter, dear? She asked. She asked Hermione as though she had only just noticed her. Not about the chapter, no, said Hermione. Well, we're reading just now, said Professor Umbridge, showing her small pointed teeth. If you have other queries, we can deal with them at the end of the class. I've got a query about your course aims, said Hermione. Professor Umbridge raised her eyebrows. And your name is? Hermione Granger, said Hermione. Well, Miss Granger, I think the course aims are perfectly clear if you read them through carefully, said Professor Umbridge in a voice of determined sweetness. Well, I don't, said Hermione bluntly. There's nothing written up there about using defensive spells. There was a short silence in which many members of the class turned their heads to frown at the 3 course aims still written on the blackboard. Using defensive spells? Professor Umbridge repeated with a little laugh. Why, I can't imagine any situation arising in my classroom that will require you to use a defensive spell, Miss Granger. You surely aren't expecting to be attacked during class. We're not going to use magic, Ron exclaimed loudly. Students raise their hands when they wish to speak in my class, Mr. Weasley, said Ron, thrusting his hand into the air. Professor Umbridge, smiling still more widely, turned her back on him. Harry and Hermione immediately raised
just
their
wanted
hands
to
too.
say
Professor
hi
Umbridge's pouchy
with
eyes
style.
lingered on Harry for
Also,
a moment
I was
before she
very
left
incorrect.
Hermione.
There seems to be
Yes,
no
Miss
sheath
Granger,
in
he wants to
play.
ask
There
something.
is no sheath
Yes,
in
said
play.
Hermione. Surely the whole point of defense against the dark arts is to practice defensive spells. Are you a ministry-trained educational expert, Miss Granger? Asked Professor Umbridge in her falsely sweet voice. No, but, well then, I'm afraid you are not qualified to decide what the whole point of any class is. Wizards much older and cleverer than you have devised our new program of study. You will be learning about defensive spells in a secure, risk-free way. What use is that? Said Harry loudly. If we're going to be attacked, it won't be in a hand, Mr. Potter, sang Professor Umbridge. Harry thrust his fist into the air. Again, Professor Umbridge promptly turned away from him, but now several other people had their hands up too. And your name is? Professor Umbridge said to Dean. Dean Thomas. Well, Mr. Thomas? Well, it's like Harry said, isn't it? Said Dean. If we're going to be attacked, it won't be risk-free. I repeat, said Professor Umbridge, smiling in a very irritating fashion at Dean. Do you expect to be attacked during my classes? No, but... Professor Umbridge talked over him. I do not wish to criticize the way things have been run in this school, she said, an unconvincing smile stretching her wide mouth. But you have been exposed to some very irresponsible wizards in this class. Very irresponsible indeed. Not to mention, she gave a nasty little laugh, extremely dangerous half-breeds. If you mean Professor Lupin, piped up Dean angrily, he was the best we ever... Hand, Mr. Thomas. As I was saying, you've been introduced to spells that have been complex, inappropriate to your age group, and potentially lethal. You've been frightened into believing that you are likely to meet dark attacks every other day. No, we haven't, Hermione said. We just... Your hand is not up, Miss Granger. Hermione put up her hand. Professor Umbridge turned away from her. It is my understanding that my predecessor not only performed illegal curses in front of you, he actually performed them on you. Well, he turned out to be a maniac, didn't he? Said Dean hotly. Mind you, we still learned loads. Your hand is not up, Mr. Thomas, trilled Professor Umbridge. Now, it is the view of the ministry that theatrical
is this what you were thinking? Is this what you were thinking?
What school is all about? And your name is? She added, staring at Parvati, whose hand had just shot up. Parvati Patil. And isn't there a practical bit in our defense against the dark arts, Owl? Aren't we supposed to show that we can actually do the counter curses and things? As long as you have studied the theory hard enough, there is no reason why you should not be able to perform the spells under carefully controlled examination conditions, said Professor Umbridge dismissively. Without ever practicing them beforehand, said Parvati incredulously. Are you telling us that the first time we'll get to do the spells will be during our exam? I repeat, as long as you have studied the theory hard enough. And what good's theory going to be in the real world, said Harry loudly, his fist in the air again. Professor Umbridge looked up. This is school, Mr. Potter, not the real world, she said softly. So we're not supposed to be prepared for what's waiting for us out there. There's nothing waiting for out there, Mr. Potter. Oh, yeah, said Harry. His temper, which seemed to have been bubbling just beneath the surface all day, was reaching boiling point. Who do you imagine wants to attack children like yourselves? Inquired Professor Umbridge in a horribly honeyed voice. Let's think, said Harry in a mock thoughtful voice. Maybe, Lord Voldemort? Ron gasped. Lavender Brown uttered a little scream. Neville slipped sideways off his stool. Professor Umbridge, however, did not flinch. She was staring at Harry with a grimly satisfied expression on her face. 10 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. The classroom was silent and still. Everyone was staring at each other, Umbridge or Harry. Now, let us make a few things quite plain. Professor Umbridge stood up and leaned towards them, her stubbly fingers, her fingered hands splayed onto her desk. You have been told that a certain dark wizard has returned from the dead. He wasn't dead, said Harry angrily, but yeah, he's returned. Mr. Potter, you have already lost your house 10 points. Do not make matters worse for yourself, said Professor Umbridge in one breath without looking at him. As I was saying, you have been informed that a certain dark wizard is at large once again. This is a lie. It's not a lie, said Harry. I saw him. I fought him. Detention, Mr. Potter. said Professor Umbridge triumphantly. "Tomorrow evening, 5 o'clock, my office. I repeat, this is a lie. The Ministry of Magic guarantees that you are not in danger from any dark wizard. If you are still worried, by all means come and see me outside class hours. If someone is alarming you with fibs about reborn dark wizards, I would like to hear about it. I'm here to help. I am your friend. And now you will kindly continue your reading. Page 5, Basic for Beginners." Professor Umbridge sat down behind her desk. Harry, however, stood up. Everyone was staring at him. Seamus looked half scared, half fascinated. "Harry, no!" Hermione whispered in a warning voice, tugging at his sleeve, but Harry jerked his arm out of her reach. "So according to you, Cedric Diggory dropped dead of his own accord, did he?" Harry asked, his voice shaking. There was a collective intake of breath from the class, for none of them, apart from Ron and Hermione, had ever heard Harry talk about what had happened on the night Cedric had died. They stared avidly from Harry to Professor Umbridge, who had raised her eyes and was staring at him without a trace of fake smile on her face. Cedric Diggory's death was a tragic accident," she said coldly. "It was murder," said Harry. He could feel himself shaking. He had hardly spoken to anyone about this, least of all 30 eagerly listening classmates. "Voldemort killed him, and you know it." Professor Umbridge's face was quite blank. For a moment, Harry thought she was going to scream at him. Then she said in her softest, most sweetest girlish voice, "Come here, Mr. Potter, dear." He kicked his chair aside, strode around Ron and Hermione and up to the teacher's desk. He could feel the rest of the class holding its breath. He felt so angry, he did not care what happened next. Professor Umbridge pulled a small roll of pink parchment out of her handbag, stretched it out on the desk, dipped her quill into a bottle of ink, and started scribbling. Hunched over so that Harry could not see what she was writing. Nobody spoke. After a minute or so, she
I have school now. I just pop in here and say, "Have a good day, have a good one," and hi. I understand, boy.
"To Professor McGonagall, dear," said Professor Umbridge, holding out the note to him. He took it from her without saying a word and left the room, not even looking back at Ron and Hermione, slamming the classroom door shut behind him. He walked very fast along the corridor, the note to McGonagall clutched tight in his hand, and turning a corner, walked slap into Peeves the Poltergeist, a wide-mouthed little man floating on his back in mid-air, juggling several inkwells. "Why, it's Potty wee Potter!" cackled Peeves, allowing 2 of the inkwells to fall to the ground where they smashed and splattered the walls with ink. Harry jumped backwards out of the way with a snarl. "Get out of it, Peeves." "Ooh, crackpot's feeling cranky," said Peeves, pursuing Harry along the corridor, leering as he zoomed along above him. "What is it this time, my fine potty friend? Hearing voices, seeing visions, speaking in Peeves blew a gigantic raspberry tongues?" "I said, leave me alone," Harry shouted, running down the nearest flight of stairs, but Peeves merely slid down the banister on his back beside him.
How's the boy? If you need to go to school, go to school, you're fine.
Just sad, but Peeves, he knows better and says that he's mad. Shut up! A door to his left flew open, and Professor McGonagall emerged from her office, looking grim and slightly harassed. "What on earth are you shouting about, Potter?" she snapped, as Peeves cackled gleefully and zoomed out of sight. "Why aren't you in class?" "I've been sent to you," said Harry stiffly. "Sent? What do you mean, sent?" He held out the note from Professor Umbridge. Professor McGonagall took it from him, frowning, slit it open with a tap of her wand, stretched it out and began to read. Her eyes zoomed from side to side behind their square spectacles as she read what Umbridge had written, and with each line they became narrower. "Come in here, Potter." He followed her inside her study. The door closed automatically behind him. "Well," said Professor McGonagall, rounding on him, "is this true?" "Is what true?" Harry asked, rather more aggressively than he intended. "Professor," he added in an attempt to sound more polite, "is it true that you shouted at Professor Umbridge?" "Yes," said Harry. "You called her a liar?" "Yes." "You told her he who must not be named is back?" "Yes." Professor McGonagall sat down behind her desk, frowning at Harry. Then she said, "Have a biscuit, Potter." Have what?" "Have a biscuit," she repeated impatiently,
That's good.
indicating a tartan tin lying on top of one of the piles of papers on her desk. "And sit down." There had been a previous occasion when Harry, expecting to be caned by Professor McGonagall, had instead been appointed by her to the Gryffindor Quidditch
Good
team.
work on the katana. It's hard to draw a curved blade in a forward perspective.
Feeling just as confused and wrong-footed as he had done on that occasion. Professor McGonagall set down Professor Umbridge's note and looked very seriously at Harry. "Potter,
I've got to wait for it to load."
Harry swallowed, his mouth full of ginger newt, and stared at her. Her tone of voice was not at all what he was used to. It was not brisk, crisp and stern. It was low and anxious and somehow much more human than usual. "Misbehaviour in Dolores Umbridge's class could cost you much more than house points and the detention. What do you... Potter, use your common sense, snapped Professor McGonagall, with an abrupt return to her usual manner. You know where she comes from. You must know to whom she's reporting. The bell rang for the end of the lesson. Overhead and all around came the elephantine sounds of hundreds of students on the move. It says here she's given you detention every evening this week, starting tomorrow, Professor McGonagall said, looking down at Umbridge's note again. Every evening this week, Harry repeated, horrified. But, Professor, couldn't you? No, I couldn't, said Professor McGonagall flatly. But she's your teacher and has every right to give you detention. You will go to her room at 5 o'clock tomorrow for the first one. Just remember, tread carefully about Dolores Umbridge. But I was telling the truth, said Harry, outraged. Voldemort is back. You know he is. Professor Dumbledore knows he is. For heaven's sake, Potter, said Professor McGonagall, straightening her glasses angrily. She had winced horribly when he had used Voldemort's name. Do you really think this is about truth or lies? It's about keeping your head down and your temper.
I gotta go pee. I'll be right back, guys. And this has to save anyway, so I'll be right back. God damn, it's so big. It's so fat. This picture is so fat, it's taken so long for it to save. God damn it. Goddamn fat pictures. Still saving. Okay, alright. Come on. Still trying to recover. Still trying to save recover. Fun. So much fun. Thank you, Clip Studio. Thank you. There we go.
But under control. She stood up, nostrils wide and mouth very thin, and Harry stood up too. Have another biscuit, she said irritably, thrusting the tin at him. No thanks, said Harry coldly. Don't be ridiculous, she snapped. He took one. Thanks, he said grudgingly. Don't you listen to Dolores Umbridge's speech, didn't you? At the start of term feast, Potter? Yes, said Harry. Yeah, she said progress will be prohibited. Or, well, it meant that the Ministry of Magic is trying to interfere at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall eyed him for a moment, then sniffed, walked around her desk and held open the door for him. Well, I'm glad you listened to Hermione Granger at any rate, she said, pointing him out of the office. Chapter 13. Detention with Dolores. Dinner in the Great Hall that night was not a pleasant experience for Harry. The news about his shouting match with Umbridge had travelled exceptionally fast, even by Hogwarts standards. He heard whispers all around him as he sat eating between Ron and Hermione. Funny thing was that none of the whisperers seemed to mind him overhearing what they were saying about him. On the contrary, it was as though they were hoping he would get angry and start shouting again so that they could hear his story firsthand. He says he saw Cedric Diggory murdered. He reckons he duelled with you-know-who. Come off it. Who does he think he's kidding? Please. What I don't get, said Harry in a shaking voice, laying down his knife and fork, his hands were trembling too much to hold them steady, is why they all believed the story 2 months ago when Dumbledore told them. The thing is, Harry, I'm not sure they did, said Hermione grimly. Well, let's get out of here. She slammed down her own knife and fork, and Ron looked longingly at his half-finished apple pie, but followed suit. People stared at them all the way out of the hall. What do you mean? You're not sure they believed Dumbledore? Harry asked Hermione when they reached the first-floor landing. Look, you don't understand what it was like after it happened, said Hermione quietly. You arrived back in the middle of the lawn, clutching Cedric's dead body. None of us saw what happened in the maze. We just had Dumbledore's word for it that you-know-who had come back and killed Cedric and fought you.
Speaking of weapon lore, I had a privilege of seeing a 9-section Shalon chain whip IRL. It's rare in this area, and I was one of the few that could identify it for what it was. Dangerous and unwieldy and should not be used, except by an expert, and even then, not much.
Gryffindor Tower. Harry felt as though his first day had lasted a week, but he still had a mountain of homework to do before bed. A dull, pounding pain was developing over his right eye. He glanced out at the rain-washed window, at the dark grounds as they turned into the fat lady's corridor. There was still no light in Hagrid's cabin. Minimbulus Mimbletonia, said Hermione, before the fat lady could ask. The portrait swung open to reveal the hole behind it, and the three of them scrambled through it. The common room was almost empty. Nearly everyone was still down at dinner. Crookshanks uncoiled himself from an armchair and trotted to meet them, purring loudly. And when Harry, Ron, and Hermione took their three favourite chairs at the fireside, he leapt lightly onto Hermione's lap and curled up there like a furry ginger cushion. Harry gazed into the flames, feeling drained and exhausted.
That is still cool.
Have let this happen, Hermione cried suddenly, making Harry and Ron jump. Crookshanks leapt off her, looking affronted. She pounded the arms of her chair in fury so that bits of stuffing leaked out of the holes. How can he let that terrible woman teach us? And in our owl year, too. Well, we've never had great defence against the dark arts teachers, have we? Said Harry. You know what it's like. Hagrid told us nobody wants the job. They say it's jinxed. Yes, but to employ someone who's actually refusing to let us do magic. What's Dumbledore playing at? And she's trying to get people to spy for her, said Ron darkly. Remember when she said she wanted us to come and tell her if we hear anything about, anyone saying you know who's back? Of course she's here to spy on us all, that's obvious. Why else would Fudge have wanted her to come, snapped Hermione. Don't start arguing again, said Harry wearily, as Ron opened his mouth to retaliate. Can't we let's just do that homework, get it out of the way. They collected their school bags from a corner and returned to the chairs by the fire. People were coming back from dinner now. Harry kept his face averted from the portrait hole, but could still sense the stares he was attracting. Shall we do Snape's stuff first, said Ron, dipping his quill into his ink. The properties of Moonstone and its uses in potion-making, he muttered, writing the words across the top of the parchment as he spoke them. There, he underlined the title and then looked up expectantly at Hermione. So, what are the properties of Moonstone and its uses in potion-making? But Hermione was not listening. She was squinting over into the far corner of the room, where Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were now sitting at the centre of a knot of innocent-looking first-years, all of whom were chewing something that seemed to have come out of a large paper bag that Fred was holding. No, I'm sorry. They've gone too far, she said, standing up and looking positively furious. Come on, Ron. What? Said Ron.
Even at the hands of an expert, such a thing is unpredictable at best, almost as much of a danger to the wielder as everyone at receiving end. Life doesn't play out the way anime does. No, it doesn't. Those are very dangerous. Just like a ball and chain. That shit's not cool. Like, it looks cool. Our brain is like, oh, it swings. It must hit harder. Our old dumb caveman brains are like, oh, I can wield this. I have power. If I spin it faster, it becomes stronger. It'll hit my enemies with much more force. Oh shit, it bounced off their armor and hit me in the face. No.
Yeah, you're right, said George, nodding. This does look strong enough, doesn't it? I told you this morning you can't.
If I whip it hard enough, it'll hurt them worse.
Fred indignantly.
Hurt me.
It could be dangerous. Rubbish, said Fred. Calm down, Hermione. They're fine, said Lee, reassuringly, as he walked from first year to first year, inserting purple sweets into their open mouths. Yeah, look, they're coming round now, said George. A few of the first years were indeed stirring. Several looked so shocked to find themselves lying on the floor or dangling off their chairs that Harry was sure Fred and George had not warned them what the sweets were going to do. Feel all right? Said George kindly to a small, dark-haired girl lying at his feet. I think
Thank you, boy. Thank you, boy, for life.
Excellent, said Fred happily. But the next second, Hermione had snatched both his clipboard and the paper bag of fainting fancies from his hands. It is not excellent. Of course it is. They're alive, aren't they? Said Fred angrily. You can't do this. What if you made one of them really ill? We're not going to make them ill. We've already tested them all on ourselves. This is just to see if everyone reacts the same. If you don't stop doing it, I'm going to put us in detention, said Fred, in an I'd like to see you try it voice. Make us write lines, said George, smirking. Onlookers all over the room were laughing. Hermione drew herself up to her full height. Her eyes were narrowed, and her bushy hair seemed to cackle with electricity. No, she said, her voice quivering with anger, but I will write to your mother. You wouldn't, said George, horrified, taking a step back from her.
Hitting is largely considered an intimidation tactic at best.
But you're not to give them
Guys, you don't understand. Guys.
It was clear that as far as they were concerned, Hermione's fret.
Guys, I've got a proposition for you. I've got a real proposition for you guys. What if we put a very heavy thing, an object of some sort, maybe make it out of some material that's quite I would say it's doing well with bludgeoning. And we wrap it, we put it at the end of a chain. And then we spin it around real fast. Real fast. While holding it, we hit the enemy with it. Sounds like a great plan to me, guys. Sounds like the best plan to me. Like whip. It's like those long whips that we have. They don't ever come back and snap us in the face and have taken out more eyes than they've actually helped. And it's actually lion tamers use the sound of the whip, not the actual whip itself, to tame lions. Couldn't be that. And completely found out that lions are just very scared cats. I think it's a great plan. I think it's perfect if we just get, a big old iron ball and chain and put it at the end of a fucking stick. A stick that we could be using instead, but we're using the ball and chain for length because we definitely couldn't get a longer stick. I've got it. If we split a stick in half and we connected it by a thin chain, I see nothing going wrong with this. I think it would be the best, and it's not gonna come back and pop us in the face harder than it would hit the other person. It's because when swung, the taper of the whip briefly breaks the sound barrier. That's why they crack. Yep. It's pretty cool. It's very cool. Science. But they don't actually hurt lions. You're more likely to hurt yourself. Just saying.
Was way below the belt. With a last threatening look at them, she thrust Fred's clipboard and the bag of fancies back into his arms and stalked back to her chair by the fire. Ron was now so low in his seat that his nose was roughly level with his knees. Thank you for your support, Ron, Hermione said acidly. You handled it fine by yourself, Ron mumbled. Hermione stared down at her blank piece of parchment for a few seconds, and then said edgily, Oh, it's no good. I can't concentrate now. I'm going to bed. She wrenched her bag open. Harry thought she was about to put her books away, but instead she pulled out two misshapen woolly objects, placed them carefully on the table by the fireplace, covered them with few screwed-up bits of parchment and a broken quill, and stood back to admire the effect. What in the name of Merlin are you doing? Said Ron, watching her as though fearful for her sanity.
Got to go. All right.
The hats for house
elves,
she said
boy.
briskly,
Scares the crap out of the cattle. A lion? Maybe not so much. Actually, it does scare them very easily.
But now I'm back at school. I should be able to make lots more. You leaving out hats for the house elves, said Ron slowly, and you're covering them up with rubbish first. Yes, said Hermione defiantly, swinging her bag onto her back. That's not on, said Ron angrily. You're trying to trick them into picking up the hats. You're setting them free when they might not want to be free. Of course they want to be free, said Hermione at once, though her face was turning pink. Don't you dare touch those hats, Ron. She left. Ron waited until she had disappeared through the door to the girls' dormitories and then cleared the rubbish off the woolly hats. They should at least see what they're picking up, he said firmly. Anyway, he rolled up the parchment on which he had written the title of Snape's essay. There's no point trying to finish this now. I can't do it without Hermione. Haven't got a clue what you're supposed to do with moonstones, have you? Harry shook his head, noticing as he did so that the ache in his right temple was getting worse. He thought of the long essay on giant wars, and the pain stabbed him even sharply. Knowing perfectly well that when the morning came, he would regret not finishing his homework that night, he piled his books back into his bag. I'm going to bed too. He passed Seamus on the way to the door leading to the dormitories, but did not look at him. Harry had a fleeting impression that Seamus had opened his mouth to speak, but he sped up and reached the soothing piece of the stone spiral staircase without having to endure any more provocation. The following day dawned just as leaden and rainy as the previous one. Hagrid was still absent from the staff table at breakfast. But on the
it scares the crap out of me.
No Snape today, said Ron bracingly. Hermione yawned widely and poured herself some coffee. She looked mildly pleased about something, and when Ron asked her about what she had to be so happy about, she simply said, "The hats have gone. Seems the house elves do want freedom after all." I wouldn't bet on it, Ron told her cuttingly. They might not count as clothes. They didn't look anything like hats to me, more like woolly bladders. Hermione did not speak to him all morning. Double Charms was succeeded by Double Transfiguration. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall both spent the first 15 minutes of their lessons lecturing the class on the importance of owls. What you must remember, said little Professor Flitwick squeakily, perched as ever on a pile of books so that he could see over the top of his desk.
It could.
These examinations may influence your futures for many years to come. If you have not already given serious
don't fear the spear, as they say.
So. In the meantime, I'm afraid
get past its first offense, which is that sharp thing, and you can beat a spear easily.
Which, according to Professor Flitwick, were bound to come up in their owl, as he rounded off the lesson by setting them the largest ever amount of charms homework. It was the same, if not worse, in Transfiguration. You cannot pass owl, said Professor McGonagall grimly, without serious application, practice, and study. I see no reason why everybody in this class should not achieve an owl in Transfiguration as long as they put in the work. Neville made a sad little disbelieving noise. Yes, you too, Longbottom, said Professor McGonagall. There's nothing wrong with your work except lack of confidence. So, today we are starting banishing spells. These are easier than conjuring spells, which you would not usually attempt until Newt level, but they are still among the most difficult magic you will be tested on in your owl. She was quite right. Harry found the vanishing spells horribly difficult. By the end of a double period, neither he or Ron had managed to vanish the snails on which they were practicing, though Ron said hopefully he thought he looked a bit paler. Hermione, on the other hand, successfully vanished her snail on the third attempt, earning her 10 bonus points for Gryffindor from Professor McGonagall. She was the only person not given homework. Everybody else was told to practice the spell overnight, ready for a fresh attempt on their snails the following afternoon. Now panicking slightly about
understand the use of the spear. The phalanx can be broken, and a phalanx can be broken. Yes.
In potion making. Still angry about Ron's
do not fear the spear. A lot of people fear the spear. Don't fear the spear. You must fight the spear head on.
Cool and breezy. As they
let it make its first strike. Stop the first strike and hit.
Stood waiting for the class some 10 yards from Hagrid's front
You can't be afraid of the spear.
Table in front of her, laden with twigs. As Harry and Ron reached her, a loud shout of laughter sounded behind them. Turning, they saw Draco Malfoy striding towards them, surrounded by his usual gang of slithering cronies. He had clearly just said something highly amusing, because Crabbe Goyle, Pansy Parkinson, and the rest continued to snigger heartily as they gathered around the trestle table, and judging by the way they all kept looking over at Harry, he was able to guess the subject of the joke without too much difficulty. Everyone here, barked Professor Grubbly Plank, once all the Slytherins and Gryffindors had arrived. Let's crack on then. Who can tell me what these things are called? She indicated the heap of twigs in front of her. Hermione's hand shot into the air behind her back. Malfoy did a buck-toothed imitation of her, jumping up and down in eagerness to answer a question. Pansy Parkinson gave a shriek of laughter that turned
God always surpasses expectations. It's crazy. What? No, I don't. No, I don't. I didn't line these.
Each with
all I did was be cool.
At the end of each hand and a funny, flat, bark-like face in which a pair of beetle brown eyes glittered. Ooh, said Parvati and Lavender, thoroughly irritating Harry. Anyone would have thought Hagrid had never shown them impressive creatures. Admittedly, the flobberworms had been a bit dull, but the salamanders and hippogriffs had been interesting enough, and the blast-ended scroots perhaps too much so. Kindly keep your voices down, girls, said Professor Grubbly Plank sharply, scattering a handful of what looked like brown rice among the sick creatures, who immediately fell upon the food. So, anyone know the names of these creatures? Miss Granger? Bow-truckles, said Hermione. They're tree guardians, usually live in wand trees. 5 points for Gryffindor, said Professor Grubbly Plank. Yes, these are bow-truckles, and as Miss Granger rightly says, they generally live in trees whose food is of wand quality. Anybody know what they eat? Woodlice, said Hermione promptly, which explained why what Harry had seen had taken to the grains of brown rice were moving. But fairy eggs, if they can get them. Good girl. Take another 5 points. So whenever you need leaves or wood from a tree in which a bow-truckle lodges, it is wise to have a gift of woodlice ready to distract or placate them. They may not look dangerous, but if angered, they will try to gouge out at a human eyes with their fingers, which, as you can see, are very sharp and not at all desirable near the eyeballs. So if you'd like to gather closer, take a few woodlice and a bow-truckle. I have enough here for 1 between 3. You can study them more closely. I want a sketch from each of you with body parts labelled by the end of the lesson. The class surged forwards towards the trestle table. Harry deliberately circled around the back so that he ended up right next to Professor Grubbly Plank. Where's Hagrid? He asked her, while everyone else was choosing bow-truckles. Never you mind, said
I talk too much. You don't. You're good.
Which had been her attitude.
Hope things are okay in the south. The bitter cold up here. It's 57 degrees right now.
Draco Malfoy leaned across Harry and seized the largest bow-truckle. Maybe, said Malfoy in an undertone, so that only Harry could hear him. The stupid great oafs got himself badly injured. Maybe you will, if you don't shut up, said Harry, out of the side of his mouth. Maybe he's been messing with stuff that's too big for him, if you get my drift. Malfoy walked away, smirking over his shoulder at Harry, who felt suddenly sick. Did Malfoy know something? His father was a Death Eater after all. What if he had information about Hagrid's fate that had not yet reached the ears of the Order? He hurried back around the table to Ron and Hermione, who were squatting on the grass some distance away and attempting to persuade a bow-truckle to remain still long enough for them to draw it. Harry pulled out parchment and quill, crouched down beside the others and related in a whisper what Malfoy had just said. Dumbledore would know if something had happened to Hagrid, said Hermione at once. It's just playing into Malfoy's hands to look worried. It tells him we don't know exactly what's going on. We've got to ignore him, Harry. Here, hold the bow-truckle for a moment, just so I can draw its face. Yes, came Malfoy's clear drawl from the group nearest them. Father was talking to the minister just a couple of days ago, you know, and it sounds as though the ministry's really determined to crack down on substandard teaching in this place. So even if that overgrown moron does show up again, he'll probably get sent packing straight away. Ouch! Harry had gripped the bow-truckle so hard that it had almost snapped, and it had just taken a great, retaliatory swipe at his hand with its sharp fingers, leaving 2 long, deep cuts there. Harry dropped it. Crabbe and Goyle, who had already been guffawing at the idea of Hagrid being sacked, laughed still harder as the bow-truckle set off at full tilt.
It's minus 12 Fahrenheit here, not counting wind chill. Jesus.
When the bell echoed distantly over the grounds, Harry rolled up his blood-stained bow-truckle picture and marched off to herbology, with his hand wrapped in Hermione's handkerchief, and Malfoy's derisive laughter still ringing in his ears. If he calls Hagrid a moron one more time, snarled Harry. Harry, don't go picking a row with Malfoy. Don't forget, he's a prefect now. He can make it life difficult for you. Wow, I wonder what it'd be like to have a difficult life, said Harry sarcastically. Ron laughed, but Hermione frowned. Together, they traipsed across the vegetable patch. The sky still appeared unable to make up its mind whether it wanted to rain or not. I just wish Hagrid would hurry up and get back, that's all, said Harry, in a low voice as they reached the greenhouses. And don't say that grubbly plank woman's a better teacher, he added threateningly. I wasn't going to, said Hermione calmly. Because she'll never be as good as Hagrid, said Harry firmly, fully aware that he had just experienced an exemplary Care of Magical Creatures lesson and was thoroughly annoyed about it. The door of the nearest greenhouse opened, and some fourth years spilled out of it, including Ginny. Hi, she said brightly as she passed. A few seconds later, Luna Lovegood emerged, trailing behind the rest of the class, a smudge of earth on her nose and
stay
her hair
warm.
tied in a knot at the top of her head. When she saw Harry, her prominent eyes seemed to bulge excitedly, and she made a beeline straight for him. Many of his classmates turned curiously to watch. Luna took a great breath and then said, without so much as a preliminary hello, I believe he who must not be named is back, and I believe you fought him and escaped from him. Right, said Harry awkwardly. Luna was wearing what looked like a pair of orange radishes for earrings, a fact that Parvati and Lavender seemed to have noticed as they were both giggling and pointing at her earlobes. You can laugh, Luna said, her voice rising apparently under the impression that Parvati and Lavender were laughing at what she had said rather than what she was wearing. But people used to believe there were no such thing as the blibbering humdinger or the crumple-horned snorkack. Well, they were right, weren't they, said Hermione impatiently. There weren't any such things as the blibbering humdinger or the crumple-horned snorkack. Luna gave her a withering look and flounced away, radishes swinging madly. Parvati and Lavender were not the only ones hooting with laughter now. Do you mind not offending the only people who believe me? Harry asked Hermione as they made their way into class. Oh, for heaven's sake, Harry, you can do better than her, said Hermione. Ginny's told me all about her. Apparently, she'll only believe in things as long as there's no proof at all. Well, wouldn't expect anything else from someone whose father runs the Quibbler.
Wow, you guys are so rude. So rude.
His spirits sank slightly. Had she been lying? But before he could devote much more thought to the matter,
so rude.
had stepped up to him. I want you to know, Potter, he said in a loud, carrying voice, that it's not only weirdos who support you. I personally believe you 100%. My family have always stood firm behind Dumbledore, and so do I. Thanks very much, Ernie, said Harry, taken aback but pleased. Ernie might be pompous on occasions like this, but Harry was in a mood to deeply appreciate a vote of confidence from somebody who did not have radishes dangling from their ears. Ernie's words had certainly wiped the smile from Lavender Brown's face, and as he turned to talk to Ron and Hermione, Harry caught Seamus's expression, which looked both confused and defiant. To nobody's surprise, Professor Sprout started their lesson by lecturing them about the importance of owls. Harry wished all the teachers would stop doing this.
I'm not going out there unless it's necessary. It's cold enough that even Steel screams a bit. Swing! You could cut the atmosphere with a knife.
Tired and smelling strongly of dragon dung, Professor Sprout's preferred type of fertilizer.
It's so cold I can cut the atom. The atoms are going so slow that I could cut them out of the air.
And he had his first detention with Umbridge at 5 o'clock. He headed straight for dinner without dropping off his bag in Gryffindor Tower so that he could bolt something down before facing whatever she had in store for him. He had barely reached the entrance of the Great Hall, however, when a loud and angry voice yelled, Oi, Potter! What now? He muttered wearily, turning to face Angelina Johnson, who looked as though she was in a towering temper. I'll tell you what now, she said, marching straight up to him and poking him hard in the chest with her finger. How come you've landed yourself in detention for 5 o'clock on Friday? What? Said Harry. Why? Oh, yeah, keeper tryouts. Now he remembers, snarled Angelina. Didn't I tell you I wanted to do a tryout with the whole team and find someone who fitted with everyone? Didn't I tell you I'd booked the Quidditch pitch specially? And now you've decided to go, you're not going to be there. I didn't decide not to be there, said Harry, stung by the injustice of these words. I got detention from that Umbridge woman, just because I told her the truth about you-know-who. Well, you can just go straight to her and ask her to let you off on Friday, said Angelina fiercely. And I don't care how you do it. Tell her you-know-who's a figment of your imagination, if you like. Just make sure you're there. She stormed away. You know what? Harry said to Ron and Hermione as they entered the Great Hall. I think we'd better check with Puddlemere United whether Oliver Wood's been killed during a training session because Angelina seems to be channeling his spirit. What do you reckon are the odds of Umbridge letting you off on Friday, said Ron sceptically as they sat down at the Gryffindor table. Less than 0, said Harry glumly, tipping lamb chops onto his plate.
More like an eye shriek, really. You'd have to be close to hear it.
I'll offer to do 2 more detentions or something, I don't know. He swallowed a mouthful of potato and added, Hope she doesn't keep me too long this evening. You realise you've got to write these essays. 3 essays. Practice vanishing spells for McGonagall. Work out a counter charm for Flitwick. Finish the Bowtruckle drawing and start that stupid dream diary for Trelawney. Ron moaned and for some reason glanced up at the ceiling. And it looks like it's going to rain. What's that got to do with our homework? Said Hermione, her eyebrows raised. Nothing, said Ron at once, his ears reddening. At 5 to 5, Harry bade the other two goodbye and set off at Umbridge's office on the 3rd floor.
Oh, yeah.
On the door, she called, "Come in a sugary voice. He entered cautiously, looking around. He had known this office under 3 of its previous occupants. In the days when Gilderoy Lockhart had lived there, it had been plastered in beaming portraits of himself. When Lupin had occupied it, it was likely you would meet some fascinating dark creature in a cage or tank if you came to call. In the imposter Moody's days, it had been packed with various instruments and artifacts for the detection of wrongdoing and concealment. Now, however, it looked totally unrecognizable. The surfaces had all been draped in lacy covers and cloths. There were several vases full of dried flowers, each one residing on its own doily. And on one of the walls was a collection of ornamental plates, each decorated with a large technicolored kitten wearing a different bow around its neck. These were so foul that
feels like some of the people here have that energy.
Professor Umbridge spoke again. "Good evening, Mr. Potter." Harry started and looked around. He had not noticed her at first because she was wearing a luridly flowered set of robes that blended only too well with the tablecloth on the desk behind her. "Evening, Professor Umbridge," Harry said stiffly. "Well, sit down," she said, pointing towards a small table draped in lace, beside which she had drawn up a straight-backed chair. A piece of blank parchment lay on the table, apparently waiting for him. Said Harry, without moving. "Professor Umbridge, before we start, I wanted to ask you a favour." Her bulging eyes narrowed. "Oh, yes? Well, I'm in the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and I was supposed to be at the tryouts for the new keeper at 5 o'clock on Friday, and I was wondering whether I could skip detention that night and do it another night instead." He knew long before he reached the end of this sentence that it was no good. "Oh, no," said Umbridge, smiling so widely that she looked as though she had just swallowed a particularly juicy fly. "Oh, no. This is your punishment for spreading evil, nasty, attention-seeking stories, Mr. Potter, and punishment certainly cannot be adjusted to suit the guilty one's convenience. No, you will come here at 5 o'clock tomorrow, and the next day, and on Friday too, and you will do your detentions as planned. I think it rather a good thing that you are missing something you really want to do. It ought to reinforce the lesson I am trying to teach you." Harry felt the blood surge to his head and heard a thumping noise in his ears. "So he told evil, nasty, attention-seeking stories, did he?" She was watching him with her head slightly to one side, still smiling widely.
They take umbrage
exactly what he was
at
thinking,
Umbridge.
was waiting to see whether he would start shouting again. With a massive effort, Harry looked away from her, dropped his school bag beside the straight-back chair and sat down. "There," said Umbridge sweetly. "We're getting better at controlling our temper already, aren't we? Now, if you're going to do some lines for me, Mr. Potter— no, not with your quill," she added as Harry bent down to open his bag. "You're going to be using a rather special one of mine. Here you are." She handed him a long, thin black quill with unusually sharp point. "I want you to write, 'I must not tell lies,'" she told him softly. "How many times?" Harry asked, with a creditable imitation of politeness. "Oh, as long as it takes for the message to sink in," said Umbridge sweetly. "Off you go." She moved over to her desk, sat down, and bent over a stack of parchment that looked like essays for marking. Harry raised the sharp black quill and then realised what was missing. "You haven't given me any ink," he said. "Oh, you won't need ink," said Professor Umbridge, and with the merest suggestion of a laugh in her voice. Harry placed the point of the quill on the paper and wrote, "I must not tell lies." He let out a gasp of pain. The words had appeared on the parchment in what appeared to be shining red ink. At the same time, the words had appeared on the back of Harry's right hand, cut into his skin, as though traced there by a scalpel. Yet, even as he stared at the shining cut, the skin healed over again, leaving the place where it had been slightly redder than before, but quite smooth. Harry looked around at Umbridge. She was watching him.
Yeah.
Wide,
Dark
mouth
that's
in a smile. "Yes? Nothing."
How is that not dark magic? How is that not dark magic? That is definitely dark magic that she is performing on a student. That is holy shit. almost certain that blood quill involves some dark art, but it's hard to prove directly what with the ministry and all that. That is dark magic! That is literally dark magic! That's not some, that it is!
Quietly. He looked back at the parchment, placed the quill on it once more, wrote, "I must not tell lies," and felt the searing pain on the back of his hand for a second time. Once again, the words had been cut into his skin. Once again, they healed over seconds later. And on it went. Again and again, Harry wrote the words on the parchment in what he soon came to realize was not ink, but his own blood. And again, the words were cut into the back of his hand, healed, and reappeared the next time he set quill to parchment. Darkness fell outside Umbridge's window. Harry did not ask when he would be allowed to stop. He did not even check his watch. He knew she was watching him for signs of weakness, and he was not going to show any, not even if he had to sit there all night, cutting open his own hand with his quill. "Come here," she said, after what seemed hours. He stood up. His hand was stinging painfully. When he looked down at it, he saw that the cut had healed, but that the skin there was red raw. "Hand," she said. He extended it. She took it in her own, and Harry repressed a shudder as she touched him with her thick, stubby fingers, on which she wore a number of ugly old rings. "I don't seem to have made much of an impression yet," she said, smiling. "Well, we'll just have to try again tomorrow evening, won't we? You may go." Here, Harry left her office without a word. The school was quite deserted. It was surely past midnight. He walked slowly up the corridor, then, when he had turned the corner and was sure she could not hear him, broke into a run. He had not had time to practice vanishing spells, had not written a single dream in his dream diary, and had not finished the drawing of the bowtruckle, nor had he written his essays. He skipped breakfast next morning to scribble down a couple of made-up dreams for divination, their first lesson, and was surprised to find a dishevelled Ron keeping him company. "How come you didn't do it last night?" Harry asked, as Ron stared wildly at the common room for inspiration. Ron, who had been fast asleep when Harry got back into the dormitory, muttered something about doing other stuff, bent low over his parchment and scrawled a few words. "They'll have to do," he said, slamming the diary shut. "I said I dreamed I was buying a new pair of shoes. She can't make anything weird out of that, can she?" They hurried off to the North Tower together.
Despises her for good reason. Aside from being wildly incompetent, she quickly resorts to questionable means and using it on children. Yeah.
"No," said Harry. "Hey, I forgot. Did she let you off for Friday?" "No," said Harry.
Why would she?
Groaned sympathetically. It was another bad day for Harry. He was one of the worst in Transfiguration, not having practiced vanishing spells at all. He had to give up his lunch hour to complete the picture of the bowtruckle, and meanwhile, Professors McGonagall, Grubbly, Plank, and Sinistra gave them yet more homework, which had no prospect of finishing that evening because of his second detention with Umbridge. To cap it all, Angelina Johnson tracked him down in dinner again, and on learning that he would not be able to attend Friday's keeper tryouts, told him she was not at all impressed by his attitude, and that she expected players who wished to remain on the team to put training before other commitments. "I'm in detention," Harry yelled after her as she stalked away. "Do you think I'd rather be stuck in a room with that old toad or playing Quidditch?" "At least it's only lines," said Hermione consolingly, as Harry sank back onto his bench and looked down at his steak and kidney pie, which he no longer fancied very much. "It's not as if it's a dreadful punishment, really." Harry opened his mouth, closed it again, and nodded. He was not really sure why he was not telling Ron and Hermione exactly what had happened in Umbridge's room. He only knew that he did not want to see their looks of horror. That would make the whole thing seem worse and therefore more difficult to face. He also felt dimly that this was between himself and Umbridge, a private battle of wills, and he was not going to give her the satisfaction of hearing that he had complained about it. "I can't believe how much homework we've got," said Ron miserably. "Well, why didn't you do any last night?" Hermione asked him. "Where were you, anyway?" I fancied a walk," said Ron shiftily. Harry had the distinct impression that he was not alone in concealing things at the moment. The second detention was just as bad as the previous one. The skin on the back of Harry's hand became irritated more quickly now, and was soon red and inflamed. Harry thought it unlikely that it would keep healing as effectively.
Horrors have been known to use such methods as a cruel form of interrogation. We should let Moody have a go at her.
From the moment of entering the room to the moment of his dismissal, again past midnight, he had nothing but good evening and good night. His homework situation, however, was now desperate, and when he returned to the Gryffindor common room, he did not, though exhausted, go to bed, but opened his books and began Snape's Moonstone essay. It was 2:30 by the time he'd finished it. He knew he had done a poor job, but there was no help for it. Unless he had something to give in, he would be in detention with Snape next. He then dashed off answers to the questions Professor McGonagall had set them, cobbled together something on the proper handling of bow truckles for Professor Grubbly Plank, and staggered up to bed, where he fell fully clothed on top of the covers and fell asleep immediately. Thursday passed in a haze of tiredness. Ron seemed very sleepy too, though Harry could not see why he should be. Harry's third detention passed in the same way as the previous two, except that after 2 hours the words "I must not tell lies" did not fade from the back of Harry's hand, but remained scratched there, oozing droplets of blood. The paws in the pointed quills scratching made Professor Umbridge look up. "Ah," she said softly, moving around her desk to examine his hand herself. "Good. That ought to serve as a reminder to you, oughtn't it? You may leave for tonight." "Do I still have to come back tomorrow?" said Harry, picking up his school bag and his left hand rather than his smarting right one. "Oh, yes," said Professor Umbridge, smiling as widely as before. "Yes, I think we can etch the message a little deeper with another evening's work." Harry had never before considered the possibility that there might be another teacher or in the world he hated more than Snape. But as he walked back towards Gryffindor Tower, he had to admit he had found a strong contender. "She's evil," he thought, as he climbed a staircase to the 7th floor. "She's an evil, twisted, mad old—" "Ron?" He had reached the top of the stairs, turned right, and almost walked into Ron, who was lurking behind a statue of Lachlan the Lanky, clutching his broomstick. He gave a great leap of surprise when he saw Harry and attempted to hide his new Clean Sweep 11 behind his back. "What are you doing?" Nothing. What are you doing?" Harry frowned at him. "Come on, you can tell me. What are you hiding here for?" I'm hiding from Fred and George, if you must know," said Ron. "They just went past with a bunch of first years. I bet they're testing stuff on them again. I mean, they can't do it in the common room now, can they? Not with Hermione there." He was talking in a very fast, feverish way. "But what have you got your broom for? You haven't been flying, have you?" Harry asked. Well, okay, I'll tell you, but don't laugh, all right?" Ron said defensively, turning redder with every second. I thought I'd try out for Gryffindor Keeper. Now I've got a decent broom. There, go on, laugh." "I'm not laughing," said Harry. Ron blinked. "It's a brilliant idea. It'd be really cool if you got on the team. I've never seen you play Keeper. Are you good?" "I'm not bad," said Ron, who looked immensely relieved at Harry's reaction. "Charlie, Fred and George always made me keep for them when they were training during the holidays. So you've been practicing tonight?" "Every evening since Tuesday. Just on my own, though. I've been trying to bewitch Quaffles to fly at me, but it hasn't been easy. I don't know how much use it'll be." Ron looked nervous and anxious. "Fred and George are going to laugh themselves stupid when I turn up for the tryouts. They haven't stopped taking the mickey out of me since I got made a prefect." "I wish I was going to be there," said Harry bitterly, as they set off together towards the common room. "Yeah, so do... Harry, what's that on the back of your hand?" Harry, who had just scratched his nose with his free right hand, tried to hide it, but had as much success as Ron with his clean sweep. "It's just a cut. It's nothing, it's..." But Ron had grabbed Harry's forearm and pulled the back of Harry's hand up level with his eyes. There was a pause during which he stared at the words carved into the skin, and then, looking sick, he released Harry. "I thought you said she was just giving you lines." Harry hesitated, but after all, Ron had been honest with him, so he told Ron the truth about the hours he'd been spending in Umbridge's office. "The old hag," Ron said in a revolted whisper, as they came to a halt in front of the fat lady, who was dozing peacefully with her head against her frame. "She's sick. Go to McGonagall. Say something." "No," said Harry at once. "I'm not giving her the satisfaction of knowing she's got to me." "Got to you? You can't let her get away with this." "I don't know how much power McGonagall's got over her," said Harry. "Dumbledore, then. Tell Dumbledore." "No," said Harry flatly. "Why not?" He's got enough on his mind," said Harry. But that was not the true reason. He was not going to go to Dumbledore for help when Dumbledore had not spoken to him once since June. "Well, I reckon you should," Ron began, but he was interrupted by the fat lady, who had been watching them sleepily and now burst out. "Are you going to give me the password, or will I have to stay awake all night waiting for you to finish your conversation?" Friday dawned sullen and sodden as the rest of the week. Though Harry automatically glanced towards the staff table when he entered the Great Hall, it was without any real hope of seeing Hagrid, and he turned his mind immediately to his more pressing problems, such as the mountainous pile of homework he had to do and the prospect of yet another detention with Umbridge. Two things sustained Harry that day. One was the thought that it was almost the weekend. The other was that, dreadful though his final detention with Umbridge was sure to be, he had a distant view of the Quidditch pitch from her window and might, with luck, be able to see something of Ron's tryout. These were rather feeble rays of light, it was true, but Harry was grateful for anything that might lighten his present darkness. He had never had a worse first week of term at Hogwarts. At 5 o'clock that evening, he knocked on Professor Umbridge's office door for what he sincerely hoped would be the final time, and was told to enter. The blank parchment lay ready for him on the lace-covered table, the pointed black quill beside it. "You know what to do, Mr. Potter," said Umbridge, smiling sweetly at him. Harry picked up the quill and glanced through the window. If he just shifted his chair an inch or so to the right, on the pretext of the shifting himself closer to the table, he managed it. He now had a distant view of the Gryffindor Quidditch team soaring up and down the pitch, while half a dozen black figures stood at the front of the 3 high goalposts, apparently awaiting their turn to keep. It was impossible to tell which one was Ron at this distance. "I must not tell lies," Harry wrote. The cut on the back of his right hand opened and began to bleed afresh. "I must not tell lies." The cut dug deeper, stinging and smarting. "I must not tell lies." Blood trickled down his wrist. He chanced another glance out of the window. Whoever was defending the goalpost now was doing a very poor job indeed. Katie Bell scored twice in the few seconds Harry dared to watch. Hoping very much that the keeper wasn't Ron, he dropped his eyes back to the parchment dotted with blood. "I must not tell lies. I must not tell lies." He looked up whenever he thought he could risk it, when he could hear the scratching of Umbridge's quill or the opening of a desk drawer. The third person to try out was pretty good. The fourth was terrible. The fifth dodged a bludger exceptionally well, but then fumbled an easy save. The sky was darkening, and Harry doubted he would be able to see the 6th and 7th people at all. "I must not tell lies. I must not tell lies." The parchment was now shining with drops of blood from the back of his hand, which was searing with pain. When he next looked up, night had fallen and the Quidditch's pitch was no longer visible. "Let's see if you've got the message yet, shall we?" said Umbridge's soft voice half an hour later. She moved towards him, stretching out her short, ringed fingers for his arm, and then, as she took hold of him to examine the words, now cut into his skin, pain seared, not across the back of his hand, but across the scar on his forehead. At the same time, he had a most peculiar sensation, somewhere around his midriff. He wrenched his arm out of her grip and leapt to his feet, staring at her. She looked back at him, a smile stretching her wide, slack mouth. "Yes, it hurts, doesn't it?" she said softly. He did not answer. His heart was thumping very hard and fast. Was she talking about his hand, or did she know what he had just felt in his forehead? "Well, I think I've made my point, Mr. Potter. You may go." He caught up his school bag and left the room as quickly as he could. "Stay calm," he told himself as he sprinted up the stairs. "Stay calm. It doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means." "Mimbulus Mimbletonia," he gasped at the fat lady, who swung forwards once more. A roar of sound greeted him. Ron came running towards him, beaming all over his face and slopping butterbeer down his front from the goblet he was clutching. "Harry, I did it! I'm in! I'm keeper!" "What? Oh, brilliant," said Harry, trying to smile naturally, while his heart continued to race and his hand throbbed and bled. "Have a butterbeer." Ron pressed a bottle on him. "I can't believe it. Where's Hermione gone?" "She's there," said Fred, who was also swinging butterbeer, and pointed to an armchair by the fire. Hermione was dozing in it, her drink tipping precariously in her hand. "Well, she said she was pleased when I told her," said Ron, looking slightly put out. Let her sleep," said George hastily. It was a few moments before Harry noticed that several of the first years gathered around them bore unmistakable signs of recent nosebleeds. "Come here, Ron, and see if Oliver's old robes fit you," called Katie Bell. "We can take off his name and put yours on instead." As Ron moved away, Angelina came striding up to Harry. "Sorry I was a bit short with you earlier, Potter," she said abruptly. "It's stressful, this managing lark, you know. I'm starting to think I was a bit hard on Wood sometimes." She was watching Ron over the rim of her goblet with a slight frown on her face. "Look, I know he's your best mate, but he's not fabulous," she said bluntly. "I think with a bit of training he'll be all right, though. He comes from a family of good Quidditch players. I'm banking on him turning out to have a bit more talent than he showed today, to be honest. Vicky Frobisher and Geoffrey Hooper both flew better this evening, but Hooper's a real whiner. He's always moaning about something or other, and Vicky's involved in all sorts of societies. She's admitted herself that if training clashed with her charms club, she'd put charms first. Anyway, we're having a practice session at 2 o'clock tomorrow, so just make sure you're there at this time. And do me a favour and help Ron as much as you can, okay?" He nodded, and Angelina strolled back to Alicia Spinnet. Harry moved over to sit next to Hermione, who awoke with a jerk as he put down his bag. "Oh, Harry, it's you. Good about Ron, isn't it?" she said blearily. "I'm just so So tired, she yawned. I was up until 1 o'clock making more hats. They're disappearing like mad. And sure enough, now that he looked, Harry saw that there were woolly hats concealed all around the room where unwary elves might accidentally pick them up. Great, said Harry distractedly. If he did not tell somebody soon, he would burst. Listen, Hermione, I was just up in Umbridge's office. She touched my arm. Hermione listened closely. When Harry had finished, she said slowly, You're worried you know who's controlling her, like he controlled Quirrell. Well, said Harry, dropping his voice, it's a possibility, isn't it? I suppose so, said Hermione, though she sounded unconvinced. But I don't think he can be possessing her by, the way he possessed Quirrell. I mean, he's properly alive again now, isn't he? He's got his own body. He wouldn't need to share someone else's. He could have her under the Imperious curse, I suppose. Harry watched Fred, George, and Lee Jordan juggling empty butterbeer bottles for a moment. And then Hermione said, But last year your scar hurt when nobody was touching you. And didn't Dumbledore say it had to do with what you-know-who was feeling at the time? I mean, maybe this hasn't got anything to do with Umbridge at all. Maybe it's just coincidence it happened while you were with her. She's evil, said Harry flatly. Twisted. She's horrible, yes, but Harry, I think you ought to tell Dumbledore your scar hurt. It was the second time in 2 days he'd been advised to go to Dumbledore, and his answer to Hermione was just the same as his answer to Ron. I'm not bothering with him. Not with this. Like you just said, it's not a big deal. It's been hurting on and off all summer. It was just a bit worse tonight, that's all. Harry, I'm sure Dumbledore would want to be bothered by this. Yeah, said Harry, before he could stop himself. That's the only bit of me Dumbledore cares about, isn't it? My scar? Don't say that. It's not true. I think I'll write and tell Sirius about it, see what he thinks. Harry, you can't just put something like that in a letter, said Hermione, looking alarmed. Don't you remember Moody told us to be careful what was in writing? We just can't guarantee owls aren't being intercepted anymore. All right, I won't tell him then, said Harry irritably. He got to his feet. I'm going to bed. Tell Ron for me, will you? Oh, no, said Hermione, looking relieved. If you're going, that means I can go too. Without being rude, I'm absolutely exhausted and I want to make sure and make some hats tomorrow. Listen, you can help me if you like. It's quite fun. I'm getting better. I can do patterns and bobbles and all sorts of things now. Harry looked into her face, which was shining with glee.
As long as they don't recruit an Elder Dragon, it takes specialized teams to deal with those things like that. Otherwise, they destroy cities. Yeah.
Homework to do. And he traipsed off to the boys' stairs, leaving her looking slightly disappointed. Chapter 14. Percy and Padfoot. Harry was first to wake up in his dormitory next morning. He lay for a moment watching dust swirl in the ray of sunlight coming through the gap in the 4 posters' hangings, and savoured the thought that it was Saturday. The first week of term seemed to have dragged on forever, like one gigantic history of magic lesson. Judging by the sleepy silence and the freshly minted look of that beam of sunlight, it was just after daybreak. He pulled open the curtains around his bed, got up and started to dress. The only sound apart from the distant twittering of birds was the slow, deep breathing of his fellow Gryffindors. He opened his school bag carefully, pulled out parchment and quill, and headed out of the dormitory for the common room. Making straight for his favourite squashy old armchair beside the now extinct fire, Harry settled himself down comfortably and unrolled his parchment while looking around the room. The detritus of crumpled up bits of parchment, old gobstones, empty ingredient jars, and sweet wrappers that usually covered the common room at the end of each day was gone, as were all Hermione's elf hats. Wondering vaguely how many elves had now been set free, whether they wanted to be or not, Harry uncorked his ink bottle, dipped his quill into it, and then held it suspended an inch above the smooth yellowish surface of his parchment, thinking hard. But after a minute or so, he found himself staring into the empty grate, at a complete loss for what to say. He could now appreciate how hard it had been for Ron and Hermione to write him letters over the summer. How was he supposed to tell Sirius everything that had happened over the past week and pose all the questions he was burning to ask without giving potential letter thieves a lot of information he did not want them to have? He sat quite motionless for a while, gazing into the fireplace, then finally coming to a decision. He dipped his quill into the ink bottle once more and set it resolutely on the parchment. Dear Snuffles, hope you're okay. The first week back here's been terrible. I'm really glad it's the weekend. We've got a
know that I don't fear Tom Riddle. He merely interferes with balance. True.
Mum. I'm writing because that thing I wrote to you about last summer happened again last night when I was doing a detention with Umbridge. We're all missing our biggest friend. We hope he'll be back soon. Please write back quickly. Best, Harry. Harry reread the letter several times, trying to see it from the point of view of an outsider. He could not see how they would know what he was talking about, or who he was
All
talking
right.
about, just from reading this letter. He did hope Sirius would pick up on the hint about Hagrid and tell them when he might be back. Harry did not want to ask directly in case it drew too much attention to what Hagrid might be up to while he was not at home.
Jeebus Christmas. It is 6:25 and I didn't even notice. Why didn't you guys tell me? Guys, why didn't you tell me? Oh, geez, Louises. Oh, my goodness. Jeez Louises, why didn't you guys tell me? Guys, why didn't you tell me? Alright. We got Tab Sora. Because you didn't, you got carried away, didn't want to throw off the Emperor's groove. You threw off my groove! Time is a construct. Yes. You guys threw off my groove. All I was doing was... don't worry about it. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for being awesome. Thank you guys for being so sweet. And thank you guys for hanging out with me. I know it hasn't been the most interesting thing, but it's been fun for me. Hope you guys have an amazing one. Thank you guys so much for being here. And thank you for hanging out with me till I started feeling sleepy. Because now that I've realized what time it is, my body's like, oh yeah, you need sleep. Thank you guys so much for being amazing. Thank you guys for being beautiful. It's been fun. Good, good. Oh my goodness. Almost done. Almost done. I want to finish this. I want to clean up a little bit, a few things, but I think it's almost done. Almost. Just about. I didn't know it was that late either. Good to see you. It's always great to see you, McChungus. Thank you guys so much for being amazing. I hope you enjoy it, Ask. I hope it's everything you wanted and more. Thank you guys so much for being awesome. I will see you later. Night. Night.